In a desolate Wyoming ghost town, a woman with a hidden past pours her soul into restoring a crumbling opera house, unearthing secrets buried in its dusty shadows. As eerie melodies and forgotten relics surface, a quiet stranger's help stirs both trust and suspicion, pulling her deeper into a haunting mystery where love, betrayal, and tragedy intertwine. Perfect for fans of atmospheric historical tales, this audiobook will keep you captivated by its blend of romance, suspense, and whispers from the past. Chapter 1, Where the Roads End. The silence wasn't empty. It hummed with the ghosts of applause, the remembered swell of orchestras, the faint, lingering perfume of women who had once swept through these doors in satin and lace. Faye Carter breathed it in, the dust motes dancing in the shafts of weak afternoon light that pierced the grime-caked windows of the Redemption Gulch Opera House. Dust, the scent of dry rot, and something else. A faint, metallic tang that might have been old bloodstains, soaked deep into the warped floorboards beneath her worn leather boots. She ran a gloved hand over a patch of peeling gilt paint on the proscenium arch, the gold flaking away like dead skin, another piece of forgotten grandeur crumbling under her touch. Redemption Gulch, Wyoming. A name that promised salvation but delivered only desolation. The town clung to the edge of a vast, wind-scoured prairie like a scab on the earth, its few remaining structures huddled together as if for warmth against the relentless sky. Most buildings were hollow-eyed sockets, their windows long-shattered, their doors hanging open like gaping mouths telling tales of hasty departures and broken dreams. The railroad had bypassed it decades ago, sealing its fate. The gold rush that birthed it had trickled out, leaving behind tailings, piles like burial mounds and the bitter dregs of hope. Now, only the wind inhabited the main street, whistling mournful tunes through the skeletal frames of the saloon, the assayer's office, the once proud hotel with its faded sign promising comfort, cleanliness. And then there was the opera house, absurdly magnificent for such a place, a testament to some long-dead optimist's folly, or perhaps his arrogance. Built of stone hauled from the distant foothills, it stood defiant against the decay, though time and neglect had taken their toll. The roof sagged in places, the tall arched windows were mostly boarded up or broken, and the grand double doors looked perpetually besieged by the drifting dust. Faye had bought it for a song, or rather, for the entirety of the meager savings she'd managed to squirrel away since leaving Philadelphia behind. She'd arrived in Redemption Gulch 2 years ago, a woman shed of her past as easily as a snake sheds its skin, or so she'd hoped. She'd introduced herself as Faye Carter, librarian. It wasn't entirely a lie. She did love books, hoarded them like treasure, and had even set up a small makeshift lending library in the corner of the abandoned general store, its shelves populated by cast-offs and donations gathered from more prosperous towns down the line. It gave her a purpose, a name that fit the quiet, unassuming woman she tried to be. But the opera house, that was different. That was penance, perhaps, or maybe just madness. When she'd first seen it, looming against a bruised twilight sky, something inside her, something she'd thought long dead and buried, had resonated with its lonely, dilapidated beauty. It felt like a kindred spirit, a place built for dreams that had ended in ruin. Restoring it had become her obsession, her anchor in this sea of emptiness. She wasn't trained for this kind of work. Her hands, once accustomed to the soft kid leather of gloves and the delicate weight of teacups, were now calloused and rough. She'd learned to pry up rotten floorboards, patch crumbling plaster, wrestle with warped window frames. Each swing of the hammer, each scraped knuckle, felt like chipping away at the elegant prison of her former life. The gilded cage of expectations she'd fled under the cloak of night 5 years ago. Miss Florence Carlyle, heiress to a shipping fortune, was dead. Faye Carter, rescuer of lost causes, lived, or survived at least. Today's task was clearing the debris from the backstage area. Years of neglect, combined with the nesting habits of birds and rodents, had left it a treacherous landscape of fallen timbers, shredded velvet curtains thick with dust, and unidentifiable lumps of something. She wore sturdy denim trousers tucked into her boots, a man's flannel shirt rolled up at the sleeves, and thick work gloves. Her dark hair, once styled into intricate updos, was ruthlessly braided and pinned beneath a practical kerchief. Sweat trickled down her temples, leaving clean tracks through the grime on her skin. The air was thick and close, heavy with the smell of decay and mouse droppings. She hefted a splintered piece of scenery prop part of a painted forest, perhaps, and tossed it onto the growing pile destined for burning. A cloud of dust billowed up, making her cough. She paused, leaning against a stack of forgotten flats depicting a romanticized Italian villa, incongruous in this rugged Wyoming wilderness. Through a gap in the boarded-up rear window, she could see the vast, empty sweep of the prairie stretching towards the hazy blue line of the mountains. The wind moaned around the corners of the building, a lonely, ceaseless sound that sometimes felt like company, other times like a lament for all that was lost. Loneliness was a constant companion here. There were perhaps half a dozen souls clinging to life in Redemption Gulch. Old Man Hemlock, who ran the dusty mercantile/post office out of the former general store, his memory as frayed as the goods on his shelves. 2 aging sisters, the Pruitts, who lived in a small, neat cabin on the edge of town, tending a sparse garden and keeping mostly to themselves, their silence as deep as the surrounding plains. A drifter named Silas, who sometimes passed through, doing odd jobs for whiskey money before disappearing again for months. And then there were the whispers of others prospectors still combing the exhausted hills, solitary trappers, maybe even outlaws seeking refuge in the anonymity of the forgotten places. Faye kept mostly to herself. She traded eggs from her small flock of chickens with Hemlock for flour and coffee, nodded politely to the Pruitt sisters when their paths crossed, and avoided Silas altogether. Her solitude was a shield, carefully maintained. Questions were dangerous. Curiosity could unravel the fragile identity she'd woven around herself. People in these parts learned not to pry, learned that secrets were as common as sagebrush, but still, a single woman, young, barely 30, though she felt older restoring an opera house in a ghost town. It invited speculation, even in a place resigned to strangeness. She pushed herself away from the scenery flat and tackled a pile of sodden, mildewed fabric near the trapdoor mechanism center stage. It felt heavy, waterlogged from some long-ago leak in the roof. As she pulled, something small and hard tumbled out from the folds, landing with a soft thud on the dusty floorboards. Faye bent down, pushing aside the rotting cloth. It was a small wooden music box, intricately carved, though the wood was dark with age and grime. The lid was slightly warped, but closed, driven by a curiosity that momentarily overshadowed her caution. She picked it up. It felt cool and smooth in her gloved hand. On the lid, almost obscured by dirt, was a carving of a single, 5-petaled flower, a prairie rose, perhaps. Hesitantly, she tried the tiny clasp. It was stiff, rusted shut. She fumbled in her pocket for the small knife she always carried, using the tip to gently pry it open. The lid sprang back with a faint groan. Inside, nestled on faded, moth-eaten velvet lining, was nothing. No ballerina, no spinning mechanism, just an empty space where the workings should have been. Disappointment pricked her, sharp and unexpected. Another broken thing in this town of broken things. She ran her finger along the inside of the lid. There was something else carved there. Faint letters nearly worn away. She angled it towards a shaft of light, squinting. Pour Hélène. For Hélène. A French inscription here? It felt impossibly out of place, a whisper from a different world. Who was Hélène, and who had given her this small, silent token? A sudden gust of wind rattled the loose boards over a nearby window, making her jump. The sound echoed cavernously in the vast space. She quickly closed the music box, the empty click of the clasp sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. She slipped it into the deep pocket of her trousers, a strange weight settling there, heavier than the small object itself. It felt like another secret the opera house held, another layer of the past pressing in on the present. She worked for another hour, the rhythm of the labor helping to push the unsettling discovery to the back of her mind. She swept piles of debris, wrestled with a fallen beam, her muscles aching with the strain. The sun began to dip lower, painting the dust motes gold and stretching long, distorted shadows across the stage. It was time to stop for the day. Her small cabin, a former homesteader's shack she'd made habitable on the outskirts of town, offered little comfort, but it was hers, a place to bolt the door against the night and the encroaching emptiness. As she gathered her tools, stacking them neatly near the stage entrance, she heard it. The distinct sound of hooves approaching, slow and steady on the hard-packed earth outside. Not the frantic scrabbling of a stray dog or the furtive movements of coyotes she sometimes heard at dusk. This was a horse, ridden deliberately towards the opera house. Faye froze, her hand tightening on the handle of her hammer. Visitors were rare. Unexpected visitors were usually trouble. Bandits sometimes used the empty plains as thoroughfares. And while Redemption Gulch offered little worth stealing, desperation made men dangerous. She moved silently towards one of the boarded-up front windows, peering through a narrow crack between the warped planks. A lone rider sat astride a sturdy-looking dun horse, silhouetted against the fiery orange of the setting sun. He was tall in the saddle, his frame solid, weathered. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, pulled low, casting his face in shadow, but she could see the grizzled line of his jaw, the breadth of his shoulders beneath a dusty canvas coat. He wasn't aiming a weapon, wasn't moving aggressively. He simply sat there, surveying the opera house with an unnerving stillness, his horse shifting patiently beneath him. He didn't look like a bandit. He looked worn. Like the landscape itself, there was a quiet competence in the way he sat his horse, a sense of belonging to this harsh world that Faye, despite her efforts, still felt she lacked. He seemed to be looking directly at the window she peered from, though she knew he couldn't possibly see her in the dim interior. Still, a prickle of unease ran down her spine. Who was he? What did he want? He remained there for a long moment, a silent sentinel in the fading light. Then slowly, deliberately, he dismounted. He looped the reins around a skeletal hitching post that looked barely strong enough to hold, its wood bleached gray by sun and wind. He didn't approach the main doors. Instead, he walked with a slight, almost imperceptible limp towards the side of the building, towards the stage entrance where she'd just been working. Faye's heart hammered against her ribs. Should she hide, confront him? Her hammer felt heavy and inadequate in her hand. He wasn't acting threateningly, but out here assumptions could be fatal. She held her breath, listening to the crunch of his boots on the gravel and dust outside. He stopped near the pile of debris she'd hauled out earlier. She heard a soft grunt, the sound of wood scraping against wood as he apparently examined the discarded scenery prop. Then his voice came, rough but clear, carrying easily through the still air, not loud but resonant. "Looks like you got your work cut out for you, ma'am." It wasn't hostile, it wasn't demanding, it was a simple statement of fact, delivered with a weariness that seemed to echo the sigh of the wind. Faye stayed frozen behind the boarded window, her mind racing. Who was this man? Another ghost drawn to this town of endings, or something else entirely? The music box felt suddenly heavy in her pocket, a cold weight against her thigh. The silence stretched again, broken only by the lonely cry of a hawk circling high overhead and the soft snort of the man's horse. He hadn't tried the door, hadn't called out again. He just stood there, waiting, a silhouette against the dying light, a question mark etched against the vast, indifferent Wyoming sky. The road had ended here for Redemption Gulch, but perhaps for Faye, another journey was just beginning, heralded by the arrival of a stranger in the dust. Chapter 2, A Prospector's Shadow. Faye remained absolutely still behind the rough planks. The hammer clutched so tightly, her knuckles ached through the thick glove. Her breath hitched in her throat, shallow and silent. The stranger's voice, though calm, echoed in the cavernous space behind her, magnifying his presence. He was close, just outside the stage door, inspecting the fruits of her labor, the discarded remnants of the opera house's forgotten life. "Looks like you got your work cut out for you, ma'am. An observation, not a threat, but out here." The line between the two could blur in an instant. Her mind raced through possibilities. Was he sizing up the place, looking for something valuable she might have overlooked? Or was he simply curious, another soul drawn to the melancholic grandeur of this ruin? He hadn't tried to force entry. He hadn't raised his voice. He stood patiently in the deepening twilight, his horse a dark shape against the fading sky. She couldn't stay hidden forever. Night was falling fast, the last sliver of orange bleeding into bruised purple along the western horizon. She needed to secure the stage door, check the locks on the main entrance, flimsy as they were, before heading back to the relative safety of her cabin. Leaving the building unsecured with a stranger lingering nearby felt like an invitation to disaster. Taking a deep, steadying breath that tasted of dust and decay, she made her decision. Caution was survival, but paralysis was death. She needed to face him, assess the threat or lack thereof herself. Slowly, deliberately, she rested the hammer on a dusty crate, making a soft thud that seemed unnaturally loud. She pulled off her gloves, stuffing them into her back pocket, wanting her hands free, wanting to feel less like a laborer, caught unawares, and more like the proprietor of this place, however dilapidated. She smoothed down her flannel shirt, a futile gesture against the grime and sweat, and walked towards the stage door. It creaked open, protesting, revealing the man standing not 10 feet away. He turned his head slowly, his movements measured, unhurried. The low brim of his hat still shadowed his eyes, but she could see his face more clearly now in the gloaming. Weather-beaten, lined by sun and wind, with a stubble of gray mixing with darker hair on his jaw. He wasn't young, perhaps 50, maybe more. There was a weariness in the set of his shoulders, but also a stillness, a quiet strength. His gaze, when it met hers, was direct, assessing, but held no malice she could immediately detect. Just a kind of steady observation. "Evening," he said, his voice still rough, like stones tumbling in a dry creek bed. He touched the brim of his hat, a gesture of respect that seemed almost archaic. "Evening," Faye replied, keeping her voice level, betraying none of the apprehension churning inside her. She stepped just outside the doorway, positioning herself so the heavy wooden door was partially behind her, a potential shield. "Can I help you?" He gave a slight nod towards the pile of debris she'd made. "Just noticed the work. Takes grit fixing up a place like this, especially out here." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the imposing stone facade of the opera house, now silhouetted starkly against the darkening sky. "Heard talk in Rawlins about someone taking on the old Redemption Opera House. Didn't figure it'd be—" He hesitated, seemingly searching for the right word. "Someone like you." Faye stiffened slightly. Someone like her? Did he mean a woman? Alone? Or did he sense the incongruity, the woman playing dress-up in work clothes, the ghost of refinement clinging to her despite the dirt? "It needed saving," she said simply, offering no further explanation. "I'm Faye Carter. I own the place now." He nodded again, slowly. Nate Shaw. He didn't offer a handshake, for which she was grateful. Her hands were filthy, and the distance felt safer. "Prospector mostly. Been working claims up in the Rattlesnakes. Pass through here now and again." A prospector. That explained the weathered look, the solitude that seemed to cling to him like the dust on his coat. Men like that were common enough in Wyoming territory. Solitary figures chasing dwindling dreams in the exhausted hills, their lives etched with hardship and fueled by a stubborn, often fruitless hope. They kept to themselves, their paths rarely crossing settled life except for supplies. "Not much left in Redemption Gulch to pass through for," Faye observed, watching his face, looking for any flicker of deception. "No," he agreed readily. "Just ghosts and wind mostly, but the land remembers." He gestured vaguely towards the vast, darkening prairie. "Sometimes you find things folks forgot they lost." His gaze drifted back to the opera house. "Like this place, grand thing once upon a time." "It will be again," Faye said, the conviction in her voice surprising even herself. It was the mantra she repeated daily, the belief that kept her hauling stones and patching plaster. Nate Shaw looked at her, and for the first time she thought she saw something flicker in the shadow, beneath his hat brim curiosity, perhaps even a grudging respect. "Takes more than grit," he murmured, almost to himself. "Takes faith." He took a step closer, his slight limp more noticeable now. He stopped near a section of the stage visible through the open door, pointing with a calloused finger towards the proscenium arch where the floorboards looked particularly warped and uneven. "Stage looks rough," he commented. "Saw a beam loose backstage when I glanced in. That floor ain't safe, especially near the trapdoor workings. Takes just one wrong step." Faye followed his gaze. He was right. She'd known the stage floor needed serious attention. Reinforcing the supports underneath, replacing entire sections of planking. It was one of the most daunting tasks, one she hadn't quite figured out how to tackle alone. the sheer weight of the timbers, the structural knowledge required. It was beyond her current skills. "I'm aware," she said, a touch defensively. "It's on the list. A very long list." Nate chewed on his lower lip, his gaze still fixed on the problematic section of the stage. "I know timber," he said quietly. "Know how to brace things proper. Used to work construction back before." He didn't elaborate on the before. "Got some tools with my pack horse, could give you a hand with it if you like. Shore it up some, wouldn't take long." The offer hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Help? Real, practical help with the most difficult part of her restoration so far, offered freely by a stranger, a grizzled prospector who seemed to materialize out of the twilight. Her ingrained suspicions screamed at her. Why? What did he want? No one offered anything for free out here. There was always a price, spoken or unspoken. Yet. The stage was dangerous, and the thought of tackling it alone was overwhelming. His offer felt like a lifeline thrown into the sea of her solitude and struggle. He didn't seem to be asking for payment, though she knew she should offer something: food, coffee, perhaps a few dollars if he'd take them. "Why would you do that?" she asked, her voice sharper than she intended. Nate Shaw didn't flinch. He shrugged, a simple movement of his broad shoulders. "Place like this deserves better than to crumble to dust. And folks ought to help folks when they can. Not much of that left these days." He looked directly at her again, his eyes unreadable in the deep shadows. Besides, he added, a faint wry twist to his lips, "Prospecting slow gives me something useful to do with my hands besides sifting rock." His reasoning sounded plausible, simple, maybe too simple, but there was a weariness in his voice, a lack of calculation in his manner that chipped away at her defenses. He wasn't pushy. He'd made the offer. The decision was hers. She thought of the long days ahead, the sheer physical impossibility of managing heavy support beams alone. She thought of the creaking protests of the floor whenever she ventured near the center stage. She thought of the dwindling funds that wouldn't stretch to hiring help from Rawlins, even if she could find someone willing to come out to this godforsaken place. "All right, Mr. Shaw," she said slowly, the words feeling foreign on her tongue. Inviting someone into her carefully guarded world, even just the opera house, felt like a monumental step. I could use the help with the stage floor, just the stage." He nodded, seeming unsurprised. "Nate's fine. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring my tools." "Tomorrow morning," she agreed. "I start early." "So do I." He gave another brief touch to his hat brim. "Best be making camp before it's full dark." He turned towards his horse, his limp more pronounced as he walked away from her. He swung himself into the saddle with a practiced ease that belied the stiffness in his leg. Faye watched him ride away, the steady rhythm of his horse's hooves fading into the vast silence of the prairie night. He didn't look back. He simply melted into the deepening shadows, becoming one with the desolate landscape. She stood there for a long time after he was gone, the cool night air raising goosebumps on her arms. The wind whispered around the corners of the opera house, sounding less like a lament now and more like a question. Had she made a mistake, inviting a stranger, a man with unknown history and motives, into her sanctuary? She stepped back inside, pulling the heavy stage door closed. The latch clicked shut with a sound of finality. The interior was almost pitch black now, the faint starlight filtering through the cracks in the boarded windows doing little to dispel the gloom. The air felt thick, charged with the lingering presence of the prospector and the weight of her decision. Her hand went instinctively to her pocket, her fingers closing around the small, smooth shape of the wooden music box. Poor Helene. Another mystery in this house of secrets. Now, Nate Shaw was another variable, another unknown quantity added to the precarious equation of her life in Redemption Gulch. She lit the lantern she'd left near the entrance, its warm glow pushing back the oppressive darkness, casting flickering shadows that danced like phantoms in the empty orchestra pit and silent balconies. She did a final check, ensuring the main doors were bolted, though the rusty mechanism offered little real security. It was more ritual than protection. As she walked back towards her cabin under a sky littered with cold, indifferent stars, the silence of Redemption Gulch pressed in on her heavier than usual. The encounter with Nate Shaw had disturbed the fragile equilibrium she'd fought so hard to maintain. He was a shadow stretching out from the wilderness, touching the edges of her carefully constructed isolation. A prospector, he said, a man who knew timber, who offered help out of simple neighborliness. Perhaps that was all he was. But as she bolted the door of her small cabin behind her, the image of his steady, assessing gaze remained. There was something in his stillness, in the quiet way he observed the world, that hinted at depths unseen, at a past as carefully guarded as her own. His shadow lingered, not just in the twilight, but in the corners of her mind, a quiet intrusion into the lonely landscape of her existence. Tomorrow, he would return, and Faye Carter, the runaway heiress, playing librarian in a ghost town, couldn't shake the feeling that nothing would ever be quite the same again. The music box felt cool against her skin through the denim of her trousers, a silent reminder that the past, no matter how deeply buried, always found a way to echo in the present. Chapter 3. The Dust of Forgotten Songs. Dawn broke over the Redemption Gulch, not with a gentle blush, but with a fierce crystalline clarity. The sky, washed clean by the night's chill wind, was an immense pale blue, stretching infinitely above the silent, skeletal town. Faye stood on the small porch of her cabin, a steaming mug of chicory coffee warming her hands, watching the light creep across the prairie, turning the sparse grasses from gray to gold. The air was sharp and clean, carrying the scent of dust and dry sagebrush. Usually this quiet moment before the day's labor began was hers alone, a brief truce with the loneliness. Today it felt different, charged with anticipation laced with a thread of unease. Nate Shaw was coming. She'd slept fitfully, the encounter playing over in her mind, the stranger's quiet offer, the weariness in his voice, the unreadable depths in his shadowed eyes. Had she been foolishly trusting, or had she instinctively recognized something genuine in his offer, a shared understanding of hard work and the weight of the past? Out here, intuition was often the only compass one had. Hers was currently spinning wildly. Finishing her coffee, she set the mug down and headed towards the opera house, her steps purposeful. The sun was climbing higher now, casting long shadows from the derelict buildings that lined what was once Main Street. The opera house stood bathed in the morning light, its stone facade looking less grim, almost hopeful. The broken windows still gaped like empty eyes, but the sheer scale and ambition of the structure held a certain dignity. Her project, her folly, her sanctuary. She unlocked the heavy main doors, the bolt grating loudly in the stillness, and pushed them open. Sunlight streamed into the foyer, illuminating the thick layer of dust on the mosaic tile floor, the tarnished brass railings of the grand staircase leading to the unseen balconies, the faded velvet ropes that once guided patrons. She took a moment, breathing in the familiar scent. old wood, decaying fabric, that faint metallic tang she couldn't quite place, and something else, a dry, papery smell, like forgotten books or documents left undisturbed for decades. Inside the main auditorium, the light was more dramatic, filtering through the tall, arched windows, some boarded, some broken, creating stripes of brilliance and deep shadow across the rows of empty orchestra seats. Their velvet upholstery ripped and faded, dust motes danced thicker here, a constant silent blizzard in the slanted beams, and there, center stage, was the focus of today's impending work, the damaged floor, the potentially treacherous heart of her grand restoration. She crossed towards the stage, her boots echoing slightly in the vast space. The silence felt expectant. She retrieved her hammer and work gloves from the previous day, laying them out near the stage entrance. She checked the pile of debris she'd created, grimacing slightly. It needed to be hauled further away, burned properly, another task on the endless list. She heard him before she saw him, the steady clop of hooves, accompanied by the jingle of harness and the rhythmic tread of a second horse, plural. He'd mentioned a pack horse. Faye moved back towards the main entrance, peering out cautiously. Nate Shaw was riding his dun horse, leading a smaller, stockier mule, burdened with canvas-wrapped bundles, and what looked like a sturdy toolbox strapped securely behind the saddle. He pulled up near the hitching post, dismounting with that same stiff grace she'd noted yesterday. He looked much the same dusty canvas coat, wide-brimmed hat pulled low, grizzled jaw set firmly. He moved with an economy of motion, unstrapping the toolbox and the larger bundles from the mule, setting them carefully on the ground near the Opera House steps. He didn't look towards the open doors immediately, instead taking a moment to check the mule's load, adjusting a strap, running a hand along its flank with a quiet word Faye couldn't catch. There was a gentleness in the gesture that seemed at odds with his rough appearance. Finally, he straightened up and looked towards the entrance, where she stood watching. He nodded, a slight inclination of his head. "Morning, Miss Carter." "Morning, Mr. Shaw," she replied, stepping out into the sunlight. "You found your way back." A hint of a smile touched his lips, crinkling the corners of his eyes, though the eyes themselves remained shadowed by his hat. "Hard place to get lost in, Redemption Gulch. Easier to get lost leaving it." He gestured towards the tools and bundles, brought what I thought we might need: pry bars, saw, brace, and bit, some timbers I had packed for shoring up mine shafts. Might do the trick here, at least for reinforcing. "Thank you," Faye said, genuinely grateful, despite her lingering reservations. "Let me give you a hand." Together, they carried the tools and the surprisingly heavy timber lengths through the foyer and into the auditorium, laying them near the stage. The intrusion of his presence, his tools, his quiet competence felt significant, altering the solitary atmosphere she was accustomed to. The Opera House no longer felt entirely hers. It was now a shared space, at least temporarily. They spent the next hour examining the stage floor, Nate moving with surprising agility despite his limp. He tapped boards, peered underneath through gaps, ran his calloused hands over warped planks. He worked mostly in silence, occasionally murmuring technical observations under his breath. "Dry rot here, support beams shifted, needs sistering." Faye followed, listening, learning, pointing out areas she'd already noted as particularly weak. His knowledge was undeniable. He understood the stresses, the load-bearing points, the way wood aged and failed. He explained things simply, without condescension, sketching diagrams in the thick dust on the stage floor with his finger to illustrate how they could brace a sagging joist or replace a section of flooring without compromising the structure. Faye found herself relaxing slightly, caught up in the practical problem solving. This was tangible, measurable work, a welcome distraction from the intangible anxieties that usually plagued her. "All right," Nate said finally, straightening up and dusting off his hands on his trousers. "Best start by prying up these worst boards near the center. See what the joists look like underneath. Need to clear some of this debris backstage first, though. Give us room to work and pile the bad wood." Faye nodded. "I started clearing back there yesterday." "Saw that." He picked up a sturdy pry bar. "Let's get to it." They worked side by side, moving the accumulated junk backstage, more splintered props, ripped backdrops rolled into dusty cylinders, tangled ropes, broken crates. The air grew thick with disturbed dust, the smell intensifying. Faye tied her kerchief over her nose and mouth, and Nate did the same with a faded blue bandana he pulled from his pocket. They didn't talk much, the shared labor creating its own quiet rhythm. Faye found herself watching him covertly. The way his hands, rough and scarred, handled the tools with practiced skill. The quiet focus in his eyes when he assessed a problem. The way he moved deliberately, conserving energy, a man accustomed to long, hard days. There was a self-contained quality about him, a sense of deep-rooted patience. As they cleared a space near the rear wall, Faye's boot heel caught on something uneven hidden beneath a layer of grime and fallen plaster. She stumbled slightly, catching herself on a stack of dusty flats. "Careful there," Nate said, his voice muffled by the bandana. Faye knelt, brushing away the debris. It wasn't just uneven flooring, it was a small stack of papers, bound together with brittle twine, tucked away in a corner, as if hastily hidden. They were stiff with age, yellowed and water-stained around the edges. Sheet music. Her heart gave a small jump. She carefully lifted the stack. The top page was barely legible. The ink faded and blurred in places, but she could make out a title: Serenade for the Sundown. The composer's name was smudged beyond recognition. Below it, musical notation marched across the staves, intricate and surprisingly complex. "What's that?" Nate asked, pausing in his work, his gaze curious. "Sheet music," Faye said, her voice hushed. She carefully turned to the next page, and the next. There were several pieces, all handwritten, the notation precise, but clearly not professionally printed. Songs she didn't recognize with titles like Prairie Lament and The Miner's Dream. And then near the bottom of the stack, one title leaped out at her, stark and chilling against the faded paper: Helene's Waltz. Poor Helene, the inscription inside the music box she'd found yesterday. Her breath caught. She looked up at Nate, whose face was still partially obscured by the bandana, his eyes unreadable beneath his hat. Did he know? Was there a connection? "Find something interesting?" he asked mildly. Faye hesitated. Her instinct was to hide the discovery, just as she hid everything else about herself. But she'd already shown him the music, and she needed to know. "It's peculiar," she said slowly, holding up the page titled Helene's Waltz. "I found the music box yesterday cleaning out some old fabric, empty inside, but it had an inscription. Poor Helene, for Helene." Nate went very still. He didn't look at the sheet music in her hand. His gaze seemed to go distant, fixed on some point in the dusty middle distance. The silence stretched, heavy and taut. Even the dust motes seemed to pause in their dance. Never heard of it, he said finally, his voice flat, lacking its earlier rough warmth. He turned away abruptly, picking up a piece of broken timber. Best get this rubbish cleared. His reaction was too quick, too dismissive. He hadn't even glanced at the music she held out. It wasn't disinterest. It felt like deliberate avoidance. A wall had gone up, sudden and impenetrable. The easy rhythm of their shared work vanished, replaced by a new, uncomfortable tension. Faye carefully placed the stack of sheet music on a relatively clean, stable crate nearby, making a mental note to examine it more closely later, alone. She went back to helping Nate, but the atmosphere had shifted. The silence between them now felt heavy with unspoken things. Had the name Helene meant something to him? Was his prospecting just a cover? Was he connected to this place, to its past, in a way he wasn't admitting? They worked through the morning, prying up the damaged floorboards on the stage. It was hard, physical labor. Wood splintered. Nails screeched in protest as Nate's pry bar forced them loose after decades of silence. Underneath, the thick joists were revealed, some solid, others showing signs of rot or insect damage, confirming Nate's assessment. He worked with focused intensity, his earlier quietness now bordering on grimness. Faye matched his pace, hammering, pulling, hauling timbers, pushing her suspicions to the back of her mind, concentrating on the task at hand. Around midday, the sun high and hot outside, Faye straightened up, wiping sweat and grime from her forehead with the back of her arm. "I should fetch some water," she said, "and I have bread and cheese back at the cabin if you're hungry." It was the customary offer, a necessary courtesy. Nate paused, leaning on his pry bar. He shook his head. "Got my own canteen. And jerky. Thanks kindly, though." He avoided her eyes, his gaze fixed on the exposed structure beneath the stage floor. "All right," Faye said, trying to keep the disappointment from her voice. Sharing a simple meal might have eased the tension, offered a chance for conversation, for observation. His refusal felt like another closed door. She retrieved her own canteen from near the stage entrance and took a long drink of the lukewarm water. As she drank, her eyes scanned the dimly lit area beneath the stage, now accessible through the removed floorboards. Tangled ropes from the old trapdoor mechanism hung like fossilized snakes. Debris littered the packed earth floor below, more dust, scraps of wood, indefinable shapes lost in the gloom. And something else. Tucked away in the deepest shadows, almost hidden behind a thick support pillar, was what looked like a low wooden door set into the foundation wall. A door leading where? A storage cellar? Part of the trapdoor machinery access? She hadn't noticed it before. Nate suddenly cleared his throat. "Need to measure up for the replacement timbers," he said gruffly, turning back to the task, effectively dismissing her. Faye nodded, pushing the image of the hidden door aside for now. They worked for another hour, Nate meticulously measuring the gaps, calculating the lengths of reinforcing timbers needed. He worked with a precision that spoke of long practice. As he knelt, marking a joist with a piece of chalk, his hat shifted slightly. For a brief moment, Faye saw his eyes clearly in a shaft of sunlight. They weren't just weary. They held a deep, profound sadness, a haunted look that sent a shiver down her spine despite the heat of the day. It was gone in an instant as he adjusted his hat, the shadow returning, but the glimpse lingered in her mind. This man was carrying burdens far heavier than his toolbox. Prospecting might be his present, but his past was a shadow, that walked with him, long and dark. And Faye couldn't shake the feeling that his shadow and the shadows of the opera house itself were somehow intertwined. The faded sheet music, the name Helene, the hidden door beneath the stage, Nate's deliberate avoidance, they were pieces of a puzzle she hadn't known existed until yesterday. As the afternoon wore on, they began fitting the first of the reinforcing timbers Nate had brought, sistering them alongside the weakened joists. The work was slow, requiring strength and care. Nate directed her, his instructions concise, practical. The earlier tension eased slightly, replaced by the shared focus of the demanding work, but the undercurrent remained. Finally, as the light began to fade again, mirroring the previous evening, Nate straightened up, rubbing his lower back. "That's enough for today," he announced. "Got a solid start. We can finish the bracing tomorrow, start laying some of the replacement planking if the wood holds out." "It's good progress, sir," Faye agreed, genuinely impressed by how much safer the stage already felt beneath the newly supported areas. "Thank you, Nate. I couldn't have done this alone." He simply nodded, already gathering his tools. He moved towards the stage entrance, then paused, his back to her. "That music you found," he said, his voice low, hesitant. "Helene. That was the name of the woman who built this place, or rather, whose husband built it for her. Jacques Dubois, French fellow, made a fortune in the early strikes." Faye's breath caught. Helene Dubois. The opera house was built for her. Poor Helene. "What happened to them?" she asked softly. Nate stood silent for a long moment, silhouetted against the fading light filtering through the dusty foyer beyond. "Gone," he said finally, his voice rough, "like everyone else, like the gold, like the songs." He didn't elaborate. He picked up his toolbox and walked out of the auditorium without another word, his limp seeming more pronounced than before. Faye watched him go, a swirl of conflicting emotions rising within her. Gratitude for his help, suspicion about his motives, and a growing, haunting curiosity about the history of this place and the ghosts that seemed to linger in its dusty corners. Helene Dubois, the woman for whom this magnificent, foolish opera house was built. The woman whose name was etched inside a silent music box and scrawled on forgotten songs hidden backstage. And Nate Shaw, the quiet prospector with haunted eyes, knew her name. He knew more than he was telling. The dust of forgotten songs was stirring, and Faye had a sinking feeling that disturbing it might uncover more than just history. It might uncover heartbreak and perhaps even danger. Chapter 4. Pages turned in lamplight. The silence of her cabin pressed in, a stark contrast to the echoing spaces of the opera house and the quiet, charged presence of Nate Shaw. Back within her own four walls, Faye felt the day's exertion settle into her bones, a deep weariness that went beyond tired muscles. She bolted the rough-hewn door, the familiar scrape of wood on wood a small comfort in the vast encroaching emptiness of the Wyoming night. Outside, the wind had picked up, a low, mournful sigh sweeping across the prairie, rattling the single window pane in its ill-fitting frame. She lit the kerosene lamp on the small table, its yellow glow pushing back the shadows, revealing the familiar austerity of her home. It was little more than a single room, built tight against the elements, rough plank walls, scrubbed clean but perpetually dusty, a narrow cot covered with patch quilts, a small pot-bellied stove for warmth against the brutal winters, cold now in the late summer warmth, a few shelves holding her precious books, dog-eared volumes of poetry, well-worn novels, a practical guide to carpentry she consulted constantly. Her few possessions were neatly stored, betraying a sense of order that felt innate, a lingering habit from a life she'd shed. It was sparse, solitary, but it was hers, a refuge built on the foundation of her escape. After a simple meal of cold beans and the bread she'd baked 2 days prior, a far cry from the delicate pastries and multi-course dinners of her past, Faye felt the restlessness return. It wasn't just physical fatigue. Her mind wouldn't settle. Nate Shaw, his unexpected arrival, his quiet competence, his offer of help. And then his reaction to the name Helene. The sudden wall, the flicker of deep sadness she'd glimpsed in his eyes, the abrupt departure. He knew more. He knew the story, or at least part of it, behind the woman for whom the opera house was built. The woman whose name graced a forgotten waltz and a broken music box. He was right, of course. Folks ought to help folks. It was a principle she believed in, one of the few clear moral guides left in a world that often seemed stripped bare of them. But his help felt complicated, weighted with unspoken history. Was his kindness genuine? Or was it a means to an end, a way to get closer to the opera house, to her, for reasons he kept hidden? Her carefully constructed solitude felt breached, not just by his physical presence during the day, but by the questions he'd stirred, the past he seemed to carry like a shadow. She crossed to the rough shelf where she'd carefully placed the stack of sheet music retrieved from the opera house backstage. The papers felt brittle under her fingertips, the edges softened and frayed by time and damp. The scent rose from them dry, dusty, with a faint, almost floral undertone beneath the mustiness, like pressed flowers forgotten between pages. In the warm, focused pool of lamplight, she sat down at the table, pulling the stack closer. Serenade for the Sundown, Prairie Lament, The Miner's Dream. The title spoke of this place, of the hopes and hardships etched into the very landscape. The handwriting was elegant, surprisingly so, with precise, albeit faded ink strokes forming the notes and clefs. Someone with training had written this, someone with a feel for music that went beyond simple folk tunes. Jacques Dubois, the husband who built the opera house for his wife. Perhaps. A wealthy man with refined tastes, trying to replicate a piece of the cultured world he'd left behind in this raw wilderness? It seemed plausible. Then her fingers found the page she sought, Helene's Waltz. The title was written with a slightly bolder stroke, as if emphasizing its importance. Faye leaned closer, tracing the intricate melody line with her finger. The notes flowed across the page in 3/4 time, a graceful, swirling pattern that hinted at elegance and movement. She wasn't a trained musician. Pianoforte lessons had been part of her stifling upbringing, endured rather than enjoyed, but she could read music, could grasp the shape of a melody. She tried humming the opening bars, her voice soft in the quiet cabin. The tune was melancholic, deeply so, yet possessed a strange, lilting beauty. It wasn't a triumphant or joyous waltz. It felt like a memory rendered in sound, tinged with sorrow, perhaps regret. A dance for ghosts in an empty ballroom. There was a recurring phrase, a sequence of notes that seemed to catch in the throat, full of unresolved longing. As she hummed it again, a faint prickle of familiarity surfaced, distant and elusive, like a half-remembered dream. Had she heard something like it before? A lullaby, perhaps? No, it felt more complex than that, richer, sadder. The feeling vanished as quickly as it came, leaving her grasping at smoke. She turned the fragile page carefully. The waltz continued, building slightly in intensity before returning to the main, melancholic theme. There were no lyrics, just the pure, evocative language of the music itself. Near the bottom corner of the last page, almost lost in a water stain, was a tiny blurred initial. Not JD for Jacques Dubois. It looked like an R, or maybe a P. It was impossible to be certain. Just another small, frustrating piece of the puzzle. Who was Helene Dubois? Nate had said the opera house was built for her. A grand gesture of love, then? Or possession? A gilded cage in the middle of nowhere? Faye thought of her own past, the expectations, the fortune that had felt more like a prison than a privilege. Had Helene felt trapped here, despite the grandeur built in her name? Did this melancholic waltz reflect her own feelings, her own prairie lament? Faye's hand went to her trouser pocket, retrieving the small wooden music box she'd found the day before. She placed it on the table beside the sheet music, the lamplight glinting off its dark, grimy surface. Poor Helene! The carved prairie rose on the lid seemed to echo the wild, lonely beauty and hidden thorns of this land. She tried the clasp again, but it remained stubbornly rusted shut. Silent. Empty. A vessel that once held music, now holding only secrets. Was the melody it once played Helene's waltz? It felt overwhelmingly likely. Nate Shaw knew the name. He knew who she was. His refusal to discuss her further, his abrupt departure, spoke volumes. Was his connection to the Dubois family painful or incriminating? Prospectors often stumbled onto more than just gold in the wilderness. Sometimes they stumbled onto old secrets, old crimes, redemption. Gulch felt like a place built on such foundations, a town where the past refused to stay buried, its dust settling on everything. She thought back to the work they'd done together, the easy rhythm they'd fallen into while clearing debris, the shared satisfaction of securing the first reinforcing timbers. Despite her suspicion, despite the tension that arose later, there had been moments of simple connection. The way he'd explained the bracing technique, his patience, the quiet respect in his initial greeting, the glimpse of profound sadness in his eyes. He wasn't a simple man, this Nate Shaw. He was layered, complex, wounded, much like herself. Was that the source of her unease? The recognition of a fellow soul hiding from the world, carrying secrets like scars. Trust was a luxury she hadn't been able to afford since she'd slipped away from Philadelphia 5 years ago, leaving behind Florence Carlyle and the life that was suffocating her. She'd learned to rely only on herself, to keep her walls high. Nate Shaw, with his quiet offer of help and his shadowed past, represented a potential breach in those defenses, a risk she wasn't sure she was prepared to take. Yet, the opera house. It demanded more than she could give alone. The stage floor was just the beginning. The leaking roof, the crumbling plaster, the shattered windows, the task was monumental. Nate's skill with timber was undeniable, a practical asset she desperately needed. Could she accept his help while maintaining her distance, guarding her own secrets even as she tried to unravel his? She pushed the sheet music aside gently, the fragile paper whispering under her touch. She stood up and walked to the window, peering out into the impenetrable darkness. The wind soughed around the corners of the cabin, a lonely sound that usually amplified her own solitude. Tonight it felt different. Nate was out there somewhere, camped under the same vast, star-dusted sky, another solitary figure in the immense landscape. Was he looking back towards the faint glow of her lamp, wondering about the woman fixing up the ghost town's opera house? A sudden thought struck her, the hidden door beneath the stage. She'd glimpsed it only briefly when Nate had been measuring the joists, a low wooden door, tucked away in the shadows. Where did it lead? Nate hadn't mentioned it, hadn't seemed to notice it, though he'd spent time examining the underpinnings of the stage. Had he deliberately ignored it? Or had it simply been obscured by the debris until they started clearing the floorboards? Another secret held within the opera house walls, possibly connected to the Dubois family, to Helene, perhaps even to Nate himself. She returned to the table, her gaze falling again on Helene's waltz. That recurring phrase, the one that snagged in the heart. She hummed it again, concentrating, letting the notes sink in. This time, the flicker of familiarity was stronger, more insistent. It wasn't a complete memory, just a fragment, like a scent on the breeze triggering a long-forgotten emotion. A melody heard faintly, perhaps from another room long ago. In the large, echoing house of her childhood, it seemed impossible. Why would a waltz written in a Wyoming ghost town echo in a Philadelphia mansion decades later? Unless the connection wasn't the place but a person. Someone who had known both worlds? The lamp flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, making the small cabin feel both intimate and profoundly isolated. Faye Carter, the librarian, the restorer, the runaway, felt a tremor of something deeper than suspicion, something closer to fear, the secrets of redemption. Gulch weren't just history. They felt alive, reaching out from the past, intertwining with her present, pulling her towards an unknown future. And Nate Shaw, the prospector with sad eyes and quiet hands, stood right at the heart of it. Tomorrow, he would return, and Faye knew, with a certainty that chilled her despite the stuffy air in the cabin, that she couldn't simply accept his help with the timber and ignore the questions swirling around him, around Helene, around the music that seemed to weep with forgotten sorrows. The pages had been turned, and there was no going back. She had to know the truth, whatever the cost. Chapter 5. Below the Silent Stage. The second morning dawned much like the first, with that same fierce, cloudless Wyoming sky arching over the slumbering ghost town. But for Faye, the clarity felt different, less a promise of a new day, more a stark illumination of the questions that had troubled her sleep. Helene Dubois, Jacques Dubois, Nate Shaw, a waltz filled with sorrow, a silent music box, a hidden door. The pieces lay scattered in her mind, refusing to form a coherent picture, yet hinting at a complex, potentially tragic story interwoven with the very stones of the opera house. When Nate arrived, punctual as the sunrise, leading his mule laden with a few more carefully selected timbers, the air between them felt thick with unspoken thoughts. His greeting was gruff but polite. "Morning, Miss Carter," his gaze meeting hers only briefly, before shifting to the task at hand. Faye mirrored his reserve, offering a quiet, "Mr. Shaw," unwilling to push, yet hyper-aware of the wall he'd erected the previous day. The easy camaraderie of their initial work session felt like a distant memory, replaced by a cautious, watchful truce. They set to work immediately, the shared physical labor a necessary distraction. Today's task involved finishing the bracing of the weakened joists beneath the stage and beginning to lay some of the sturdy replacement planks Nate had brought. He worked with the same focused intensity, his movements economical, his knowledge of the materials absolute. He directed Faye with curt, clear instructions. "Hold this steady, mark here, pass the saw." She obeyed, her muscles quickly falling back into the rhythm of the work, grateful for the tangible progress, the sense of reclaiming the stage, inch by painful inch. Yet her mind kept drifting. downwards, to the space beneath their feet, the dark, unseen cavity revealed by the removed floorboards, the image of the low wooden door, tucked away in the shadows behind the support pillar, pulsed in her thoughts. Nate worked methodically across the stage, never lingering near the main opening they'd created above the trapdoor mechanism, never glancing down into the gloom for longer than necessary to assess a joist. He seemed almost deliberately focused on the perimeter, the edges of the stage, avoiding the center, the depths. Was it her imagination, fueled by suspicion, or was he consciously staying away from whatever lay beneath? An opportunity arose mid-morning. Nate needed a specific type of fastener, longer than the ones he had in his toolbox, potentially salvaged from the sturdy construction of the opera house's main structure rather than the lighter stage framing. Might be some heavy-duty bolts in the old workshop remnants out back, he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow with his bandana. Used them for the roof trusses, likely. Worth a look. Keep measuring these placements while I'm gone. He disappeared out the stage door, his footsteps crunching on the gravel outside, fading into the distance. Silence descended, broken only by the sighing wind outside and the occasional creak of the old building settling. Faye stood alone on the half-repaired stage, the scent of sawdust sharp in her nostrils. This was her chance. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Glancing quickly towards the stage door to ensure Nate wasn't immediately returning, she moved to the largest opening in the floor, near where the trapdoor mechanism resided. Kneeling carefully on the solid planking, she peered down into the darkness. The space beneath the stage was perhaps 5 feet high, the floor rough, packed earth. Cobwebs, thick and gray as shrouds, hung from the joists overhead and draped the support pillars. The air that drifted up felt cool and damp, carrying the smells of earth, mildew, and something else. A faint, cloying sweetness, like decaying flowers or old perfume, mixed with the acrid tang of rodent droppings. Her gaze swept the gloomy expanse, searching for the door. There, tucked away in the furthest corner, partially obscured by a tangle of old ropes and a fallen piece of scenery bracing. It was exactly as she'd remembered, low, made of rough-hewn planks, set directly into the stone foundation wall. It looked ancient, the wood dark and weathered, bound with crude iron hinges coated in rust. A simple wooden latch, swollen with damp, held it closed. Why was it there? Cellars weren't uncommon, used for storage, root cellars, sometimes even temporary shelters. But why hidden away beneath the stage, accessible only by crawling under the floorboards, unless it wasn't meant to be easily accessible, unless it guarded something best left undisturbed? Helene. The name whispered through Faye's mind. Was this connected to her? To the French husband who built this place for her? To the sad waltz bearing her name? Faye knew she shouldn't. Prying into secrets wasn't wise, especially not in a place like Redemption Gulch, especially not secrets potentially tied to the quiet, watchful man currently helping her. It courted trouble. It risked unraveling the fragile peace she'd found, the anonymity she clung to. But the pull was irresistible. The need to understand, to connect the fragments, was stronger than her caution. The opera house wasn't just wood and stone to her. It was a reflection, a repository of forgotten dreams and sorrows. Understanding its past felt crucial to reclaiming its future, and perhaps her own. She scanned the area quickly. Nate had left his lantern hanging on a hook near the stage entrance. Too conspicuous to take. She fumbled in her trouser pocket, relieved to find the small tin of matches she always carried, and a stub of a candle. Shielding the flame with her hand, she managed to light the candle, its small glow pushing back tentatively against the oppressive darkness beneath the stage. Taking a deep breath, she carefully lowered herself through the opening in the floorboards, her boots landing softly on the packed earth below. The air was immediately colder, damper. The smell of mildew and decay intensified. She straightened up, bending slightly to avoid hitting her head on the low joists. Holding the candle aloft, she picked her way through the debris towards the hidden door, her footsteps muffled by the soft earth. The door loomed larger as she approached. The wood was pitted and scarred, showing the marks of time and neglect. The iron hinges were thick with rust, frozen in place. The simple wooden latch looked sturdy despite its age. Was it locked from the inside or simply stuck fast? She reached out, her fingers brushing against the cold, rough wood. Hesitation prickled her skin. What if Nate came back? What if the door was locked for a reason, guarding something dangerous? What if opening it unleashed something better left contained? But the silence from outside was unbroken, and the mystery pulled harder than the fear. Setting the candle stub carefully on a protruding stone in the foundation wall, she gripped the wooden latch with both hands. It felt cool and slightly damp. She pulled. It didn't budge, swollen tight in its keep. She braced her feet, leaned back, and pulled again, putting her weight into it. There was a faint groan of protesting wood, a scraping sound. She pulled harder, gritting her teeth. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the latch lifted, splintered slightly but free. The door remained closed, held fast by inertia and time. Taking another breath, she found a slight gap near the hinges and wedged her fingers in, pulling steadily. The hinges shrieked in protest, a drawn-out, rusty screech that echoed horribly in the confined space. Slowly, reluctantly, the door began to open inwards, revealing not solid earth or stone, but a deeper darkness beyond. A wave of cold, stagnant air washed over her, carrying a smell that made her recoil. Damp earth, yes, but also something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like the tang she sometimes smelled on the stage, but stronger here, mingled with the cloying scent of mold. Holding the candle higher, she peered through the opening. It wasn't a large space, a small, stone-lined cellar, perhaps 10 feet square. The walls were damp, glistening slightly in the candlelight. The floor was earth, littered with more debris, broken pottery shards, rusted metal scraps, indeterminate lumps covered in mold. In one corner, a pile of burlap sacks lay rotting, their contents long spilled and decayed into indistinguishable mulch. Against the far wall leaned a collection of old tools, a pickaxe with a broken handle, a rusted shovel head, a length of heavy chain, standard cellar junk. But there was something else. In the center of the small room, placed almost deliberately, was a small, overturned wooden crate. And lying beside it, half buried in the dirt and mold, was something small and dark. Faye squeezed through the narrow opening, ducking her head. The air inside was heavy, oppressive. The silence was profound, broken only by the faint hiss of her candle flame and the frantic beating of her own heart. She approached the center of the room, holding the candle low. The object beside the crate was a boot, a woman's boot, small, elegant, made of fine leather, though now cracked, stained, and stiff with age and damp. The style was delicate, high-buttoned, clearly expensive, utterly out of place in this rough cellar, on this rugged frontier. A boot fit for walking on polished floors, not packed earth. A boot fit for an opera house patron. or its namesake? Her gaze scanned the surrounding dirt near the boot, the candlelight flickering over the uneven surface. Were there other belongings, signs of a struggle? Or was it simply discarded, lost long ago? Then she saw it, a small glint of metal protruding from the earth near the toe of the boot. Kneeling carefully, avoiding the worst of the mold, she used her fingers to gently scrape away the dirt. It was a locket, small, heart-shaped, made of tarnished silver or perhaps pewter. It was attached to a delicate chain, broken and blackened. She picked it up. It felt cold and heavy in her palm. The front was engraved with intricate floral patterns, almost obscured by tarnish. With trembling fingers, she fumbled with the tiny clasp. Unlike the music box, this one yielded, springing open. Inside, protected from the damp and decay, were two miniature portraits painted with exquisite detail. On one side, a dark-haired man with intense eyes and a neatly trimmed beard, Jacques Dubois, perhaps. He looked proud, prosperous, a man accustomed to being in charge. And on the other side, Faye's breath caught in her throat, a woman with dark, expressive eyes, framed by waves of dark hair, swept up elegantly. Her face held a mixture of beauty, intelligence, and a profound, haunting sadness that seemed to reach out across the decades. Helene, it had to be her. The resemblance to the feeling evoked by the waltz was uncanny. Poor Helene, this locket, this boot, this hidden cellar. They were pieces of her story, fragments left behind in the darkness. But why here? Why hidden beneath the stage? What had happened in this small, damp, forgotten space? A sudden noise from above, the heavy tread of boots on the stage floor, jolted Faye back to the present. Nate? He was back. Panic seized her. She snapped the locket shut, her fingers closing tightly around it. She scrambled back towards the opening, grabbing the candle stub. She couldn't let him find her here. Couldn't let him know she'd discovered this place, this locket. Her mind raced. Quickly, she pushed the door almost closed, leaving it just slightly ajar as it had been, hoping the disturbed latch wouldn't be obvious in the gloom. She blew out the candle, plunging the cellar back into near-total darkness, save for the faint light filtering from the stage opening above. "Miss Carter!" Nate's voice called down closer than she expected. He must be standing right over the main opening. His voice sounded different, still rough, but tighter somehow, strained. "You all right down there? Thought I heard something." Faye froze in the narrow space between the cellar door and the support pillar, hidden in the deepest shadow. Had he heard the hinges? Had he seen the candlelight? Just checking the stability of the main support here," she called back, praying her voice sounded steady, normal. "Dropped a small tool. Found it now." There was a pause, long enough for Faye's heart to pound against her ribs like a trapped bird, long enough for her to imagine him peering down, his eyes adjusting to the darkness, spotting the slightly ajar cellar door. "All right then," he said finally, his voice retreating slightly. "Found those bolts. Let's get back to these planks." Faye waited until she heard his footsteps move decisively away from the opening before letting out a shaky breath. She stayed crouched in the darkness for another minute, the cold metal of the locket pressing into her palm. The image of Helene's sad eyes burned into her mind. The space beneath the stage no longer felt just old and neglected. It felt heavy with secrets, saturated with sorrow. And Nate Shaw's deliberate avoidance of this central area, coupled with the strained note in his voice when he called down to her, solidified her fear. He knew about this place. He knew or suspected what might be found here. Slowly, carefully, She climbed back out of the darkness, emerging into the dusty light of the stage like a swimmer surfacing for air. She brushed the damp earth from her trousers, trying to appear nonchalant as she walked back towards where Nate was laying out the bolts. The tarnished locket felt like a lead weight in her pocket, a tangible piece of the tragedy she had unearthed. The silent stage had yielded one of its secrets, but instead of clarity, Faye felt only a deeper, more dangerous layer of mystery unfolding around her, with Nate Shaw standing squarely in its shadow. Chapter 6, Stones Cast in the Night. The rest of the workday passed under a veneer of strained productivity. Nate Shaw remained focused on the timber, his movements precise, his words sparse. He offered instruction, pointed out necessary adjustments, but the quiet observations, the almost companionable silence they had briefly shared the day before, were gone. He worked with a grim efficiency, his gaze rarely lifting from the task at hand, and when it did, it seemed to skitter away from the dark opening in the center of the stage, the gateway to the secrets Faye now carried heavy in her pocket. Faye matched his pace, hammering nails, positioning planks, her body aching with the familiar rhythm of labor. But her mind was elsewhere, replaying the moments in the cellar, the chill of the air, the sight of the small, elegant boot, the tarnished silver locket clutched tight in her hand. Helene Dubois's sad eyes seemed superimposed over the dusty stage, her silent story demanding attention. Faye found herself watching Nate from the corner of her eye, noting the tension in his shoulders, the way his jaw clenched, almost imperceptibly, when a board creaked near the trapdoor area. He knew. He had to know something was down there, something connected to the tragedy he'd only hinted at. His avoidance wasn't born of ignorance, but of knowledge he clearly had no intention of sharing. The air crackled with unspoken questions. Faye longed to confront him, to hold up the locket and demand answers, but the instinct for self-preservation, honed over 5 years of living under an assumed name, held her back. He was still a stranger, a man whose past was a locked room. Pushing too hard, revealing what she'd found could be dangerous. He was helping her, providing skills she desperately needed. But trust remained a fragile, perhaps foolish commodity. For now she would hold the secret of the cellar close, another layer added to her own hidden history. When the afternoon light began to slant low through the tall windows, painting long, distorted shadows across the auditorium, Nate straightened up, signaling the end of the day's work. He gathered his tools with the same abrupt finality as the previous evening. "Got a good section laid," he said, his voice rough, devoid of inflection. "Should let it settle. Can continue tomorrow. Need to fetch more water from the creek anyways." He didn't wait for her agreement, simply picked up his toolbox and headed towards the stage door. "Nate!" Faye called out, stopping him just as he reached the exit. He paused, turning slightly, his face mostly obscured by a shadow and hat brim. "Ma'am?" "Thank you," she said, the words feeling inadequate but necessary. "The floor feels much safer already." He gave a curt nod, a barely perceptible movement. "Just work that needs doing." And then he was gone, his footsteps fading quickly into the vast silence outside, leaving Faye alone once more in the echoing grandeur of the opera house. She stood motionless for a long time, listening to the silence that rushed back in to fill the space Nate's presence had occupied. The scent of fresh-cut wood mingled with the ever-present dust and decay. The newly laid planks gleamed faintly in the dying light. A small patch of solid ground in the midst of ruin. Progress, but the discovery beneath the stage cast a long shadow over the achievement. The opera house felt different now, heavier, its secrets pressing closer. With a sigh, Faye collected her own few tools. She lingered near the opening in the stage floor, peering down into the darkness where the hidden cellar lay. She could almost feel the cold air rising from it, hear the ghostly echo of the rusty hinges shrieking. What horrors had that small space witnessed? Why was Helene's boot down there? Had she been hiding, imprisoned, or worse? The locket felt like a brand in her pocket. Reluctantly, she forced herself to move, securing the stage door, checking the main entrance bolts, the familiar ritual of closing up. As she stepped outside, the wind hit her, cooler now as evening drew in, carrying the scent of distant rain and the lonely cry of a coyote from the surrounding hills. Redemption. Gulch huddled under the immense sky, its skeletal structures looking stark and vulnerable against the deepening twilight. Nate's camp was likely somewhere down near the sluggish creek that snaked through the edge of the gulch, hidden from view. He hadn't said where, and she hadn't asked. Their arrangement was purely practical, or so she tried to tell herself. Back in the relative security of her cabin, Faye bolted the door and leaned against it for a moment, closing her eyes. The solitude she usually craved felt oppressive tonight, tinged with a new vulnerability. She wasn't just alone. She felt exposed, as if the secrets she'd unearthed had somehow made her a target. She lit the lamp, its familiar glow a small comfort against the gathering darkness outside and the growing unease within. After forcing down some food she barely tasted, she retrieved the locket from her pocket. Sitting at the table, the lamp pulled close, she examined it again. The tarnish seemed darker now, the engraved flowers barely visible. She opened it carefully. The tiny portrait stared back at her from across the decades. Jacques Dubois, his gaze intense, possessive perhaps, and Helene. Faye studied her face, searching for clues. The sadness in her eyes was undeniable, a deep well of sorrow that seemed at odds with the elegant sweep of her hair and the fine quality implied by the miniature painting. But there was spirit there too, a hint of defiance in the set of her mouth, a spark of intelligence in her dark eyes. She wasn't just a victim. She looked like a woman capable of deep passion, fierce loyalty, perhaps even desperate acts. What had happened to her? Nate had simply said gone, a common enough fate on the frontier, where lives could be snuffed out by accident, illness, or violence, leaving few traces. But the hidden cellar, the boot, the waltz full of melancholic longing, they hinted at something more specific, something hidden deliberately. Had she run away? Had Jacques hidden her away? Had Nate Shaw, the quiet prospector who knew her name, played a part in her disappearance? Faye gently closed the locket, the faces disappearing back into the tarnished silver heart. She held it tight, the cold metal a tangible link to the past, a heavy weight of responsibility. She couldn't simply rebury it, couldn't pretend she hadn't found it. Helene's story, whatever it was, deserved to be known. She tried to read, picking up a volume of Emerson, seeking solace in philosophy, but the words blurred on the page. Her thoughts kept circling back to the opera house, to Nate, to the cellar. The wind outside seemed to pick up, rattling the window pane more insistently, moaning around the corners of the small cabin like a chorus of lost soul. Then another sound cut through the wind's lament, sharp, cracking, like a gunshot, but somehow duller. Faye froze, her head snapping up, listening intently. Silence, then another crack, followed by the distinct, sickening sound of shattering glass. It came from the direction of the opera house. Her blood ran cold. Vandals? Drifters? Or something more deliberate? She sprang up, her heart pounding, extinguishing the lamp with trembling fingers, plunging the cabin into darkness. Moving cautiously to the window, she peered out into the blackness. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds that had rolled in with the rising wind, making it impossible to see much beyond the immediate vicinity of her cabin. But she could hear it now, faint, rough voices, punctuated by more sharp cracks and the occasional thud, as if something heavy was being thrown against stone. They were attacking the opera house, her opera house. A wave of cold fury washed over her, momentarily eclipsing her fear. All the work, the sweat, the scraped knuckles, the hope she poured into that crumbling building, she wouldn't let them destroy it. But what could she do? Confronting a group of unknown men in the dark was suicide. She had the old Colt revolver her father had insisted she learn to use, a heavy, unfamiliar weight, hidden beneath a loose floorboard. But the thought of actually firing it at someone terrified her. She listened, straining her ears. The sounds seemed sporadic now, less aggressive. Were they leaving or just pausing? She had to know. She had to see the damage. Waiting until morning felt unbearable. Making a decision, she moved silently to the floorboard. Retrieving the cold, heavy weight of the revolver, she checked the load, the familiar clicks loud in the tense silence of the cabin. She didn't intend to use it unless absolutely necessary, but the feel of it in her hand offered a sliver of courage. Belting it on over her trousers felt strange, alien. Unbolting the door as quietly as possible, she slipped out into the windy darkness. The air was cold, carrying the metallic scent of impending rain. Keeping low, using the dilapidated skeletons of nearby buildings for cover, she moved towards the opera house, her senses on high alert. The wind whipped strands of hair across her face, its roar partially masking any sounds the vandals might still be making, but also covering her own cautious approach. As she drew closer, the main structure of the opera house loomed against the dark sky, a massive, wounded silhouette. She could see the damage now. Several of the already fragile upper windows, the ones not fully boarded, were newly shattered, jagged edges gaping blackly. Lower down near the main entrance, dark shapes marred the stonework, crude symbols or words, painted or smeared with something dark. She couldn't make them out from this distance. She circled around towards the side, near the stage entrance Nate used. More damage here. One of the sturdy planks she'd used to board up a ground floor window had been ripped partially away, hanging drunkenly. And there, scattered on the ground beneath the windows, were the missiles. Stones, fist-sized rocks gathered from the creek bed or the surrounding hills, cast in the night against the lonely grandeur of the opera house. There were no voices now, no sounds of movement beyond the howling wind. Whoever had done this was gone. Cowards, striking in the dark and fleeing. But why? Random destruction by passing drifters or a message? Faye crept closer, the revolver heavy in her hand, scanning the shadows. Nothing. Just the wind and the newly inflicted scars on her sanctuary. She reached the main entrance, her eyes adjusting enough to make out the crude markings on the stone. Not symbols, a single word scrawled large and unevenly in what looked like thick mud or tar. Leave. A chill, colder than the night wind, snaked down her spine. This wasn't random, this was personal, a warning directed at her. Why? Because she was fixing the place up? Because she was an outsider? Or because she was getting too close to something someone wanted to stay buried? Her discovery in the cellar flashed in her mind. Had someone seen her? Did someone know she possessed the locket, that she'd found the hidden room? Or was it Nate? Was this his way of scaring her off, making her abandon the project and his unwanted help, allowing the secrets to remain undisturbed? No, it didn't feel like his style. This felt cruder, more desperate. She touched the rough stone beside the ugly word, her fingers coming away sticky. Tar! The smell of it hit her nostrils, sharp and acrid beneath the damp air. She scanned the ground, searching for footprints, any clue left behind. The wind and the darkness made it difficult, but she could make out scuffed earth, disturbed gravel, the tracks of several booted feet, already being softened by the rising wind. Nothing definitive. Standing there, alone in the blustering darkness, surrounded by the evidence of malicious intent, Faye felt a wave of desolation wash over her. Redemption. Gulch had always been lonely, but now it felt actively hostile. Yet beneath the fear, something else hardened within her. Resolve. They wanted her to leave, to abandon the opera house to the ghosts and the decay. They wanted her to run, just as Florence Carlyle had run from Philadelphia. But Faye Carter wouldn't run, not this time. This place, this ruin was hers. Its secrets were becoming hers. She wouldn't be intimidated by stones cast in the night or words smeared in tar. She straightened her shoulders, the cold weight of the revolver a grim reminder of the stakes. The wind howled around her, whipping her hair across her face, but she stood her ground, staring defiantly at the ugly command. Let them try. She wasn't leaving. She would find out who did this, and she would uncover the truth about Helene Dubois, no matter the cost. The fight for the opera house had just become a fight for survival, and its outcome was written not in tar, but in the choices she would make under the vast, uncaring Wyoming sky. Chapter 7. A Melody from a Locked Room. Sleep offered no escape. Faye drifted in a restless state, haunted by the image of Helene's sad eyes in the locket, the rough feel of tar under her fingertips, and the ugly command "Leave" scrawled across the stones of her sanctuary. Each gust of wind rattling the cabin window sounded like another thrown stone, each creak of the old wood like stealthy footstep outside. When dawn finally broke, painting the bruised clouds with streaks of reluctant pink and gray, she felt exhausted, gritty-eyed, but fiercely awake. The fear hadn't dissipated, but overnight it had forged itself into a cold, hard resolve. They wouldn't break her. She wouldn't run. She forced herself through her morning routine coffee, tending the chickens whose nervous clucking seemed to echo her own unease, checking the perimeter of her small claim. Nothing seemed disturbed near the cabin itself. The attack had been focused solely on the opera house, a deliberate, calculated strike against her efforts, against her presence. As the sun climbed higher, burning off the remnants of the night's cloud cover, she walked towards the opera house, the heavy coat still belted at her hip, feeling less alien now, more like a necessary extension of her will. From a distance, the damage looked stark in the clear morning light. The shattered upper windows gaped like fresh wounds. The tarred word on the facade was a hideous black scar against the pale stone. Anger surged, hot and clean, momentarily eclipsing the fear. How dare they? She spent the first hour assessing the damage up close. Several valuable panes of glass in the upper gallery windows, already fragile, were completely destroyed. Replacing them would be costly, difficult. The stones, thankfully, hadn't seemed to cause significant structural damage beyond chipping the stone facade in places, but the mess was considerable. Broken glass littered the ground near the entrances and inside the foyer, and the tar, It had soaked into the porous stone, refusing to yield easily to her initial attempts to scrape it off with her knife. It would remain a constant, ugly reminder of the threat. She was trying, futilely, to scrub at the edges of the thick black letters with a stiff brush and water fetched from her cabin when she heard the familiar sound of Nate Shaw's horses approaching. Her hand tightened instinctively on the brush handle, her muscles tensing. She turned slowly as he rode up leading the pack mule. He stopped a few yards away, his gaze taking in the shattered windows, the scattered stones, the tarred word on the wall. His face, already weathered and grim, seemed to harden further. The usual shadows beneath his hat brim couldn't conceal the tightening of his jaw, the sudden stillness that came over him. He didn't speak immediately, just surveyed the scene, his eyes missing nothing. Finally, he dismounted, looping the reins around the hitching post with deliberate slowness. He walked towards her, his limp barely noticeable, his gaze fixed on the tarred word. He stopped beside her, close enough that she could smell the faint scent of wood smoke and horse that clung to his clothes. "See you had visitors?" he said, his voice low and gravelly, rougher than usual. Faye watched his face, searching for any flicker of guilt, surprise, or feigned ignorance. She saw only a deep, weary anger, mirroring her own, but perhaps rooted in something older, deeper. "Seems that way," she replied, her voice tight. "Sometime late last night? Stones and tar?" He crouched down, examining one of the larger stones lying near the steps. He picked it up, weighed it in his calloused hand. "Coward's work," he muttered, tossing the stone aside with disgust. He straightened, his gaze meeting hers directly for the first time that morning. His eyes, clear in the bright light, held a mixture of concern and something else. Appraisal. "You all right, Miss Carter? Didn't come near your cabin?" "No," she said. "They were only interested in this place, making their point." She gestured towards the word leave. Nate stared at the tarred letters for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "Folks round here don't take kindly to change," he said eventually, though his tone suggested he thought it was more than just general resentment. "Especially when it stirs up old dust." "Old dust?" Faye prompted, holding his gaze. "Like the dust backstage? Like Helene Dubois?" He didn't flinch, but a shudder seemed to come down behind his eyes, the connection severed. "Could be anything." He deflected, turning away to look up at the broken windows. "Could be drifters thinking there's something worth stealing inside. Could be kids making trouble, though there ain't many kids left round here." He shook his head. "Either way, it's a damn shame." He looked back at her. "Need help boarding up those windows proper? And cleaning this mess?" His offer felt genuine. The anger in his eyes when he looked at the damage seemed real. If he was responsible, he was a consummate actor. If he wasn't, then his presence, his skills, were once again a lifeline she couldn't readily dismiss, especially now. The vandalism underscored her vulnerability, her need for allies, however uncertain. "I'd appreciate the help with the windows," she conceded. "The tar, I don't know if anything will shift it." "Might try lye soap, strong stuff," he suggested. "Or turpentine if you got any, but it sinks deep into stone like this." He ran a hand over the rough surface near the tar, his expression grim. "Sometimes scars just stay." They worked together for the next few hours, the shared task creating a fragile truce. Nate, with his height and strength, managed to secure sturdy planks over the shattered upper windows, blocking the gaping holes against the elements and prying eyes. Faye gathered the scattered stones, piling them out of the way, swept up the worst of the broken glass inside the foyer. They worked mostly in silence, the only sounds the scrape of the broom, the hammering of nails, the ever-present sigh of the wind through the empty town. The tension remained, an invisible barrier between them, built of unspoken questions and guarded secrets. Faye found herself acutely aware of his proximity, the quiet competence of his movements, the way he seemed to fill the space around him. Despite her suspicions, despite the warnings smeared on the wall, a part of her felt safer with him nearby. It was a paradox that left her feeling unsettled, off balance. Around noon, after the windows were secured, Nate started gathering the tools they'd used for the stage repair, preparing to resume that work. Faye, needing a moment away from the charged silence, murmured something about checking the rest of the building for any other damage. She left him on the stage and wandered deeper into the cavernous auditorium, the locket a cool weight in her pocket. The main hall seemed untouched, save for the dust disturbed by their entry. Sunlight streamed through the high, grimy windows, illuminating the rows of empty, decaying seats, the tarnished brass railings of the deserted balconies, the peeling gilt on the proscenium arch. It was a place of ghosts, of faded grandeur, and now of palpable threat. Her gaze drifted upwards, towards the ornate private boxes that flanked the stage at the balcony level. Most were empty shells, their doors long gone or hanging open. But one, the largest, most central box, presumably the one reserved for the Dubois family, had its door firmly closed. It was darker wood than the others, carved with more elaborate detail, though coated now with decades of dust. A locked room? Driven by a restless curiosity, amplified by the morning's events, Faye climbed the grand curving staircase, her footsteps echoing eerily in the silence. The air grew cooler, staler as she ascended. The balcony level offered a sweeping view of the stage and the empty seats below. Dust lay thick on the velvet railings, muffling the sound of her boots. She approached the closed door of the main box. It was indeed locked. A heavy brass keyhole stared out like a blind eye. She pushed gently. The door didn't budge, solid and unyielding in its frame. Why was this one room secured when so much else had been left to decay or plunder? What had been kept inside? Helene's private sanctuary within the grand space built for her? A repository for records? Or something else? Frustrated, she leaned her forehead against the cool, dusty wood for a moment. The faint, papery scent of old documents and dry rot emanated from the cracks around the doorframe. And something else, very faint, almost imaginary. Was that the cloying sweetness she'd smelled beneath the stage? Or was her mind playing tricks on her? She ran her fingers along the edge of the door, searching for any give, any weakness. Nothing. It was sealed tight. She crouched down, peering at the keyhole, but it was dark, revealing nothing. Defeated for the moment, she straightened up, her gaze sweeping over the dusty balcony. Near the entrance to the locked box, tucked away in a corner against the wall, sat something she hadn't noticed from below, an upright piano, or what was left of one. It was scarred and battered, its wood veneer peeling, several keys missing like broken teeth. The lid was closed, coated in a thick blanket of dust. It looked like another casualty of time and neglect, perhaps dragged up here long ago and abandoned. Drawn to it, Faye approached and wiped a clear patch on the dusty lid. The manufacturer's name was barely visible on a tarnished brass plate. Gaveau, Paris, French like Jacques Dubois. Had this belonged to Helene? Hesitantly, she lifted the heavy lid. The keys that remained were yellowed and stained, some chipped. The felt hammers inside looked moth-eaten and worn, but it was still recognizable as an instrument. Driven by an impulse she didn't fully understand, Faye sat down on the rickety velvet-topped stool that miraculously still stood beside it. Her fingers hovered over the keys. She wasn't a performer, her childhood lessons a distant, unpleasant memory. But the music, Helene's waltz, it lingered in her mind, that sad, lilting melody. Closing her eyes, concentrating, she tried to pick out the tune, translating the notes she'd studied last night by lamplight into sound. The first note she struck was horribly out of tune, a jarring clang that echoed dissonantly in the empty space. She winced. She tried again, finding another key, then another, slowly, haltingly picking out the opening phrase of the waltz. The piano groaned and wheezed, the notes sour and discordant, a broken voice trying to sing a forgotten song. Yet even through the dissonance, the melody emerged, that melancholic, questioning phrase that seemed to catch in the throat. She played it again, her fingers stumbling, the broken piano protesting. And as the warped notes hung in the dusty air, the feeling of familiarity washed over her again, stronger this time, almost overwhelming. Where had she heard this before? It wasn't just a feeling, it was a specific memory, hovering just beyond the reach of conscious thought. A dimly lit room, the scent of lavender water, a woman humming softly. Her mother? No, her mother had preferred hymns, sturdy and reassuring. This melody was too full of sorrow, too complex. An aunt, a governess. She played the phrase again, concentrating fiercely, trying to grasp the elusive thread of memory. The notes seemed to unlock something deep within her, a forgotten corner of her childhood. Philadelphia, the sprawling, opulent house that had felt more like a museum than a home. The endless succession of tutors, relatives, visitors. And then it clicked. Not her immediate family. It was during one of those interminable visits to Great Aunt Elspeth, her father's formidable, eccentric relative who lived in a house crammed with European artifacts and whispered scandals. Elspeth had a companion, a quiet, sad-eyed Frenchwoman named Cécile, Solange. Faye couldn't recall the name precisely. The woman rarely spoke, drifting through the shadowed rooms like a ghost herself. But sometimes Faye, hiding from her lessons, would hear her humming, a soft, repetitive tune, always the same melancholic melody. And once, just once, Faye had peeked into the dusty music room and seen the companion sitting at the grand piano, her fingers tracing out that very same waltz, the notes drifting sadly through the closed door. Helene's waltz, played by a sad-eyed French companion in a Philadelphia mansion years ago. Faye's hands dropped from the keys, the last sour note fading into the silence. Her heart was pounding. It wasn't possible. How could a melody composed, presumably, here in this remote Wyoming outpost, find its way to her great-aunt's companion in Philadelphia? Who was that woman? Was she connected to Hélène Dubois, to Jacques? Had she known them? Escaped from here, carrying the music with her? The locked door of the private box seemed suddenly more ominous. What secrets did it hold? Was the French companion the key? Finding secrets in the dust up here? Faye gasped, spinning around on the stool, her hand flying instinctively to the revolver at her hip. Nate Shaw stood at the top of the stairs, leaning against the railing, watching her. His expression was impossible to read, his face shadowed as he looked across the balcony towards her. How long had he been standing there? Had he heard her clumsy attempt at playing? Had he recognized the tune? Just looking around, Faye stammered, trying to regain her composure, feeling caught, exposed. This piano? It's French? Nate didn't move. His gaze lingered on the piano, then shifted to the locked door of the box beside it. A lot of things came from France for this play, he said quietly. Dubois spared no expense for his Helene. He paused, then added, his voice carefully neutral. That box was hers. Kept it locked herself, mostly. He knew. He knew it was Helene's private space. He knew it was kept locked. Faye stood up slowly, facing him across the dusty expanse of the balcony. The air felt thick with unspoken history, with the weight of the melody still echoing in her mind, connecting this remote ghost town to the drawing rooms of her past. Did you know her, Nate? She asked, the question direct, quiet, but unwavering. Did you know Helene Dubois? Nate pushed himself away from the railing. He didn't answer immediately. He walked slowly towards her, his footsteps echoing on the wooden floorboards. He stopped a few feet away, close enough now that she could see the deep lines etched around his eyes, the guardedness in his expression. The silence stretched, heavy and expectant, broken only by the distant moan of the wind outside the newly boarded windows. He looked from Faye to the piano, to the locked door, his gaze lingering on the tarnished keyhole, as if seeing ghosts only he could perceive. The melody Faye had clumsily awakened seemed to hang in the air between them, a question demanding an answer he was clearly unwilling, or perhaps unable, to give. Chapter 8. Scars the Desert Remembers. The silence stretched, taut and heavy, thick with the dust of decades and the weight of Faye's direct question. Nate Shaw stood immobile a few feet away, the vast empty space of the Opera House balcony framing him like a figure in a half-forgotten painting. His gaze wasn't fixed on Faye, but rather on the locked door of Helene Dubois' private box, as if the tarnished keyhole held answers he couldn't or wouldn't articulate. The sour notes Faye had coaxed from the broken piano seemed to hang in the air, a ghostly echo of the waltz that connected this desolate place to her own distant past. Did you know her, Nate? Faye repeated softly, refusing to let the silence swallow her question. Helene Dubois? He drew a slow breath, the sound audible in the stillness. When he finally turned his head, his eyes met hers, but they were guarded. The vulnerability she'd glimpsed before, buried deep. Knew of her, he said, his voice carefully measured, neutral. Everyone in the territory knew of the Dubois woman. Hard not to, with her husband building this monument. His gaze swept around the decaying grandeur of the balcony, lingering for a moment on the peeling gilt and faded velvet. Right here in the middle of nowhere. He made sure folks knew who he was and who she belonged to. The phrasing "who she belonged to" struck Faye, echoing her own thoughts about gilded cages. It was a careful answer, acknowledging Helene's existence while erecting a wall against any personal connection. He spoke of her as a local legend, a possession of the wealthy Jacques Dubois, not as a person he might have encountered, known, perhaps even cared about. Just of her, Faye pressed gently, emboldened by the strange convergence of the music, the locket, and the attack. This music, she gestured towards the dilapidated piano, it feels personal, sad, like someone poured their heart into it, not just a monument. Nate's gaze, flickered towards the piano, then quickly away, a muscle twitched in his jaw. Dubois brought musicians out from back east sometimes. Maybe one of them penned it for her. It was another deflection. Plausible on the surface, but his strained tone, the deliberate avoidance, told a different story. He wouldn't discuss Helene, not willingly. He shifted his weight, the movement breaking the fragile standoff. "Best get back to the stage," he said gruffly, turning away from the locked box and the silent piano. "Sun's climbing. Got planks to lay before we lose the light." He started walking back towards the main staircase, his limp seeming more pronounced on the dusty floorboards. Faye watched him go, a mixture of frustration and burgeoning certainty churning within her. He was hiding something. His knowledge of the locked box, his reaction to the music, his careful evasions, they all pointed towards a deeper, more painful connection to the Dubois tragedy than he was willing to admit. But pushing him further now felt futile, possibly dangerous. She had planted the seed, let him know she was asking questions, looking beyond the surface. For now, that would have to be enough. With a last glance at the impassive locked door, she followed him down the echoing staircase, back towards the stage where the tangible work awaited. The air downstairs felt different after the charged atmosphere of the balcony. The scent of sawdust was stronger. The sight of the newly laid planks, a comforting reminder of practical progress. They resumed their work on the stage floor, falling back into the rhythm of measuring, sawing, and nailing. The physical labor was grounding, but the silence between them was no longer companionable or even neutral. It felt watchful, brittle. Faye found herself observing Nate with a new intensity, the way his scarred hands moved with such surety, guiding the saw along a chalk line, hammering nails with swift economical blows. Where had those scars come from? Brawls? Accidents? Or something tied to the violence that always simmered beneath the surface of frontier life? He worked with a relentless focus, seemingly absorbed in the task. Yet Faye noticed subtle things, the way his gaze occasionally darted towards the trapdoor opening, even though it was now partially covered by new planking. The way he stiffened, almost imperceptibly, when a floorboard creaked nearby. The way he kept his back to the main auditorium more often than not, as if unwilling to face the empty seats, the silent balconies, the locked box, watching from above. He was a man haunted, not just by his own past, but by the past embedded in this very building. And the vandalism, the crude warning smeared in tar, had clearly unsettled him deeply, adding a layer of present danger to the old sorrows. Mid-afternoon brought an unexpected interruption. The sound of an approaching wagon, its wheels rattling unevenly on the hard-packed earth, reached them inside the opera house. Faye paused, hammer in hand, exchanging a wary glance with Nate. Visitors were rare, unexpected ones doubly so since the attack. Nate moved silently to the stage door, peering out cautiously. After a moment, he relaxed slightly. "Just Hemlock," he said, stepping back. "Looks like he's got supplies, or maybe just news." Old Man Hemlock, the proprietor of the town's remnant of a mercantile, pulled his sway-backed horse and rickety wagon to a halt near the main entrance. He was a wizened figure, bent and frail, his face a road map of wrinkles under a stained felt hat. He peered nearsightedly at the opera house, his gaze lingering on the tarred word and the boarded-up window. Faye walked out to meet him, Nate following a few paces behind, lingering near the doorway. "Afternoon, Faye," Hemlock rasped, his voice thin and reedy. Heard the commotion last night. Sounded like hooligans raising Cain. He squinted at the tar. Damn shame. Fine building like this. Just some unwelcome visitors, Mr. Hemlock, Fay said tiredly. No real harm done. That can't be fixed. Hemlock clucked his tongue. Trouble follows folks out here, always has. He shifted a dusty crate in the back of his wagon. Got that lamp oil you asked for. And some coffee just came in on the stage from Rawlins. Strong stuff. He paused, peering at Fay over his spectacles. Stage driver mentioned something else, though. Said there were a couple of rough-looking strangers asking questions about Redemption Gulch back in Rawlins. Asking about who lived out here now, especially asking about the old opera house. Fay felt a chill despite the afternoon sun. Strangers asking questions? Specifically about the opera house. What kind of strangers? Hemlock shrugged, his bony shoulders lifting beneath his dusty coat. Didn't say much. Sounded like hard cases, though. The kind looking for trouble or something they lost. His gaze flickered towards Nate, who stood impassively by the door, his face unreadable. Lots of things been lost out here. Fay thanked Hemlock for the supplies and the information, paying him from the dwindling stash of coins she kept hidden in her cabin. As the old man clucked to his horse, and the wagon rattled away, leaving dust hanging in the still air, the silence felt heavier, more menacing. Rough-looking strangers asking questions in Rawlins. Was it connected to the vandalism? Were they the ones who had come calling in the night? And what were they looking for? She turned back to Nate, who was still standing by the door, his expression grim. Strangers asking about this place, she said quietly. Nate nodded slowly. Word gets around. About you fixing it up might just be curiosity seekers or folks thinking Dubois left gold hidden somewhere. He didn't sound convinced. Or maybe, Fay said, holding his gaze, they're looking for something else, something someone doesn't want found. Like a locket, perhaps, or the truth about a decades-old disappearance. Nate didn't reply directly. He turned back towards the stage. Best keep working, he said, his voice flat. Daylight's burning. They returned to laying the floorboards, the news adding another layer of urgency and threat to the atmosphere. Every distant sound, the cry of a hawk, the rattle of loose shale on the hillside made Fay jump. She found herself glancing towards the windows, towards the vast emptiness outside, expecting to see figures emerging from the heat haze. As they worked near the edge of the stage, close to the proscenium arch, Nate's pry bar slipped while loosening an old, stubborn nail. His hand slammed against the rough, splintered wood of an upright support beam. He swore under his breath, a low, sharp sound, snatching his hand back. You all right? Fay asked, seeing him flex his fingers, his knuckles scraped raw. Fine, he grunted, examining his hand. It was then Fay noticed it clearly, not just the fresh scrape, but an older scar, pale and jagged, slicing across the back of his hand from the wrist towards the knuckles. It wasn't the scar of a simple accident. It looked like the mark left by a blade, long healed, but still prominent against his weathered skin. Her gaze lingered on it for a fraction too long. Nate seemed to sense her attention, abruptly clenching his hand into a fist and turning away to retrieve the pry bar. Damn nails rusted solid, he muttered, attacking it with renewed force. Scars. The desert remembered them. The land bore the marks of flash floods, lightning strikes, the relentless wind, and the people who lived here bore their own scars, both visible and hidden. Nate Shaw had his share. That jagged line across his hand spoke of violence, of a past he kept locked away as securely as Helene's private box. The rest of the afternoon passed in a haze of hard work, dust, and simmering tension. They managed to lay a significant portion of the new flooring, creating a solid, smooth surface that transformed the appearance of the stage. It felt good, tangible progress against the decay and the threats. But as the sun began its descent, casting long, ominous shadows across the auditorium, the weight of the unanswered questions returned. Nate gathered his tools with his usual quiet finality. He paused at the stage door, turning back to face Faye, who stood amidst the sawdust and discarded wood scraps, wiping her brow with a grimy hand. "That warning," Nate said abruptly, his voice low and serious, gesturing vaguely towards the front of the building where the tarred word remained. "And Hemlock's talk of strangers? It ain't just kids or drifters, Miss Carter. Someone don't want you here. Someone don't want this place woken up." He took a step closer, his eyes shadowed by his hat, boring into hers. "This ain't Philadelphia. Out here, folks settle things different. Rougher. You stir up ghosts, sometimes you get more than just whispers." He hesitated, then added, his voice dropping even lower, "Keep that door bolted and keep that firearm handy. Might be you'll need it sooner than you think." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked out into the fading light, his silhouette merging quickly with the twilight shadows engulfing Redemption Gulch. Faye stood frozen, his words echoing in the cavernous space. "You stir up ghosts, sometimes you get more than just whispers." It wasn't just a warning, it felt like a confirmation. He knew about the ghosts. He knew the dangers of disturbing them, and his final admonition about the gun sent a fresh wave of ice through her veins. Was he warning her against the strangers, or against something closer, perhaps even himself, should she dig too deep? The opera house seemed to settle around her, groaning softly in the cooling air. The newly laid floorboards gleamed faintly, a small victory against the encroaching darkness, but the scars remained on the walls, on Nate Shaw's hands, and deep within the heart of this place. And the desert, vast and indifferent, remembered them all, holding its secrets close, waiting for the next stone to be cast, the next drop of blood to be spilled. Faye bolted the doors, the sound unnaturally loud, her hand resting briefly on the cold metal of the locket in her pocket, the weight of the past and the uncertainty of the future pressing down on her with equal force. Chapter 9. A Thaw in the Wyoming Wind. Nate Shaw's warning hung heavy in the air, long after he disappeared into the twilight. Keep that door bolted, keep that firearm handy. It wasn't just practical advice, it was an acknowledgement of the danger Faye had felt closing in since the attack, a danger amplified by Hemlock's news of strangers asking questions. Standing alone in the vast, echoing opera house as darkness claimed the corners, Faye felt a profound sense of isolation, sharper and colder than usual. The ghosts Nate spoke of felt palpably close, their whispers carried on the wind sighing through the boarded-up windows. The walk back to her cabin was fraught with tension. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every rustle in the dry grass sounded like a footstep. She clutched the heavy colt at her hip, its unfamiliar weight a grim comfort. Once inside, the bolt slammed home with a decisive thud, but the small cabin felt less like a sanctuary and more like a fragile outpost under siege. Sleep was elusive again. She lay on her narrow cot, staring into the darkness, listening to the wind, her thoughts circling endlessly. The strangers in Rawlins, the tarred warning, Nate's guardedness, his scars, his intimate knowledge of the opera house's sorrowful past. Helene's sad eyes in the locket, the haunting melody of her waltz that inexplicably echoed in Faye's own childhood memories. It was a tangle of threats and mysteries, and she stood alone at its center. Yet, Nate's warning, ominous as it was, also held a strange paradox. By acknowledging the danger, by advising her to arm herself, hadn't he, in a way, positioned himself as protective? It flew in the face of her suspicion that he might be involved, that he might want her gone to keep the secrets buried. If he wanted her scared off, wouldn't he have downplayed the threat? Or perhaps even subtly added to her fear? Instead, he had offered practical advice, a grim sort of camaraderie, forged in the face of a shared, or at least adjacent threat. Folks settle things different out here. Was he warning her, or warning with her? The ambiguity of his motives, the complexity she sensed beneath his rough exterior, chipped away at her resolve to keep him at arm's length. He was an enigma, potentially dangerous, yet his steady presence, his undeniable skill, and that fleeting glimpse of profound sadness she'd seen in his eyes resonated with something in her own guarded heart. They were two solitary souls, haunted by their pasts, circling each other warily in the ruins of someone else's broken dream. The next morning brought a change. The wind, which had howled relentlessly for days, finally died down, leaving behind a preternatural stillness. The sky was a vast, aching blue, the sun warming the air with an almost gentle intensity. Even the dust seemed to settle, clinging to the weathered wood of the ghost town rather than swirling in agitated clouds. It felt like a temporary truce, a brief respite offered by the harsh landscape. When Nate arrived, punctual as ever, the atmosphere between them felt subtly shifted. Perhaps it was the calmness of the weather, or the shared experience of the vandalism and the subsequent warnings. But the brittle tension of the previous day seemed to have eased slightly. His greeting was still reserved, "Morning, Miss Carter." But his gaze met hers for a fraction longer, a flicker of something unreadable concern, shared weariness, in their depths before he turned to unload his mule. They returned to the stage, the newly laid planks solid and reassuring under their boots. Today's work involved finishing the main section of the flooring, cutting and fitting the final boards into place. It was intricate work requiring precise measurements and careful handling of the saw and hammer. They fell into a rhythm quickly, Nate marking the timbers, Faye holding them steady while he sawed, then working together to nail them securely to the reinforced joists. The silence stretched, but it felt less heavy, punctuated by the rhythmic sounds of their labor, the rasp of the saw, the sharp tap, tap, tap of the hammer, the occasional grunt of effort. Faye found herself less focused on suspicion, more attuned to the man working beside her, the quiet competence, the way he anticipated the next step, the patience he showed when a measurement was slightly off or a board proved stubborn. Mid-morning, while pausing to wipe sweat from her brow, Faye noticed Nate examining his scraped hand. The raw patch from yesterday was red and inflamed. "You should put something on that," she said impulsively. "I have some salve back at the cabin, carbolic. It helps prevent festering." Nate glanced at his hand, then back at her, surprise flickering briefly in his eyes. He seemed about to refuse, the habitual wall of self-reliance firmly in place, but then something seemed to shift in his expression. He hesitated, then gave a curt nod. "Obliged, Miss Carter, don't want it slowing things down." It felt like a small crack in the wall, a tiny concession to vulnerability. "I'll fetch it," Faye said, grateful for the excuse to move, to break the routine. "Keep an eye on things?" The question was rhetorical, but it felt good to say it, a small acknowledgement of partnership. She hurried back to the cabin, the bright sunlight feeling less threatening today. Retrieving the small tin of pungent carbolic salve from her rudimentary medicine supplies, she returned quickly, her steps lighter. Nate was kneeling, examining the fit of a newly cut plank. Faye approached and held out the tin. "Here!" He looked up, took the tin, his calloused fingers brushing hers briefly. A tiny jolt, unexpected and startling, passed between them at the contact. Faye quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing slightly, hoping the grime hid her reaction. Nate fumbled with the lid for a moment, his scarred hand seeming clumsy now. He opened it and dabbed a small amount of the greasy, sharp-smelling salve onto his raw knuckles, his movements stiff. "Smells potent," he commented, his voice neutral. "It work, Faye replied, busying herself with checking the alignment of the plank he'd been examining. He finished applying the salve and closed the tin, holding it out to her. "Thank you," he said, his gaze meeting hers again, holding it this time. The guardedness was still there, but softened somehow, overlaid with a hint of something else, gratitude, perhaps, or simply a shared moment of human connection in the midst of their solitary lives. "You're welcome," Faye murmured, taking the tin back, acutely aware of his closeness, the faint scent of the salve mingling with wood smoke and dust. They returned to work, the small exchange hanging in the air, subtly altering the dynamic. The silence felt less like a barrier, more like a shared space. Later, as they wrestled a particularly long, heavy plank into place, their hands brushed again. This time, neither pulled away immediately. It was a fleeting contact, accidental yet charged, a spark of warmth in the cool, dusty air of the opera house. As the sun reached its zenith, Faye, remembering Nate's refusal of food the day before, decided to try again, emboldened by the slight thaw in his demeanor. "I made extra coffee this morning," she said casually, not looking directly at him as she straightened up from hammering a nail. "And there's fresh bread, enough to share, if you're inclined." Nate paused, hammer in hand. He looked towards the cabin, then back at Faye. She expected another polite refusal. Instead, after a moment's hesitation, he nodded slowly. "Coffee sounds good," he said. "And bread? Haven't had fresh bread in a while." A small knot of surprise and pleasure tightened in Faye's chest. "All right," she said, trying to keep her voice even. "Let's take a break then. We've earned it." She led the way back to her cabin, acutely aware of Nate following a few paces behind. Inviting him inside felt like a significant step, far more intimate than sharing the vast, impersonal space of the opera house. The cabin was her refuge, the repository of her carefully guarded identity. Letting him cross the threshold felt like lowering a drawbridge, however slightly. Inside, the small space felt even smaller with his presence filling it. He stood awkwardly near the door, his hat held respectfully in his hands, his gaze taking in the sparse furnishings, the shelves of books, the neatly kept order. He looked out of place, a rugged piece of the wilderness brought indoors, yet he exuded a quiet respect for the space. Faye busied herself at the small stove, reheating the coffee, slicing the dense, slightly sour loaf of bread she'd baked the previous day. She found some hard cheese and even a small jar of precious apple butter she'd been hoarding. She set out 2 tin plates and mugs on the small table, her movements quick, perhaps a little nervous. Nate approached the table slowly, pulling out the single rough-hewn chair for her before taking a seat on the edge of her cot, balancing his plate on his knees. The gesture was unexpected, a small courtesy that spoke of ingrained manners beneath the rough exterior. They ate in silence for a few minutes, the only sounds the clink of tin mugs, the tearing of bread, the distant cry of a hawk outside. The coffee was strong and bitter, the bread dense, the cheese sharp. Simple fare, but eaten together in the quiet cabin, it felt almost like a feast. Good bread, Nate said finally, breaking the silence. He took another bite, chewing thoughtfully. Thank you, Faye replied. Baking, it reminds me of. She stopped herself, catching the near slip. Reminds her of the kitchens of her childhood home, the bustling warmth, so different from this solitary existence. It passes the time, she finished lamely. Nate didn't press. He seemed to understand the boundary, the place where her history began and her words stopped. Instead, he looked towards her bookshelf. Got quite a collection there. Didn't figure Redemption Gulch for much reading. Books are good company, Faye said simply. They don't ask questions. He nodded slowly, his gaze lingering on the titles visible from where he sat. Read some myself when I find them. He gestured towards a worn copy of Whitman. He gets it. The bigness of things, the quiet places. The shared appreciation for books created another small bridge between them. They talked hesitantly, exchanging observations about authors Faye wouldn't have expected him to know, discussing the power of stories to transport, to console. It was a tentative conversation, circling around personal history, but finding common ground in the world of words. As they finished eating, a comfortable silence settled between them, different from the tense quietness of their work. It felt companionable, peaceful. Nate leaned back against the cabin wall, stretching his legs out, seeming more relaxed than Faye had ever seen him. The harsh lines on his face softened slightly in the lamplight filtering through the single window. He looked at her, a direct, thoughtful gaze. This place, he said, his voice quiet, the opera house scene. It means a lot to you, don't it? More than just timber and stone? The question was personal, direct, yet it felt different from her probing about Helene. It felt born of genuine curiosity, perhaps even empathy. Faye hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. It needed saving, she said softly, echoing her earlier words, but imbuing them with more feeling. It feels important, like holding on to something beautiful that the world tried to throw away. She looked down at her hands, tracing the rim of her coffee mug. Maybe I understand how that feels. Nate didn't speak for a long moment. He just watched her, his expression unreadable, but attentive. Some things, he said finally, his voice low and rough, some things are worth fighting for, even when the world tells you to let them go, even when it costs. His words resonated deep within her, striking a chord of shared understanding that transcended their guardedness. He understood obsession, the drive to hold on to something against the odds, the potential cost of defiance. Was he talking about the opera house or something from his own scarred past? The moment stretched, intimate and fragile. The thaw, tentative as it was, felt real. The shared meal, the quiet conversation, the unexpected glimpse of common ground they had lowered the defenses just slightly. Outside, the Wyoming wind remained calm, holding its breath, perhaps, before the next storm broke. But inside the small cabin, surrounded by books and the scent of coffee, Faye felt a flicker of warmth, a tentative connection to the enigmatic prospector that was both unsettling and undeniably welcome. The scars were still there. The secrets remained unspoken. But for a brief moment, the loneliness felt a little less absolute. Chapter 10. the vandal's cruel hand. The fragile peace, born of shared bread and coffee, lingered into the next morning, a tentative warmth against the habitual chill of Faye's solitude. As she walked towards the opera house under a sky scrubbed clean and pale by the departed wind, she felt a sliver of something akin to hope. Nate's quiet understanding, his unexpected depth revealed through shared words about books and struggle, had subtly shifted the ground beneath her feet. He was still an enigma, his past shrouded in shadows and silence, but the absolute wall of suspicion she'd maintained had developed hairline cracks. Perhaps, just perhaps, they could be allies in this desolate place. Two scarred souls finding common cause in the restoration of a forgotten dream. Nate was already there, checking the security of the newly boarded upper windows, his silhouette stark against the bright morning sky. He turned as she approached, touching the brim of his hat. "Morning, Miss Carter." There was less gruffness in his tone today, a hint of the previous day's quiet connection lingering in the air. "Morning, Nate," Faye replied, offering a small, genuine smile. "Ready to finish this section of floor?" "Reckon so," he said, nodding towards the stage entrance. "Should be able to get the main platform solid today. Then we can start thinking about the wings." They walked together towards the stage door, the shared purpose feeling lighter than it had before. Faye felt a moment of quiet satisfaction looking at the progress the boarded windows secure, the ugly tarred word scrubbed to a faded gray smear that she was learning to ignore, the promise of a solid stage nearing completion. Maybe things were turning a corner. Maybe the worst was behind them. The illusion shattered the moment Nate pushed the heavy stage door open. Faye, following close behind, stopped dead, her breath catching in her throat. A gasp escaped her lips, small and choked. Nate froze beside her, his body going rigid, a low sound, half groan, half curse, rumbling in his chest. The stage wasn't as they had left it. The neat stacks of leftover timber were overturned, scattered like kindling. Tools, Nate's precious, well-cared-for tools alongside Faye's own simpler implements, lay strewn across the floor, some bent or broken. But that wasn't the worst of it. The newly laid floorboards, the fruit of their hard labor over the past 2 days, the symbol of progress and reclamation, had been viciously attacked. Deep gouges scarred the smooth planks, hacked into the wood with brutal force, perhaps by an axe or a heavy pry bar. Splintered edges stood up like angry wounds. In several places, thick, noxious-smelling grease-axle grease, perhaps, or something fouler had been smeared across the wood, staining it dark, defiling the clean surface. And in the very center of the newly repaired section, directly over the area hiding the trap door and the secret cellar, someone had used a brace and bit to bore a ragged pattern of holes, violating the integrity of the structure, a deliberate, mocking desecration. It was cruel, pointed. This wasn't just random destruction like the stone throwing. This was a calculated assault, aimed directly at their work, at Faye's dream, designed to inflict maximum damage and discouragement. The sheer malice of it hit Faye like a physical blow, stealing the air from her lungs. She stumbled forward onto the stage, her boots crunching on scattered wood shavings and something gritty sand, deliberately thrown to make cleaning harder. Her eyes swept over the devastation, the violation. Tears welled, hot and stinging, blurring the scene. All the effort, the hope, the tentative connection forged with Nate over this very work. Defiled. Ruined. "No," she whispered, the word barely audible. She sank to her knees amidst the debris, touching the edge of a deep gouge in a plank she herself had carefully measured and nailed down just yesterday. The wood felt rough, violated. This felt personal. An attack not just on the building, but on her. Leave. The faded warning outside seemed to scream in her mind. Nate moved past her, his face a thunderous mask of cold fury. He knelt, examining the gouges, the smeared grease, the deliberately bored holes. He picked up his heavy saw, inspecting its handle, then dropped it with a clang. He ran his hand over the scarred wood, his touch surprisingly gentle, as if assessing the pain inflicted on an injured creature. His knuckles, still bearing the faint redness from yesterday's scrape and the darker shadow of the old scar, were white. Axle grease, he muttered, sniffing the air near one of the dark stains. And something else. Kerosene mixed in, maybe, to make it soak deeper? He straightened up slowly. His eyes, when they met Faye's tear-filled gaze, were chips of ice. They came back, and they weren't just scaring this time. Faye pushed herself to her feet, wiping angrily at her wet cheeks with the back of her hand. The initial shock was hardening into a burning rage, mixed with a sickening despair. "Why?" she cried out, her voice trembling. "Why would anyone do this? It's just wood, just an old building." "It ain't just wood to them, Faye," Nate said, his voice low and intense. He used her first name unconsciously, the formality dropping away in the face of the shared outrage. "It's a symbol. It's a past someone once buried deep. You waking it up, and that scares them or threatens them." He began to move methodically around the stage, his eyes scanning the floor, the walls, the debris. He wasn't just looking at the damage, he was searching. Faye watched him, her own anger momentarily overshadowed by his focused intensity. He paused near the overturned pile of timber, crouching down, examining the dust and shavings on the floor. "What is it?" Faye asked, stepping closer. Nate didn't answer immediately. He carefully picked something up from the floor, pinching it between his thumb and forefinger. He held it out towards her. It was small, dark, incongruous amidst the wood debris. A button, made of horn or dark bone, intricately carved with a small star-like pattern. Not the kind of plain button found on work clothes or standard frontier attire. This was finer, more distinctive. "Don't recognize it," Nate said grimly. "Not standard issue. Not from round here far as I know." He looked up at her. Whoever did this, they might be one of them strangers Hemlock mentioned, or someone working for him. The button felt like a cold weight in Faye's palm, a tangible clue. Proof that this wasn't just the wind or random drifters. Someone specific, someone with distinctive buttons, had stood here, hacking at her work, smearing grease, boring holes into the heart of the stage. Someone who didn't want the opera house restored. Someone who wanted her gone. "What do we do?" Faye asked, the question hanging heavy in the violated space. The task of repairing this new damage on top of everything else felt overwhelming. The malice behind the act felt chilling. Nate looked around at the devastation, then back at Faye, his expression softening slightly as he took in her pale face, the tear tracks through the grime on her cheeks, the tremor in her hands. "First," he said, his voice firm, regaining its usual steady rhythm, "we clean this up. Can't let them think they won. Can't let them see us beat." His practicality was an anchor. It gave her something to focus on beyond the despair. Together, they began the painstaking process of cleaning up the mess. They righted the timber, gathered the scattered tools, swept up the wood shavings and gritty sand. Nate examined his damaged tools, grimacing at a bent saw blade, a cracked hammer handle, but saying little. Faye tried scrubbing at the grease stains, but Nate was right. The kerosene had driven it deep into the grain. The scars would remain. As they worked, the earlier tentative connection felt both strengthened and strained. Strengthened by the shared violation, the common enemy. Strained by the sheer weight of the danger, the uncertainty. Faye found herself relying on Nate's steady presence, his quiet determination. He didn't offer empty platitudes. He offered practical action, a bulwark against the encroaching chaos. Yet the suspicion hadn't entirely vanished. Could this intricate button be a plant? Could his anger be a performance? The thought felt poisonous, disloyal even, after the previous day's thaw, but the stakes were too high for blind trust. They managed to repair the worst of the damage to the tools. Nate, with his surprising skill, managed to straighten the bent saw blade enough to be usable, and he carefully wrapped the cracked hammer handle with strips of leather for reinforcement. The gouged floorboards were another matter. Some might be salvageable, planed down and sanded, but the deepest cuts, and especially the area riddled with bored holes, would need replacing entirely. It was a significant setback, both in terms of time and materials. As they surveyed the partially cleaned stage, the full extent of the setback weighing heavily on them, Nate spoke again, his voice quiet but resolute. "They want you gone, Faye. This proves it. They ain't gonna stop." He looked directly at her. "You need to decide if this place is worth whatever might come next, 'cause it's likely to get worse before it gets better, if it gets better." His words laid the choice bare. Her dream, her sanctuary, her act of defiance against her past weighed against the escalating threat, the targeted malice, the very real possibility of physical danger. Was this crumbling opera house filled with ghosts and secrets worth risking her life for? Florence Carlyle would have fled weeks ago, but Faye Carter? She looked around the vast auditorium, at the dust motes dancing in the shafts of light, at the peeling gilt, the empty seats waiting for stories, for music. She thought of Helene's sad eyes, of the haunting waltz, of the need to uncover the truth buried beneath the dust. She thought of the satisfaction of driving a nail straight, of seeing a solid floor emerge from ruin. She thought of Nate, standing beside her, his own past shrouded, yet offering his strength, his skill, his grim warnings. "Yes," she said, her voice surprisingly firm, clear in the echoing space. "It's worth it." She met Nate's gaze, holding it. "I'm not leaving and I'm not stopping." A flicker of something respect, approval, concern, crossed Nate's face. He gave a slow nod. "All right then," he said. "Then we keep working, and we keep watch." He paused, then added, turning to look towards the dark area beneath. "And maybe it's time we started looking a little harder at what folks wanted kept buried." His words hung in the air, a significant shift. He was acknowledging the stage, towards the hidden cellar, the secrets, acknowledging the need to uncover them, not just repair the wood. It felt like crossing a new threshold, stepping together into the deeper, more dangerous waters of the past. The vandal's cruel hand had struck a painful blow, but instead of driving them apart or breaking Faye's resolve, it seemed to have forged a new, more perilous alliance. The fight wasn't just against decay anymore. It was against active enemies, seen and unseen, and the opera house itself held the key. Chapter 11. Ghost Town Histories. The decision to shift from defense to offense, from merely repairing the damage to actively seeking the roots of the malice directed at them, hung in the air of the violated stage like the dust motes dancing in the morning light. Nate's quiet declaration, maybe it's time we started looking a little harder at what folks wanted kept buried, felt like a key turning in a long rusted lock. It wasn't just Faye's solitary quest anymore, it was theirs, a shared descent into the shadowed history of Redemption Gulch. They spent the morning securing the stage as best they could. Replacing the deliberately bored planks was impossible without new timber, but Nate carefully planed down the worst of the gouges on the less damaged boards, smoothing the raw edges, erasing some of the visible scars. Faye scrubbed futilely at the greasy stains, the acrid smell of kerosene and axle grease clinging stubbornly to the wood and the air. The work felt different today, less about restoration, more about defiance. Each smoothed plank, each swept pile of debris felt like a small victory against the unseen forces trying to drive her out. As they worked, the conversation naturally turned to the how of looking harder. Faye, accustomed to navigating archives and seeking information, felt a familiar pull towards records, towards documented history. The past leaves traces, she murmured, pausing in her scrubbing, looking around the vast, silent auditorium. Newspapers, town records, letters. Somewhere there must be something written down about the Dubois family, about what happened here. Nate, examining the salvaged horn button they'd found, turned it over in his calloused fingers. Maybe, he conceded, his tone skeptical. But paper burns easy, or gets lost, or folks just don't write down the things that matter most, especially the ugly things. He glanced towards the town outside the stage door. Best living record we got is Hemlock. His memory's frayed, but he's seen most of this town's dying days. Faye considered this. Hemlock had already provided the crucial information about the strangers asking questions. He was the town's institutional memory, however unreliable. All right, she agreed. Let's start with Mr. Hemlock. But I still think... She hesitated, looking towards the grand staircase leading to the balconies, towards the locked door of Helene's box. This building holds its own records. We just need to find them. Nate didn't argue. He slipped the carved button carefully into his waistcoat pocket. One step at a time. Hemlock first. Leaving the opera house felt different today, not just securing it against further attack, but leaving it temporarily to seek answers elsewhere. They walked together towards the center of the ghost town, such as it was, their boots crunching on the dusty, deserted main street. The sun beat down, reflecting off the weathered wood of the false fronts. The silence broken only by the low moan of the wind through a gap in a collapsed roof. Hemlock's Mercantile, housed in the shell of the former general store, was a repository of dust and shadows. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the grimy front windows, illuminating haphazard stacks of canned goods long past their prime. Bolts of faded calico, dusty mining pans, and shelves laden with an eclectic mix of necessities and forgotten relics. The air smelled thick with lamp oil, stale tobacco, old paper, and the faint, sweet scent of decay. Old man Hemlock himself sat perched on a high stool behind the scarred wooden counter, meticulously cleaning a pair of spectacles with a scrap of flannel. He looked up as they entered, the bell above the door giving a feeble, rusty jingle. His watery blue eyes narrowed slightly behind the lenses as he took in both Faye and Nate, standing side by side. Back again, he rasped, his voice like dry leaves skittering on pavement. Trouble keeping you busy, is it? His gaze flickered towards Nate, a hint of calculation in his expression. Nate Shaw wasn't a regular fixture in Redemption Gulch, and his sudden, prolonged presence coupled with the attacks on the opera house, clearly hadn't escaped the old man's notice. "Just hoping you might be able to help us with something, Mr. Hemlock," Fay began, keeping her tone calm, friendly. "Some history." "History?" Hemlock peered at her. "Ain't much history left here, 'cept dust and regrets. Most folks took their stories with them when they left." "We were wondering about the Dubois family," Fay continued, leaning slightly against the counter. "Specifically, about the time the opera house was thriving before. Hemlock polished his spectacles slowly, deliberately. "Dubois," he muttered, the name tasting like old memories on his tongue. "Jacques Dubois. Big man, big ideas. Came in with the first big strikes up in the rattlesnakes. Pulled out more gold than 10 men ought to see in a lifetime." He chuckled, a dry, wheezing sound. "Spent it faster than he dug it out, mostly." "On the opera house," Fay prompted gently. "Aye, that were his folly. Built it for the wife, Helene." Hemlock glanced towards Nate again, then back at Fay. French woman, dark eyes, quiet, kept to herself mostly. Folks said she weren't suited to this place, too fine. He paused, seeming to drift into memory. Dubois, though, he wanted to show off, wanted everyone to know he could build something grander than anything in Cheyenne or Denver, right here in the dirt. Brought in singers from Italy, orchestras from back east. Champagne flowed like creek water after a thaw. "He sounds like he made quite an impression," Fay observed. Hemlock snorted. "Impression? He threw his weight around all right, bought up claims, pushed smaller miners out, made enemies faster, and he made money towards the end." He lowered his voice slightly, leaning forward conspiratorially. "Whispers about deals gone bad, water rights disputes that turned ugly, men who felt cheated. Dubois wasn't shy about using muscle or threats to get his way." Nate, who had been standing silently near the door, shifted his weight. "Any names stick out?" he asked quietly. "Men who might have held a grudge long enough for it to fester." Hemlock eyed Nate warily. "Been a long time," he deflected. "Names fade like old paint." He tapped his temple. "Memory ain't what it was." But his eyes held a flicker of something, not forgetfulness perhaps, but caution. Some names Fay suspected were better left unspoken, even after decades. There was talk, though, Hemlock conceded, turning back to Fay. "Talk about a foreman Dubois had. Fella named Corrigan. Irish. Tough customer. They had a falling out, a bad one, something about a mine yield or maybe something more personal. Corrigan left town sudden-like afterwards, never heard from again." Corrigan. The name hung in the dusty air. A disgruntled foreman, a potential enemy. "And Helene?" Fay asked softly. "You said she was quiet. Was she happy here?" Hemlock hesitated, polishing his already clean spectacles again. "Happy." He shrugged his frail shoulders. "Hard to say. Women folk didn't have much say in things back then. She had silks and jewels. Dubois paraded her round like a prize mare at the county fair. But happy?" He looked thoughtful. "Saw her sometimes, walking alone out near the bluffs, looking towards the mountains. Looked lost, like a bird in the wrong cage." He shook his head. "Then one day she was just gone." "Gone?" Fay pressed. "What do you mean gone?" "Vanished," Hemlock stated flatly. "Right before the whole town went bust, seemed like. One week Dubois is throwing a grand ball at the opera house. The next Helene ain't seen nowhere. Dubois claimed she went back east visiting family. Said she couldn't take the rough life no more." He sniffed. "Folks whispered, of course. Whispered she run off. Whispered Dubois might have. Well, he had a temper on him, especially when he drank. and things were going sour for him by then. Gold was pinching out. So no one knows what really happened to her? Faye asked, the locket feeling heavy against her skin beneath her shirt. No, Dubois himself cleared out not long after. Town was dying anyway. Railroad went south, mines played out. He just locked up the opera house and vanished too. Some say he went broke looking for her. Some say he ran from debts, left this place to the ghosts. Hemlock finished cleaning his spectacles and perched them back on his nose. And that's the history. Short, bright, then dark, like a damn mine shaft. He seemed to have said all he intended to. Faye thanked him, bought a few extra candles and some more lamp oil she didn't strictly need, wanting to compensate him for his time and information. As they stepped back out into the harsh sunlight of the deserted street, the story Hemlock had sketched felt both clearer and more complicated. Jacques Dubois, ambitious, ruthless, possessive. Helene, beautiful, isolated, possibly unhappy, mysteriously vanished. Corrigan, the disgruntled foreman, potential enemy, it was a volatile mix, simmering beneath the surface of the ghost town's dust. Corrigan, Nate murmured as they walked back towards the opera house. Heard that name before, years back, tied to claim-jumping troubles up north. Reputation for being mean and quick with a gun. Could he be connected to the vandalism? Faye wondered aloud. Or the strangers? It seemed unlikely an old foreman would still be around nursing a grudge after decades. Unless, could it be his family? Sons? Grandsons? Possible, Nate allowed. Grudges run deep out here, get passed down like bad blood. He glanced at Faye, his expression thoughtful. But Hemlock said Helene vanished before Dubois left, claiming she went back east. It sounds too neat. Too easy. Faye agreed. It felt like a story crafted to cover something else. He also said folks whispered Dubois might have done something to her. The thought sent a chill down her spine. A crime of passion? An accident covered up, hidden away? Her mind flashed to the cellar, the boot, the locket. Back inside the opera house, the atmosphere felt charged with the weight of Hemlock's narrative. The building wasn't just a monument to faded grandeur. It was a potential crime scene, a repository of secrets tied to ambition, betrayal, and possible murder. If Dubois covered something up, Faye mused, looking around the vast space, where would he hide the evidence? Or her? Nate's gaze drifted towards the stage, towards the violated floorboards above the trapdoor mechanism. He didn't speak, but the direction of his look was answer enough. The cellar. But before descending back into that cold, dark space, Faye felt the pull of her earlier instinct. Records, she said firmly. There has to be something here. An office? A manager's room? Nate nodded slowly. Might be something off the foyer or backstage. Managers usually kept books, contracts, schedules. They decided to search the ground floor first. Near the grand entrance, tucked away beneath the curve of the main staircase, was a small, sturdy-looking door. Faye hadn't paid much attention to before. Unlike many others in the building, it was relatively intact, though coated in dust. It was unlocked. Pushing it open revealed a small, cramped office space. A heavy, scarred wooden desk sat against one wall, its surface littered with dried ink wells, petrified stacks of paper fused together by damp and time, and the skeletal remains of what might have been a ledger. A single chair lay overturned on the floor, amidst cobwebs and mouse droppings. Shelves lined one wall, sagging under the weight of more decaying paper-rolled posters, bound programs thick with mold, ledgers whose covers had warped into unopenable curves. The air was thick with the smell of dust, mildew, and the dry, papery scent of utter neglect. Looks like Dubois' manager left in a hurry, too, Nate observed grimly, carefully stepping over the debris. Faye approached the desk, hope warring with the evidence of decay. She tried to lift the topmost stack of papers, but they crumbled in her hand, dissolving into brown dust and illegible fragments. The ledger was fused shut. Disappointment washed over her. Was everything lost to time and neglect? Nate, meanwhile, was examining the shelves. He carefully tried to dislodge one of the less damaged-looking, bound volumes near the bottom. With a soft groan of protesting wood, he managed to slide it free. It wasn't a ledger, but a large scrapbook or album, its heavy cardboard covers stained and warped, but still holding together. He laid it carefully on the least dusty corner of the desk. Faye joined him, wiping her hands on her trousers. The cover bore no title. Nate gently opened it. The pages inside were thick, grayish paper, filled with pasted newspaper clippings, mostly yellowed and brittle, interspersed with handwritten notes and occasional photographs. "What is it?" Faye breathed, leaning closer. "Looks like, clippings," Nate murmured, carefully turning a fragile page, about the opera house, its construction, performances. They scanned the pages together, transported back to Redemption Gulch's brief heyday. Clippings from the Wyoming Tribune and even papers from Denver heralded the grand opening, praising Jacques Dubois' vision and fortune. Detailed descriptions of the architecture, the imported velvet curtains, the gaslight chandeliers, reviews of visiting opera singers, their voices described in flowery prose, advertisements for upcoming performances, photographs faded to sepia, showed stiffly posed groups on the opera house steps, men in frock coats and women in elaborate gowns, trying desperately to project Eastern sophistication onto the rugged frontier. Faye spotted Jacques Dubois in several photos, imposing, dark-bearded, always front and center, and there beside him, often looking slightly overwhelmed or distant, was Helene. Seeing her face again, captured in these fleeting moments of public display, reinforced the impression of a woman out of her element, the sadness in her eyes visible even in the faded prints. They turned the pages slowly, carefully, absorbing the fragments of the past. Most clippings were celebratory, focusing on the glamour and success, but then Faye spotted a smaller article, tucked away near the bottom of a page dated perhaps a year or two after the grand opening. The headline was stark: "Local dispute turns violent. Foreman injured." Her breath caught. She read quickly. The article described an altercation at the Dubois Consolidated Mine between Jacques Dubois and his foreman, identified as Patrick Corrigan. Details were scarce, citing conflicting accounts, but Corrigan had apparently suffered injuries requiring medical attention, and Dubois claimed self-defense, alleging Corrigan had threatened him after being dismissed for suspected theft. No charges were filed. Corrigan, the article noted briefly at the end, had left the territory shortly thereafter. "Corrigan," Faye whispered, pointing to the name. "Hemlock was right. It turned violent." Nate leaned closer, reading the brief account, his expression grim. "Suspected theft," he muttered. Or maybe Corrigan knew something Dubois didn't want known. A threat Dubois decided to silence. They continued turning pages. The clippings became sparser as time went on, reflecting the town's dwindling fortunes. Fewer grand performances, more notices of local socials or traveling medicine shows renting the space. Then near the back of the scrapbook, pasted onto a page otherwise filled with notices about mine closures and families leaving town, was a single, small clipping. dated only weeks before the final entries stopped altogether. It wasn't from a local paper. The masthead indicated it was from St. Louis. Prominent philanthropist Jacques Dubois announces extended European tour for a recuperating wife. The brief article stated that Mrs. Hélène Dubois, suffering from nervous exhaustion brought on by the harsh Wyoming climate, had departed for an extended stay with relatives in France to regain her health. Mr. Dubois, it added, planned to join her after settling his business affairs in the territory. There it is, Faye said softly. The official story. Nervous exhaustion. A trip back to France. It sounded so plausible, so considerate. Yet Hemlock's words about her vanishing, about Dubois's temper, echoed in her mind. Nate tapped the clipping with a calloused finger. Convenient, he said flatly. Sends her home, just as his empire here is collapsing and whispers are starting. Ties it up neat. Beneath the clipping, someone had made a handwritten note in faded brown ink. The handwriting was cramped, hurried, different from the earlier annotations in the scrapbook. It was only 2 words. Jamais revenu, never return. Faye stared at the French words, a chill tracing its way down her spine despite the stuffy heat of the small office. Jamais revenu. Who had written that? The manager, leaving a final cryptic comment before abandoning his post? Or someone else? Someone who knew the official story was a lie? Someone who knew Hélène Dubois never made it back to France? The scrapbook felt heavy with more than just paper and time. It felt heavy with the weight of a deliberate deception, a carefully constructed lie hiding a potentially fatal truth. And the opera house, silent and decaying around them, seemed to hold its breath, guarding the final act of Helene's story, waiting for someone to finally uncover it. The history of Redemption Gulch wasn't just dust and regrets. It was layered with secrets, lies, and the lingering shadow of violence. Chapter 12, and now on time. The weight of unspoken words. The 2 French words seemed to hover in the dead air of the cramped office, stark and definitive against the brittle yellowed page. Jamais revenu. Never return. The official story, crafted for public consumption, back east nervous exhaustion, a recuperative trip to France, dissolved under the weight of that simple, stark annotation. It was a lie, a deliberate, calculated deception penned decades ago, now unearthed in the dusty archives of the abandoned opera house. Faye stared at the cramped handwriting, her mind racing. Hélène Dubois hadn't gone back east. She hadn't sailed for France. She had vanished here, in Redemption Gulch, swallowed by the silence and the secrets of the high desert, just as the gold petered out and her husband's grand ambitions crumbled around him. The whispers Hemlock had reported took on a chilling significance. Runoff, or worse. She felt Nate's presence beside her, solid and still. He hadn't spoken since she'd pointed out the note, but the quality of his silence was different now. It wasn't just guarded, it felt heavy, burdened. He knew, she was certain of it now. Whether he'd read the note before, or simply recognized the truth it laid bare, he knew the official story was false. He knew Hélène hadn't simply left. Slowly he reached out, his calloused finger hovering just above the faded ink. "Who wrote it?" he murmured, his voice low and rough, almost swallowed by the oppressive stillness of the room. "I don't know," Faye whispered back. "The manager, maybe? A final private truth before he left? Or someone else? Someone close to Hélène? Someone who knew the secrets Dubois was trying to bury along with his failing fortunes? The weight of the discovery settled between them. thick and suffocating as the dust. The air in the small office felt suddenly colder, charged with the unspoken implications. If Helene hadn't left, then where was she? What had happened to the woman with the sad eyes, the woman who inspired melancholy waltzes and for whom this monument was built? The hidden cellar beneath the stage, the lone, elegant boot, the tarnished locket, the pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Faye felt a tremor run through her, a mixture of fear and a grim sort of vindication. Her instincts had been right. There was a dark secret at the heart of the opera house, a tragedy deliberately obscured. And now they had proof, however cryptic, that the official narrative was a fabrication. Nate straightened up, pulling his hand back from the scrapbook. He turned away from the desk, running his hand over his jaw, his gaze distant. Lost in thoughts he gave no sign of sharing. The gesture spoke volumes, the need to distance himself, the internal struggle made manifest. He walked towards the small, grimy window, peering out at the sun-bleached emptiness of the street, as if searching for answers in the indifferent landscape. So Dubois lied, he stated flatly, his back still to her. Sent his wife away on paper, but kept her somewhere else. Or disposed of her, Faye said, the words tasting like ash in her mouth. Hemlock mentioned his temper, and the trouble with Corrigan shows he wasn't afraid of violence. Nate turned back slowly, his face shadowed, his eyes holding a depth of weariness that seemed ancient. Men like Dubois, they see people as possessions, things to be controlled, when they can't control them anymore. He left the sentence unfinished, the implication hanging heavy in the air. He looked around the small office at the decaying remnants of business records, the evidence of a hasty departure. Manager probably knew enough to be scared, wrote his little note, and got out while he could. Faye closed the scrapbook gently, the faded clippings and the damning annotation now hidden between the warped covers. She felt a responsibility to this story, to Helene. So what happened? She mused, thinking aloud. Did Corrigan know something? Is that why Dubois attacked him, drove him off? Did Helene confide in someone? Try to leave, and Dubois stopped her? Each question felt like probing a raw wound. Nate offered no theories, no speculation. He remained watchful, absorbing her words. His own thoughts kept carefully under lock and key. The weight of unspoken words pressed down on them. Faye longed to ask him directly, "What do you know, Nate? Were you here? Did you see something? Why does this place hold such power over you?" But the questions died on her lips. The fragile truce they'd established felt too precarious to withstand such a direct assault. Pushing him now might shatter the connection entirely, leaving her truly alone with the danger. Yet, the silence itself felt like a form of communication. In their shared presence, surrounded by the evidence of past lies and present threats, a silent acknowledgement passed between them. They both knew the official story was hollow. They both knew something terrible had likely happened within these walls. They both knew that digging deeper courted danger from those who wanted the past to remain undisturbed, whether it was descendants of Corrigan seeking revenge or retribution, or others tied to Dubois's legacy, or perhaps even the shadowy strangers Hemlock had warned about. "The button," Faye said suddenly, remembering the clue from the desecrated stage. "The carved horn button. It feels deliberate, not something easily lost." Nate nodded grimly. Someone leaving a mark or getting careless. He reached into his pocket and pulled it out again, studying the intricate star pattern. Distinctive. Might be someone remembers seeing it, or something like it. Hemlock. Maybe. Or someone in Rawlins. But asking questions like that is like painting a target on your own back. He slipped the button back into his pocket. The implication was clear. Pursuing that lead openly was risky. Faye looked around the office again. Were there other clues hidden amidst the decay? She moved towards the shelves, carefully examining the remaining piles of paper, the moldering programs. Most were fused together, crumbling at a touch. It seemed unlikely any further written records had survived the decades of neglect and damp. Her gaze fell on the overturned chair near the desk. Something small and dark lay half hidden beneath it, caught in a thick cobweb. Driven by instinct, she reached down carefully, disentangling it from the sticky threads. It was a small velvet pouch, the drawstring pulled tight, the fabric stiff with age but remarkably intact, perhaps protected by the chair. It was surprisingly heavy for its size. "Nate," she said softly, holding it up. He turned from the window, his eyes narrowing as he saw the pouch. He approached slowly, watching as Faye fumbled with the stiffened drawstring. It took effort, her fingers slipping on the worn velvet, but finally it loosened. She tipped the contents into her palm. Not gold, not jewels. Several small, smooth gray stones, like river pebbles, tumbled out and nestled amongst them. A single, dried, pressed flower, a prairie wildflower. Its petals faded to a pale, ghostly lavender, but its delicate shape perfectly preserved. It was the same 5-petaled flower carved onto the lid of the silent music box, a prairie rose. Faye stared at the flower lying in her palm, its fragile beauty a stark contrast to the surrounding decay and the grim discoveries of the day. Why would someone keep pebbles and a pressed flower in a velvet pouch in the manager's office? It felt intensely personal, profoundly out of place. Nate leaned closer, his gaze fixed on the flower. His breath seemed to catch, a barely audible inhalation. He reached out, his scarred finger hovering over the delicate faded petals, not quite touching them. A flicker of raw emotion crossed his face. Pain, recognition, profound sorrow, so swift, so naked that it stole Faye's breath. It was there and gone in an instant, replaced by the habitual mask of guarded neutrality. But she had seen it. The flower meant something to him, something deep. He straightened abruptly, turning away again, putting distance between himself and the small, telling bloom. "Just keepsakes, I reckon," he said, his voice strained, rougher than usual. "Folks save odd things." But Faye knew it was more than that. That unguarded moment, that flash of raw grief in his eyes, was the most revealing thing he had unintentionally shared. He had known Helene, perhaps not just known of her. The flower, the music box, the waltz, they were all connected, threads leading back to the woman who vanished, and Nate Shaw stood tangled in those threads. She carefully scooped the pebbles and the flower back into the velvet pouch, pulling the drawstring tight. Another secret to hold, another piece of the puzzle that pointed towards Nate's hidden past. The weight of unspoken words between them grew heavier, charged now with this new, unspoken knowledge. He knew she had seen his reaction. She knew he was more deeply involved than he admitted. The air crackled with the things they couldn't or wouldn't say. "What now?" Faye asked quietly, tucking the pouch safely into her pocket alongside the locket. Her voice was steady, but her heart hammered against her ribs. The dynamic had shifted again. His vulnerability, however fleeting, made him seem less like a potential threat and more like a fellow prisoner of this place's history. Nate seemed to gather himself, squaring his shoulders. He looked back towards the stage, visible through the office doorway. "The stage floor," he said, his voice regaining some of its usual command. "The damage, the holes they bored, right over the trapdoor, right over—" He didn't finish the sentence, didn't need to. "Right over the cellar." They knew, Faye breathed. Whoever did it knew where to strike. They knew about the space beneath. "Or they got lucky," Nate countered, but his tone lacked conviction. "Or they were looking for something they thought might be hidden down there." The implication sent another chill through Faye. Were the vandals, the strangers, searching for evidence of Helene's fate? Or something else entirely? Buried treasure? Documents? Something Dubois or Corrigan might have hidden? "We need to go back down there," Faye stated, the decision solidifying in her mind. "Properly this time, search it thoroughly." Nate didn't argue. He simply nodded, his expression grim. "Need better light than a candle stub," he said. "Got a good lantern with my gear." He looked at Faye, his gaze searching hers. "You sure? After last night, pushing deeper might push them harder." "They're already pushing," Faye replied, her resolve hardening. "Hiding won't stop them. Running won't stop them." She thought of Helene, lost and silenced for decades. Someone needs to know what happened here, whatever the risk. Nate held her gaze for a long moment, the silence stretching, filled only by the faint sigh of the wind outside and the frantic beating of Faye's heart. The weight of unspoken words, of shared danger, of flickering, fragile trust hung between them. Finally, he gave another slow nod. "All right, Faye," he said, the use of her first name feeling deliberate this time, sealing their pact. "Let's go see what the ghosts have been keeping." He turned and walked out of the office, leaving Faye to follow, the velvet pouch and the locket pressing against her skin, tangible weights mirroring the invisible burden of the secrets they carried together into the looming shadows of the opera house. The thaw might be fragile, the trust incomplete, but they were moving forward, together, towards the darkness waiting below the silent stage. Chapter 13, Ink on a Faded Score. The decision hung between them, heavy and irrevocable, as the stagnant air in the manager's office. They would descend again, back into the cold, damp darkness beneath the stage, seeking answers the living were unwilling or unable to provide. The opera house guarded its secrets well, but the recent violation, the deliberate desecration of the stage above the hidden cellar, suggested someone else knew or suspected what lay beneath, someone who wanted it to remain buried, or perhaps someone searching for it themselves. Nate retrieved his lantern from the pack mule tethered outside, its polished brass reflector and clean glass globe a stark contrast to the pervasive decay within the opera house. He filled it with oil, trimmed the wick with practiced hands, his movements economical and precise. Faye watched him, the locket and the velvet pouch containing the prairie rose and pebbles feeling like talismans in her pockets, one heavy with Helene's sorrow, the other strangely resonant with Nate's own hidden grief. "Might not be much down there we haven't already seen," Nate said gruffly, adjusting the lantern's flame to a steady, bright glow. "Time and damp, they eat away at things." "Maybe," Faye conceded, "but we need to look properly, systematically." She thought of the single boot, the locket she'd already found, hasty discoveries made under pressure, A thorough search might reveal more. And whatever we find or don't find might tell us something. He nodded, accepting the logic. Lantern held high, casting dancing shadows that leaped and writhed across the dusty foyer and into the vast auditorium. He led the way back to the stage. The newly laid planks, scarred but solid, felt different underfoot now. Less a symbol of progress, more a fragile covering over a deep wound. At the opening near the trapdoor mechanism, Nate paused, directing the lantern beam downwards into the waiting darkness. The space looked blacker, more forbidding than before. The faint, cloying smell of mildew, damp earth, and that indefinable metallic sweetness drifted up to meet them. "Found this yesterday," Faye said quietly, pulling the tarnished silver locket from her pocket. She held it out on her palm, letting the lantern light catch the faded engraving. "Near the boot." Nate looked down at the locket, his face tightening almost imperceptibly. He didn't reach for it, didn't need to. His eyes, sharp and accustomed to deciphering signs in the wilderness, took in the shape, the tarnish, the undeniable intimacy of the object. His gaze flickered to Faye's face, searching, perhaps, for accusation, but finding only shared inquiry. He gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod, acknowledging the discovery without comment, the wall around his own connection to Helene firmly back in place. But the shared knowledge resonated between them. Helene's locket, found in the hidden cellar. Nate lowered himself first through the opening, landing solidly on the packed earth below. He held the lantern high, illuminating the cramped space, pushing back the oppressive shadows. Faye followed, dropping down beside him, the chill of the subterranean air instantly seeping into her bones. The cellar looked much as she remembered it from her brief, panicked exploration. Roughly 10 feet square, stone-lined walls slick with damp, an earth floor littered with debris. The overturned crate, the rotting burlap sacks, the discarded tools leaning against the far wall, and in the corner, where she'd found the locket, the faint impression in the dirt, where the small, elegant boot had lain half buried. Faye quickly scanned the area. The boot itself was gone. Had she inadvertently moved it during her hasty retreat yesterday? Or had someone else been down here since? The thought sent a fresh wave of unease through her. But no, searching the immediate vicinity, she found it kicked slightly further under the shadow of the crate, as if disturbed by a careless foot, likely her own in her scramble to escape. "All right," Nate said, his voice low and businesslike, cutting through her apprehension. "Let's be methodical. You start along that wall." He indicated the side with the rotting sacks. "I'll take this one." Holding the lantern aloft to provide broad illumination, Nate began carefully sifting through the debris near the rusted tools, while Faye moved towards the pile of decaying burlap. The work was slow, grim. The sacks disintegrated at her touch, revealing only layers of compacted dirt, mold, and the faint, brittle skeletons of long-dead insects. She probed the earth beneath with a broken piece of lath she found, searching for any anomaly, any object hidden beneath the surface. Nothing. Nate worked with silent intensity, his prospector's eye scanning the earth floor, occasionally nudging a stone or a shard of pottery with the toe of his boot. He picked up the length of heavy chain, examined its rusted links, then let it fall back with a dull clang that echoed unnervingly in the confined space. He prodded the earth around the base of the stone walls, checking for loose stones, hidden cavities. The air grew heavier, thick with the smell of disturbed decay. Faye felt a growing sense of claustrophobia, the low ceiling pressing down, the damp stone walls seeming to close in. The only sounds were their soft movements, the occasional scrape of wood or metal, and their own breathing, unnaturally loud in the profound silence. After nearly an hour of fruitless searching, yielding nothing more than rusted nails, broken glass, and unidentifiable fragments of rotted wood, Faye felt a wave of disappointment. Perhaps Nate was right. Perhaps time and damp had claimed everything. She moved towards the center of the room, near the overturned crate and the pathetic mud-caked boot. Kneeling beside it, she examined the earth floor more closely under the direct beam of Nate's lantern as he joined her. "Anything?" he asked quietly. Faye shook her head, carefully brushing away loose dirt near the boot's heel. "Just dirt, mold." Then her fingers encountered something slightly different. Not soft earth, but a patch that felt matted, fibrous. Working carefully, she scraped away the covering layer of grime. It was fabric, a small scrap of dark wool or heavy cotton, snagged perhaps on the boot heel, pressed into the earth, preserved by the damp. It matched the likely material of a sturdy skirt or traveling cloak, something far more practical than the delicate boot suggested. Had Helene changed clothes down here, hidden, prepared to flee? And beneath the fabric scrap something else, a glint of glass. Faye carefully excavated it, a small shard, curved, thick, with a faint greenish tint, part of a bottle. She held it up to the light. Nate took it from her, turning it over. "Laudanum bottle," he said grimly, or something like it, seen him before. "Medicine. Laudanum, an opium tincture, used for pain, sleep, calming nerves. Helene suffered from nervous exhaustion, according to the newspaper clipping. Had she taken laudanum, had she brought it down here, or had someone given it to her? The presence of the broken bottle shard added another layer of ambiguity, another hint of desperation or control. Nate pocketed the shard without further comment, his face grim. He swept the lantern beam slowly across the remaining section of the floor, near the low wooden door leading out the door Faye had opened before. As the light played across the packed earth near the door jamb, something caught Faye's eye. A different texture in the dirt. Not debris, but paper. "Nate, look," she whispered, pointing. Several sheets of paper lay partially buried, fused together by damp, stained dark brown by the earth. They looked impossibly fragile, ready to disintegrate. Kneeling beside them, Nate used the blade of his pocket knife with surgical precision, carefully scraping away the surrounding dirt, trying to free the sodden mass without tearing it. It was slow, painstaking work. Finally, he managed to lift the clump of papers. They were heavier than they looked, saturated with moisture. The top and bottom sheets were hopelessly decayed, little more than brown pulp. But sandwiched between them, miraculously protected, were several pages that seemed more intact, the paper thicker, of better quality. And on the topmost of these preserved sheets, stark against the water stains and mildew blooms, was unmistakable ink, musical notation. Faye's breath caught. Sheet music down here. Nate carried the fragile bundle carefully back towards the center of the room, placing it gently on the overturned crate. He angled the lantern beam directly onto it. Faye leaned closer, her heart pounding. It wasn't printed music like the scores she'd found backstage. This was handwritten. The ink faded, but still legible in places. The paper was thick, expensive-looking rag paper, different from the backstage scores. The notation was elegant, precise, clearly the work of a skilled hand, but it wasn't just notes. Interspersed between the staves, written in the same faded brown ink, were lines of text, French words, lyrics, or commentary. "What is it?" Nate asked, his voice hushed. Faye squinted, trying to decipher the elegant, spidery script, her boarding school French dredging itself up from the depths of her memory. The title at the top of the page was blurred, but seemed to read Chanson de l'exilé, Song of the Exile. She scanned the French lyrics, woven around the melody lines. They were fragmented by water damage, entire phrases lost, but what remained was achingly clear. Words of loneliness, longing, entrapment. Ces murs de pierre, mon cœur soupira. These stone walls, my heart sighs, loin de la lumière, far from the light. Un oiseau en cage, a bird in a cage. Quand reviendra le printemps? When will the spring return? It was Helene's voice reaching out across the decades from this cold, damp prison. A song of despair, written not for performance, but as a raw outpouring of her own trapped soul. This wasn't Dubois's commission or some visiting musician's work. This felt like Helene's own composition, her secret lament. Faye carefully tried to separate the top page from the one beneath, but they were fused together at the edges. She could see more notation, more French script, on the page below, tantalizingly obscured. Trying to force them apart would destroy them both. "Can we take this back?" she asked Nate, her voice trembling slightly. "Try to dry it? Separate the pages carefully?" Nate nodded, his eyes still fixed on the French words, his expression unreadable but intense. "Need to be careful. Wrap it somehow." He looked around the cellar, his gaze landing on the discarded piece of woolen fabric Faye had found near the boot. He picked it up, shook off the loose dirt. "Might work. Keep it together. Cushion it." Gently, reverently, they lifted the sodden clump of sheet music. Faye held the heavy, damp pages steady, while Nate carefully wrapped the scrap of dark wool around them, creating a makeshift protective bundle. The texture of the wool felt coarse against her fingers, a tangible link to the woman who had likely worn it, who had poured her sorrow into these hidden pages. Carrying the precious, fragile bundle, they climbed back out of the cellar, emerging from the cold darkness into the dusty, sunlit air of the stage. The contrast was jarring. The opera house felt vast and silent around them, but the discovery hummed with contained energy, a direct connection to Helene's final days or weeks. Back in the relative brightness of the stage, Nate unwrapped the bundle carefully on a clean, flat surface, one of the few remaining intact scenery flats leaning against the wall. Faye retrieved the stack of sheet music she'd found earlier backstage, laying it nearby for comparison. The paper was different, as she'd noted. The scores found backstage were on lighter, cheaper paper. The ink seemed different, too, but the musical handwriting. Faye leaned closer, comparing the notation on Helene's waltz with the newly found Chanson de l'exilé. Despite the fading and water damage on the cellar score, the style was strikingly similar. The elegant formation of the clefs, the precise placement of the notes, the little flourishes on the stems. It looked like the same hand. Had Helene written all of it? The melancholic waltz bearing her name? The prairie lament? The serenade for the sundown? Had she been the composer, pouring her experiences, her loneliness, her observations of this harsh land into music? It reframed everything. Dubois hadn't just built her a monument, he had built a cage for a secret artist. Faye's eyes scanned the cellar score again, the chanson de l'exilé. Her gaze snagged on a detail she hadn't noticed in the gloom below. Near the bottom corner of the page, beneath the final bar of music almost obliterated by a dark water stain, was a date and initials. The date was faint, the ink blurred but discernible. October 1888, and the initials, not HD for Hélène Dubois. They were small, elegantly intertwined. RL. RL Faye frowned. The initials meant nothing to her immediately, but the date? October 1888? That would have been shortly before the newspaper clipping announcing her departure for France. Shortly before she vanished. This song, this heartbreaking song of the exile, was written in the very month she disappeared. "Nate," she said softly, pointing to the corner. "Look." Nate leaned down, his gaze sharp. He studied the date, then the initials, his brow furrowed in concentration. He traced the letters RL with his finger, his touch feather-light on the fragile paper. He was silent for a long moment, his face a mask. Faye watched him, holding her breath. Did the initials mean something to him? When he finally spoke, his voice was low, strained. "Don't know any RL," he said flatly, but his eyes avoided hers, and the muscle in his jaw tightened, almost imperceptibly. He was lying, or at least withholding. The initials, combined with the date, held a significance he wasn't sharing. The ink on the faded score had yielded another secret, another layer of the mystery. Hélène's own words, her own music, dated to the time of her disappearance, and cryptic initials signed beneath her song of exile. Who was RL? And what connection did they have to Hélène, to her music, to her fate? The questions multiplied, deepening the shadows around the Dubois tragedy and tightening the web of unspoken knowledge that bound Faye and Nate together in the heart of the silent opera house. Chapter 14. Questions asked in the dust. The discovery of Hélène's chanson de l'exilé, penned in her own hand and dated mere weeks before her official departure, shifted the very atmosphere within the opera house. It was no longer just a place of faded grandeur or potential crime. It felt like a repository of Hélène's silenced voice, her music a tangible echo of her presence, her sorrow, her artistry. The fragile, water-stained pages, carefully laid out to dry on the scenery flat, seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, demanding that her story be fully told. And the initials, RL, signed beneath her lament? They hung in the air between Faye and Nate, an unanswered question, a stark symbol of the knowledge Nate possessed but refused to share. His denial, "Don't know any RL," had been too quick, too flat, his avoidance of her gaze too deliberate. He knew, or suspected, who RL was, and the knowledge clearly pained him, dredging up memories he fought to keep submerged. Faye didn't press him immediately. The shared experience of the cellar, the weight of the discoveries, had forged a fragile alliance she was reluctant to break. Pushing too hard on his raw nerves might send him retreating back behind his wall of silence, leaving her alone to face the escalating threats and the deepening mystery. For now, the knowledge that he knew more was enough. It changed the dynamic, shifted the balance of power subtly. He wasn't just a helper or a potential suspect anymore. He was a witness, perhaps unwilling, perhaps compromised, but undeniably connected to the heart of the tragedy. They spent the rest of the day in a state of quiet tension, focusing on the practicalities. Nate, ever resourceful, constructed a makeshift drying rack for the precious sheet music using salvaged scraps of wood and twine, positioning it in a patch of sunlight filtering through a high, grimy window, hoping the warmth would gently coax the moisture from the fragile pages without causing further damage. Faye carefully documented the other finds from the cellar: the locket, the boot, the fabric scrap, the laudanum bottle shard, the velvet pouch with the pebbles, and the pressed prairie rose, wrapping each item carefully and stowing them securely in a locked wooden box she kept for her few valuables back at the cabin. Evidence, whether for solving a decades-old mystery or defending herself against present dangers, she didn't know, but the instinct to preserve felt crucial. They attempted some further repairs on the stage, replacing a few of the most damaged planks, but their hearts weren't fully in the physical labor. Their minds kept returning to the discoveries, to the implications. The opera house felt less like a restoration project and more like an archaeological dig, each layer removed, revealing deeper, more complex strata of human passion, deceit, and sorrow. As the afternoon wore on, the silence between them stretched, punctuated only by the scrape of a tool or the sigh of the wind. Faye found herself watching Nate again, not with suspicion this time, but with a kind of empathetic curiosity. The way he moved, the lines etched on his face, the occasional flicker of deep sadness in his eyes when he thought she wasn't looking. Who was he really? What had brought him to Redemption Gulch? Not just passing through, but lingering, helping her, reacting with such visceral pain to reminders of Helene Dubois. Was he connected to the Dubois family, to Corrigan, to the mysterious R.L.? His prospecting story felt increasingly thin, a convenient cover for a man anchored to this place by something far stronger than the lure of elusive gold. He was prospecting, perhaps, but not for minerals. He was sifting through the tailings of the past, searching for what? Redemption, closure, justice. Unable to bear the heavy silence any longer, Faye decided to try a different approach, circling the core mystery rather than attacking it head-on. She paused in her work, wiping sawdust from her hands onto her trousers. "Nate," she began, keeping her voice casual, "Hemlock mentioned that foreman, Corrigan, said he left town after the fight with Dubois. Did he just disappear, or did folks know where he went?" Nate stopped planing a rough edge on a plank, considering her question. He seemed relieved, perhaps, to be discussing Corrigan rather than Helene or R.L. "Hard to say for sure," he replied slowly. "Men like Corrigan, drifters with quick tempers and maybe something to hide. They don't leave maps." He squinted, dredging up old memories or perhaps second-hand accounts. Heard talk, years later, about a man matching his description working mines up Montana way, caused some trouble there too, then moved on. Some said he went north towards Canada. Others said south, maybe Arizona territory. Point is, he vanished from Wyoming, whether by choice or otherwise. "Otherwise?" Faye prompted. Nate shrugged, the movement non-committal. Dubois had reach, and a long memory for grudges wouldn't put it past him to send someone after Corrigan, make sure he stayed gone permanent. The implication was chilling. Dubois silencing a potential witness or rival. It fit the picture of a ruthless man protecting his secrets. So, if Corrigan disappeared, Faye reasoned, it's unlikely he's connected to the vandalism now, unless he had family. Nate finished her thought, his voice grim. Sons, brothers, folks carrying his grudge, looking for payback, maybe thinking Dubois stashed something valuable here before he bolted. It was a plausible theory, fitting the pattern of frontier feuds, but it didn't feel quite right to Faye. The desecration of the stage floor above the cellar felt too specific, too knowledgeable. And the button, it hadn't felt like the belonging of a rough miner seeking revenge. It felt different. She decided to shift tack again, probing another facet of the town's history. And the opera house itself, she said, gesturing around the cavernous space. After Dubois left, what happened? Hemlock said he just locked it up. Did no one try to use it, maintain it? Nate leaned against a support pillar, crossing his arms, his gaze sweeping over the decaying grandeur. Few tried, he said. Town council, such as it was, claimed it for back taxes eventually. Talked about turning it into a town hall, a schoolhouse even. But the money wasn't there. Town was shrinking fast. Then there was a fire started back here near the stage, about 20 years back, maybe more. Faye's eyes widened. A fire? Hemlock didn't mention a fire. Probably don't remember. Nate said dismissively. Wasn't a big one. Put out quick by a rainstorm, luckily. But it damaged the roof, let the weather in. That's when the real decay started. Folks figured it was cursed after that. Best left to the ghosts. He paused, his gaze distant. Some said it was faulty gas lines from the old chandeliers. Others whispered, arson, arson. Another layer of potential violence clinging to the building's history. Someone deliberately trying to destroy it 20 years ago? Why? To cover up evidence the initial abandonment hadn't obscured, or for entirely different reasons lost to time. Who would want to burn it down? Faye asked. Nate shrugged again, the gesture becoming a familiar shield against revealing too much. Could be anyone. Vandals, drunks, someone with a grudge against Dubois even then, or someone afraid something might still be found inside. He pushed himself away from the pillar. Point is, it survived. Mostly waiting. Waiting for her, Faye thought. Waiting for someone to care enough to brave the dust, the decay, the lingering threats. The conversation lapsed back into silence, but Faye felt she had gained something. Small pieces, perhaps. Corrigan's likely disappearance, the fire years ago, but they added texture to the narrative, deepened the sense of long-held secrets and potential dangers tied to the opera house. And Nate's willingness to discuss these aspects, however cautiously, felt like progress. He was willing to talk around the central mystery, even if he wouldn't address it directly. As the light began to fade, casting long shadows across the stage, they packed up their tools. The newly found sheet music, still damp but holding its shape within its woolen wrapping, was carefully placed in Faye's sturdy canvas bag. Nate walked with her to the main doors, a silent, watchful presence, as she secured the heavy bolts. Outside, the air was cool and still, the sky painted with the soft hues of impending twilight. Nate paused near his tethered horses, adjusting the load on the pack mule. Those strangers Hemlock mentioned, Faye said quietly, unable to let it go entirely. Asking about this place in Rawlins. It feels connected, Nate, to the vandalism, maybe even to whatever happened to Helene. Nate finished tightening a strap, keeping his back to her. Could be, he conceded, his voice low. Rawlins ain't that far. Word travels. Folks with bad intentions drift through. He turned finally, meeting her gaze in the fading light. His expression was serious, the lines around his eyes etched deep with weariness and concern. Just be careful, Faye. You're stirring up more than dust here. You're asking questions someone don't want answered. Who, Nate? She pressed, emboldened by the shared discoveries, the fragile intimacy of the moment. Who doesn't want them answered? Descendants of Corrigan, Dubois, or someone else entirely? She held his gaze, searching his shadowed eyes. Someone who might know who RL was? At the mention of the initials, the shutter came down again, swift and decisive. The connection, the openness vanished, replaced by the familiar guarded mask. Like I said, he stated flatly, his voice devoid of emotion, don't know any RL. He turned towards his horse. Best be making camp, wind's picking up again. He swung himself into the saddle, his movements stiff but practiced. Without another word, without a backward glance, he nudged his horse forward, the pack mule trailing behind, and rode off into the deepening twilight, melting into the vast, lonely landscape. Faye stood watching him go, a familiar mixture of frustration, suspicion, and a growing, undeniable connection churning within her. He knew who RL was, and the knowledge was a wound he refused to expose, a secret he guarded as fiercely as she guarded her own past. She turned back to the opera house, its massive silhouette dark against the bruised sky. The question she had asked lingered in the dusty air, unanswered but potent. Who were the strangers? What was their interest? Who was the vandal with the distinctive button? Was Corrigan truly gone? Was the fire years ago accidental or deliberate? And the most pressing question of all, the one that seemed to hold the key, who was RL, whose initials lay intertwined with Helene Dubois's final, heartbreaking song? The answers, Faye suspected, lay hidden somewhere within those stone walls, perhaps behind the locked door of Helene's private box, or perhaps locked away in the guarded heart of the enigmatic prospector who rode away from her into the Wyoming night. Finding those answers felt more critical and more dangerous than ever. The dust had been disturbed, and the questions asked within it demanded answers, whatever the cost. Chapter 15. The Long Ride Out. The rhythm of repair and discovery was broken. After the targeted vandalism and the unsettling discoveries in the office and cellar, the atmosphere in Redemption Gulch felt palpably altered. The fragile sense of progress Faye had nurtured was overshadowed by a heightened awareness of danger, a feeling of being watched, not just by the ghosts of the past, but by living, breathing threats with unknown motives. Nate Shaw's abrupt retreat back into guarded silence after her mention of the initials RL left a distinct chill in the air, a reminder of the precariousness of their alliance and the depth of the secrets he still harbored. He arrived the next morning as usual, punctual and ready for work, but the tentative warmth of the previous days was gone, replaced by a stoic, almost grim efficiency. He spoke only when necessary, focusing entirely on the physical task of repairing the stage, his face set in unreadable lines, his eyes avoiding hers. Faye mirrored his reserve, understanding instinctively that pushing him further about RL would be futile, possibly detrimental. The weight of unspoken words settled between them again, heavier than before, thick with the knowledge of Helene's fate, the mystery of the initials, and the undeniable connection Nate fought so hard to conceal. They worked through the morning, replacing the planks desecrated by the bored holes, reinforcing the structure around the trapdoor mechanism. The physical labor was demanding, grounding, yet Faye's mind constantly circled the unanswered questions. The strangers asking questions in Rawlins felt like the most immediate, tangible threat. Who were they? What did they want? Were they connected to the vandalism, to the button, to the escalating sense of menace? Sitting helpless in Redemption Gulch, waiting for the next attack felt unbearable. Information was power, or at least a potential defense. Around midday, as they paused to drink from their canteens, Faye made a decision. She couldn't just wait. She needed to know more about these strangers. Nate, she began, choosing her words carefully. Hemlock said the stage driver mentioned those men asking questions in Rawlins. She watched his face, gauging his reaction. He remained impassive, taking a slow drink from his canteen. Maybe I should ride into Rawlins. Talk to the stage driver myself, see if he remembers anything more specific, what they looked like, what exactly they asked. Nate lowered his canteen slowly. He looked at her, his expression unreadable in the shadows beneath his hat brim. Rawlins is a 2-day ride, maybe more if the weather turns, he stated flatly. Hard country between here and there, and you'd be alone. I can handle myself, Faye replied, her chin lifting slightly. The memory of her flight from Philadelphia, the long journey west under an assumed name, flashed through her mind. She was no stranger to difficult journeys or solitude. I have the colt and a sturdy horse. Her mare, Daisy, though not bred for speed, was reliable and sure-footed. Nate's gaze swept over her practical work clothes, the grime on her face, the determination hardening her eyes. He didn't dispute her capability, but his skepticism was evident. And what about this place, huh? He asked, gesturing towards the opera house. Leave it empty after what happened? What choice do I have? Faye countered, frustration lending an edge to her voice. Sit here and wait for them to come back. Maybe next time they won't just attack the building. Maybe knowing who they are, what they look like, could help us prepare, or at least understand the threat. He didn't answer immediately. He seemed to be weighing the risks, his gaze distant. Faye knew it was a gamble. Leaving the opera house unattended was risky. The ride itself held dangers, but the thought of passively waiting for the next blow felt worse. Taking action, seeking information, felt like reclaiming some measure of control. You're set on this then? He asked finally, his voice low. Yes, Faye said firmly. I need to know. Nate nodded slowly, a decision seeming to form behind his guarded eyes. All right, he said, surprising her. But you ain't going alone? Faye stared at him. What? I said, he repeated, his voice firm. You're not riding out there by yourself. Too dangerous, too many unknowns. He straightened up, dusting off his hands. I know that trail better than anyone. And 2 riders stand a better chance than 1 if those strangers are still sniffing around. Faye was momentarily speechless. His offer was unexpected, a complete reversal of his earlier guardedness. Why? Was it genuine concern, a sense of responsibility, or did he have his own reasons for wanting to go to Rawlins, perhaps related to the very secrets he refused to discuss? You don't have to do that, Nate, she said, recovering her voice, though a part of her felt a surge of relief at the thought of not facing the journey alone. This is my risk to take. Maybe, he conceded, but trouble finding you seems likely to find me too, sooner or later, long as I'm working here. He met her gaze directly, a flicker of the previous day's connection returning. Besides, he added, a hint of wryness in his tone, need supplies myself, coffee's running low, and maybe the blacksmith in Rawlins can fix this saw blade proper. He held up the tool they'd partially straightened. His reasons sounded practical, sensible, yet Faye sensed something deeper beneath the surface, an unspoken motivation driving his decision. But whatever his reasons, the offer felt genuine, and the prospect of riding alongside his quiet competence through the potentially hostile territory was undeniably reassuring. All right, Nate, she agreed, matching his practical tone. If you're sure. We leave tomorrow morning? First light? First light. he confirmed. Pack light but smart. Water, jerky, bedroll, ammunition, and keep that coat clean. The rest of the day was spent in preparation. They secured the opera house as best they could, reinforcing the boards on the windows, checking the bolts on the doors. Nate spent time checking his horses, ensuring their shoes were sound, adjusting the pack saddle. Faye returned to her cabin, gathering her own meager supplies. Jerky she'd dried herself, a small sack of oats for Daisy, her worn bedroll, extra cartridges for the revolver, and the small, precious tin of coffee Nate had mentioned. She tucked the locket and the velvet pouch deep into her saddlebag, along with the carefully wrapped sheet music. The secrets would travel with her. As she worked, a nervous energy buzzed beneath her skin. The journey felt significant, a step beyond the confines of Redemption Gulch into the wider, more dangerous world. It was a necessary risk, but the unknowns loomed large. What would they find in Rawlins? Would the stage driver remember anything useful? Would they encounter the strangers themselves? And what would it mean to spend several days on the trail alone with Nate Shaw, away from the buffers of their work and the silent presence of the opera house? The proximity, the enforced intimacy of the trail, might either solidify their fragile alliance or shatter it completely. Sleep came fitfully again that night, punctuated by dreams of endless prairies, shadowy figures, and the haunting strains of Helene's waltz. Faye rose before dawn, the air cold and sharp, the sky still thick with stars. She saddled Daisy, checked the cinch, loaded her saddlebags, her movements practiced and efficient. The weight of the colt at her hip felt familiar now, a necessary burden. Nate was waiting near the edge of the silent town, as the first pale streaks of gray lightened the eastern horizon. His dun horse and the pack mule stood ready, Nate himself a solid silhouette against the pre-dawn gloom. He nodded a greeting as she rode up, his eyes scanning her horse, her gear, assessing her readiness with a critical but unspoken approval. "Ready?" he asked simply. "Ready," Faye confirmed, pulling her hat down firmly. Without further ceremony, Nate turned his horse eastward, towards the vast undulating plains that stretched between Redemption Gulch and the distant promise of civilization in Rawlins. Faye urged Daisy forward, falling into place slightly behind and to the side of him, the pack mule plodding patiently behind Nate's horse. They rode out of the ghost town as the sun began to crest the horizon, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and pink. The skeletal buildings fell away behind them, the opera house a lonely sentinel fading into the distance. Ahead lay the immense empty landscape of Wyoming, rolling hills covered in sagebrush and sparse grass, distant flat-topped mesas, dry creek beds carving scars into the earth. The silence was profound, broken only by the rhythmic clop of hooves on the hard-packed ground, the creak of saddle leather, and the soft sigh of the morning wind. They rode mostly in silence for the first few hours, conserving the horses' energy, their eyes scanning the landscape. Nate set a steady, ground-covering pace, clearly familiar with the terrain, choosing paths that offered the best footing and avoided unnecessary climbs. Faye watched him, admiring his quiet competence, the way he seemed perfectly attuned to the rhythms of the land, reading the subtle signs, a disturbance in the dust, the distant flight of birds with an instinct born of long experience. The sun climbed higher, beating down with growing intensity. The initial coolness of the morning gave way to the dry heat of the high desert day. Dust rose from the horses' hooves, coating their clothes, their faces, the backs of their throats. The landscape unfolded around them, vast, beautiful, and utterly indifferent. It was easy to feel small and insignificant out here, swallowed by the immensity of the sky and the earth. Around midday, Nate led them towards a shallow draw, where a thin trickle of water, shaded by a few scraggly cottonwoods, offered respite. They dismounted, letting the horses drink sparingly before loosening their cinches and allowing them to graze on the sparse vegetation. Fay and Nate found shade under one of the cottonwoods, sharing water from their canteens and strips of tough, salty jerky. The silence stretched, less tense now, imbued with the weariness of the trail and the shared experience of the open country. Fay found herself wanting to break it, to ask the question still swirling in her mind, but the setting felt wrong, too exposed. It was Nate who spoke first, surprising her. He nodded towards the west, back in the direction they had come. "Place like that," he said quietly, his gaze distant. "Redemption Gulch. It gets under your skin, holds on to pieces of you." Fay looked at him, sensing an opening, however slight. "Is that why you stay close, Nate? Does it hold pieces of you?" He didn't answer directly. He picked up a small, smooth stone, turning it over in his scarred hand, a gesture reminiscent of the pebbles found with Helene's pressed flower. "Some places, you owe him something," he murmured, almost to himself, "a debt or a promise." He tossed the stone aside and looked back at Fay, his eyes holding a familiar sadness, but also a hint of resolve. Dubois built that opera house on ambition and pride. But maybe, he paused, maybe it was built on something else too. Something worth remembering. Something worth protecting. His words were cryptic, layered with meaning, yet they felt like the closest he'd come to revealing his true connection to the place, to Elaine's memory. He felt an obligation, a debt. To whom? To Helene herself? To the mysterious R.L.? To the past itself? Before Fay could probe further, Nate stood up abruptly. "Best keep moving," he said, his tone shifting back to practical efficiency. "Want to make good mileage before sundown." They tightened cinches, refilled canteens, and mounted up again, leaving the small oasis behind. The afternoon ride felt different. Nate's brief, enigmatic words echoed in Fay's mind. A debt, a promise, something worth protecting. He wasn't just a prospector, wasn't just a helper. He was a guardian, in his own silent, watchful way. Guarding what? Helene's memory? The truth? Or guarding against the consequences if that truth fully emerged? As the sun began its descent, painting the western sky in dramatic washes of purple, orange, and gold, Nate led them off the main trail towards a sheltered campsite, nestled amongst a cluster of weathered rock formations. A small spring seeped nearby, providing water for the horses, and the rocks offered protection from the wind, which was beginning to pick up again, carrying the chill of the coming night. They made camp quickly, efficiently, their movements synchronized by unspoken understanding. Nate gathered dry sagebrush and greasewood for a small, smokeless fire, while Fay tended to the horses, rubbing them down, checking their legs, giving them a small ration of oats. The simple domesticity of setting up camp felt strangely intimate after the long day's ride in shared silence. As darkness fell, they sat by the small fire, the flames casting flickering light on their faces, the vast canopy of stars blazing overhead in the clear desert sky. The silence returned, but it felt less like a barrier now, more like a shared space filled with the crackle of the fire, the soft breathing of the horses nearby, and the immense quiet of the wilderness. Faye felt the weariness deep in her bones, but also a sense of anticipation. Rollins was still a day away, but the journey itself felt like a crucible, testing their endurance, their trust, their ability to navigate not just the physical landscape, but the treacherous terrain of unspoken history and guarded emotions. The long ride out was far from over, and the questions waiting in the dust ahead felt larger, more dangerous than ever. Chapter 16. Faces Behind the Malice. The second day on the trail unfolded much like the first: vast, sun-drenched landscapes, the rhythmic cadence of hooves, long stretches of shared silence, broken only by the necessities of the journey. Yet beneath the surface, something had subtly shifted. Nate's cryptic words at the midday halt, a debt, a promise, something worth protecting, resonated in the space between them, an unspoken acknowledgement of his deeper connection to Redemption Gulch and its secrets. While he remained guarded, the absolute wall of denial seemed to have developed more cracks, replaced by a watchful, weary sense of shared purpose. Faye, too, felt a change within herself. The initial fear and uncertainty of the journey had settled into a focused determination. Riding alongside Nate, sharing the simple routines of the trail, observing his quiet competence and his unexpected moments of introspection, she felt her suspicion lessen, replaced by a growing, albeit cautious, trust. They were two solitary figures, moving through an indifferent wilderness, bound together by a shared mystery and an encroaching danger. Whatever Nate's past held, whatever secrets he guarded, she sensed he wasn't the source of the malice directed at her. He was caught in its web, just as she was. They spoke more easily as the miles passed, discussing the landscape, the behavior of the horses, speculating idly about the lives of the homesteaders who had once tried and mostly failed to tame this harsh country, leaving behind only collapsing soddies and shallow graves marked by weathered wooden crosses. They avoided the central topics: Helene, R.L., Nate's personal history, but the conversation flowed more naturally, filling the vast silence with tentative threads of connection. Late in the afternoon, as the terrain began to flatten, hinting at the approach to the Laramie Plains where Rawlins lay nestled near the Union Pacific line, Nate reined in his horse, holding up a hand. Faye drew Daisy to a halt beside him. "What is it?" she asked quietly, scanning the horizon. Nate didn't answer immediately. He tilted his head, listening intently, his eyes narrowed against the glare of the low sun. Faye listened too, hearing only the wind whispering through the dry grass and the distant cry of a hawk. "Riders," Nate said finally, his voice low. "Two of 'em, coming up fast behind us." Faye's heart gave a sharp jolt. She strained her eyes, looking back along the trail they'd just covered, a faint ribbon of dust winding through the sagebrush. At first she saw nothing. Then, cresting a low rise perhaps a mile back, two dark figures on horseback appeared, moving at a ground-eating gallop. "Friends?" she asked, though her hand instinctively went to the colt at her hip. Nate shook his head grimly. "Don't know anyone out this way, and they ain't riding friendly, he pointed. "See how they're fanned out slightly, trying to cut off any run to the sides." His assessment was swift, practical, chilling. These weren't chance travelers. They were pursuers. "The strangers?" Faye breathed, her mouth suddenly dry. Had they been followed from Redemption Gulch, or had word of their journey somehow reached unfriendly ears? "Could be," Nate said, his face hardening. "Or just plain trouble looking for easy targets. Either way, we don't want 'em catching us out here in the open." His gaze swept the surrounding landscape, searching for advantage. "There's a dry wash about half a mile ahead. Some rock cover. We make for it. Now!" There was no time for further questions. Nate spurred his horse forward, the pack mule jolting into a reluctant trot behind him. Faye urged Daisy on, her heart pounding against her ribs. Looking back over her shoulder, she saw the two riders had closed the distance considerably, their figures larger now, pushing their horses hard. They were definitely heading straight for them. The half-mile to the dry wash felt like an eternity. The wind whipped Faye's hair across her face, the pounding of hooves her own, Nate's, and the pursuers behind them filling the air. Daisy, sensing the urgency, ran willingly, her breath coming in heavy bursts. The pack mule, burdened by its load, struggled to keep up, Nate glancing back frequently, his expression tight with concern. Finally, the ground dipped sharply. Before them, the eroded banks of the dry wash, littered with tumbled rocks and clumps of stubborn greasewood. Nate didn't slow, guiding his horse skillfully down the steep embankment. Faye followed, Daisy sliding slightly on the loose gravel but keeping her footing. They reached the sandy bottom of the wash, hidden momentarily from the view of the open plains above. "This way," Nate directed, turning sharply along the wash towards a jumble of larger boulders that offered more substantial cover. He dismounted quickly behind the rocks, pulling his rifle, a sturdy Winchester Faye hadn't paid much attention to before, from its scabbard. He tethered the horses loosely, keeping them low and out of sight. Faye scrambled down from Daisy, her legs trembling slightly, pulling her coat. She took cover beside Nate, peering cautiously over the top of a large, sun-warmed boulder. The sound of approaching horses grew louder, closer. "Stay low," Nate ordered, his voice calm but taut. "Don't shoot unless they see us or unless I do. Might just ride on by if they lose the trail." They waited, crouched behind the rocks, the silence broken only by their own breathing and the thundering approach of the riders. Faye's hand was slick with sweat as she gripped the revolver. She could see them clearly now as they reached the edge of the wash, pulling their horses to a halt, scanning the landscape. Two men, rough-looking, just as Hemlock's stage driver had reportedly described. Both wore dusty trail clothes, wide-brimmed hats pulled low, their faces hard, unshaven. One was burly, thick-set, with a mean-looking scar puckering his left cheek. The other was leaner, wiry, with cold, watchful eyes that seemed to miss nothing. They carried rifles slung across their saddles and wore sidearms belted high. They looked like hard cases, men accustomed to violence. The burly man spat into the dust. "Lost 'em, went down into this damn ditch somewhere." The leaner man scanned the wash, his eyes lingering on the jumble of rocks where Faye and Nate were hidden. "Or they cut out sooner," he countered, his voice raspy. "Could be miles away by now." "Nah," the burly one insisted. "Tracks were fresh. They came this way. We flush 'em out." He started to urge his horse forward, towards the embankment. "Hold up, Jed," the lean man snapped, putting a hand on his companion's arm. "No sense spooking 'em if they're holed up tight. Let's check the trail first, see where they went down." Jed grumbled but obeyed, dismounting heavily. The lean man swung down more agilely. They began examining the edge of the wash, searching for the tracks Nate and Faye had left moments before. Faye held her breath, pressing herself flatter against the rock. Nate remained absolutely still beside her, his Winchester held ready but not aimed, his eyes narrowed, watching the men's every move. The lean man found the tracks quickly. "Here," he called to Jed. "2 horses and a mule. Went down right here. He peered into the wash, his gaze sweeping towards their hiding place again. Did he see something? A flicker of movement? The glint of sunlight off a rifle barrel? His eyes seemed to lock onto their position. He didn't raise his rifle, didn't shout. He simply gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod to Jed. Then in a sudden, coordinated movement, both men dove for cover behind the embankment opposite the wash, simultaneously drawing their rifles. "Down!" Nate yelled, shoving Faye lower as a gunshot cracked through the air, the bullet whining past overhead, ricocheting off the rock near Nate's head with a sharp ping. Dust and rock fragments showered down on them. Any hope of avoiding confrontation vanished? They'd been seen. The men weren't just pursuers. They were attackers. Nate reacted instantly, raising his Winchester and firing back, not wildly, but with calculated precision, aiming near the spot where the men had disappeared behind the embankment. Another shot answered his, kicking up dust near his feet. "They got us pinned," Nate gritted out, reloading swiftly. "Can you use that thing?" He nodded towards the coat in Faye's trembling hand. "Yes," she managed, her voice thin. She'd practiced endlessly, it seemed, under her father's reluctant tutelage years ago, but never at a living target. Still, the cold fury that had risen after the vandalism surged again. These men, likely the same ones who had desecrated the stage, were trying to kill them. "All right," Nate said, his voice calm despite the danger. "Don't waste shots. Aim for their cover. Try to keep their heads down. I'll watch for an opening." What followed was a terrifying exchange of gunfire. Bullets whined and ricocheted off the rocks around them. The sharp crack of Nate's Winchester answered the heavier boom of the attackers' rifles. Faye, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst from her chest, forced herself to aim and fire the Colt, the recoil jarring her arm. She didn't know if she hit anything, focusing only on Nate's instruction, keep their heads down. The two men on the opposite bank were experienced fighters. They used their cover well, firing sporadically but accurately, trying to draw Nate's fire, perhaps waiting for him or Faye to make a mistake, expose themselves. Jed, the burly one, seemed content to lay down suppressing fire while the leaner one fired less often, his shots seeming more deliberate, searching. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. Faye's ears rang. Her arm ached from the Colt's recoil. Nate remained steady beside her, firing methodically, conserving ammunition, his eyes constantly scanning the opposite bank, waiting. Then the lean man made a move. Under the cover of Jed's rapid firing, he scrambled sideways along the embankment, trying to get a better angle, perhaps flank their position. Nate saw the movement instantly. He shifted his aim, waited for the man to expose himself briefly as he moved between patches of scrub, and fired. A sharp cry echoed across the wash. The lean man stumbled, clutching his shoulder, dropping his rifle as he scrambled back behind cover. He was hit, though likely not fatally. "One down," Nate muttered, quickly reloading. Jed roared in anger from behind the embankment. "Damn you! You'll pay for that!" He unleashed a furious volley of shots, bullets slamming into the rocks around Faye and Nate, forcing them to keep their heads down. But the dynamic had shifted. With one man wounded, their advantage was diminished. Nate pressed his attack, firing steadily towards Jed's position, preventing him from aiding his partner or concentrating his own fire. Faye, seeing her chance while Jed was pinned, took careful aim with the Colt towards the spot where the lean man had taken cover. She fired twice. She couldn't see if she hit him again, but there was no return fire from his position. Suddenly, Jed's firing stopped. Silence fell, thick and ringing after the cacophony of the gunfight. Had he run out of ammunition? Was he hit, or was he planning something else? Stay sharp, Nate warned, his voice low, his rifle still aimed towards Jed's last known position. They waited, straining their ears. The silence stretched. Then they heard it, the sound of a horse scrambling up the far bank, away from the wash, followed by another. Jed was retreating, taking the wounded man with him. Nate cautiously raised his head, scanning the opposite bank. Empty. He quickly scanned the plains beyond. 2 figures on horseback were riding away fast, heading back the way they had come. Already distant figures against the setting sun. They weren't pursuing the fight. They were running. A long, shuddering breath escaped Faye's lips. Her entire body trembled with reaction, the adrenaline draining away, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion and the nauseating residue of fear. She lowered the Colt, its barrel still warm, her hand aching. Nate watched the retreating riders until they were mere specks on the horizon. Only then did he lower his Winchester, leaning back against the rock, wiping sweat and grime from his forehead with the back of his sleeve. He looked over at Faye, his expression grim but relieved. "You all right?" he asked, his voice rough. Faye could only nod, unable to speak for a moment. "You? Got winged by a rock chip," he said, touching a bleeding scratch on his cheek she hadn't noticed before. "Nothing serious." He looked back towards the empty embankment where their attackers had been. They won't be back. Not today, anyway. He pushed himself to his feet, reloading his rifle automatically, his movements economical despite the lingering tension. Faye slowly stood up too, her legs shaky. The campsite, chosen for its shelter, had become a battlefield. Spent cartridges littered the ground around their rocky fortress. The air still smelled sharply of gunpowder. Nate walked cautiously across the wash to the spot where the men had taken cover. He scanned the ground, his prospector's eye missing nothing. He picked something up. When he walked back towards Faye, his face was set in hard lines. He opened his hand. Lying on his palm was another button, identical to the one found on the desecrated stage, horn or dark bone, carved with the same distinctive star pattern. "He lost another one, Nate said grimly. "The lean fella. When I hit him." There was no doubt now. The men who had just attacked them were the same ones who had vandalized the opera house. The malice had faces, hard, violent faces belonging to men willing to kill to achieve their aims. And one of them, the lean, watchful one, wore distinctive buttons. "So they followed us," Faye whispered, the implications settling cold and heavy in her stomach. "Or they knew we were coming." "Maybe," Nate said, tucking the button carefully away with its twin. "Or maybe they were heading back to Redemption Gulch to finish the job and we just crossed paths." He looked towards Rawlins, still a day's ride away. "Either way, they know who we are now, and they know we can fight back." The encounter had changed everything. The threat was no longer abstract, no longer confined to warnings smeared in tar or questions asked in distant town. It was real, immediate, and deadly. They had seen the faces behind the malice, and those faces now knew theirs. The long ride out had led them straight into the heart of the danger, and the journey back promised to be even more perilous. Chapter 17. The door below the floorboards. The aftermath of the gunfight settled over the small campsite like a pall. The sharp tang of gunpowder lingered in the cooling air, a stark reminder of the violence that had erupted so suddenly in the quiet wilderness. Faye and Nate moved with a subdued urgency, the shared danger having forged a new, albeit grim, layer onto their complex relationship. The faces behind the malice were no longer abstract threats. They were real men, Jed and the lean, button-wearing man now nursing a shoulder wound, who had tried to kill them and would likely try again. Nate tended to the bleeding scratch on his cheek with a dab of the carbolic salve Faye offered, his movements matter-of-fact, betraying none of the fear or adrenaline Faye still felt humming beneath her skin. She, in turn, forced herself to clean and reload her coat, her hands less shaky now, the cold reality of the situation overriding the lingering terror. They had survived, but the encounter had irrevocably raised the stakes. "Can't stay here," Nate stated quietly, scanning the darkening landscape. "They know this spot now, and Jed might get bolder once his partner's patched up or if they meet up with others." Faye nodded, understanding the grim logic. Their sanctuary had become a known location. Vulnerable. "Where do we go?" "North a few miles," Nate decided after a moment's thought. "There's a series of broken ridges. Harder to track us there. Better defensive positions if they come looking tonight." He looked at the horses, who were still skittish, their ears twitching, nostrils flared from the scent of gunpowder. "Won't push 'em hard, just get clear of this wash." Packing up their meager camp felt different under the weight of the recent violence. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow menacing. Faye found herself constantly scanning the ridges surrounding the wash, half expecting to see the figures of Jed and the lean man reappear, silhouetted against the twilight sky. They rode out of the wash not east towards Rawlins, but north, into the deepening dusk, Nate leading the way through the increasingly rugged terrain. He moved with a quiet confidence, navigating the broken ground with an instinct that spoke of deep familiarity with this unforgiving land. The pack mule followed reluctantly, and Daisy stayed close to Nate's dun, sensing the tension in the air. After an hour of riding through the darkness, guided only by the pale light of a rising sliver of moon and Nate's innate sense of direction, he finally drew rein in a narrow defile protected by high, rocky walls. It was a hidden, defensible spot, offering clear views of the approaches but difficult to see from below. "We'll make a cold camp here," Nate announced, swinging down from his horse. "No fire tonight, too risky." Faye nodded, dismounting stiffly, her muscles aching from the long ride and the subsequent tension. A cold camp meant no coffee, no warmth against the chill night air that was already settling into the ravine. It meant gnawing on dry jerky instead of sharing bread, but safety was paramount. They unsaddled the horses, rubbing them down in the near darkness, speaking to them in low, soothing tones. They ate their sparse meal in silence, leaning against the cold rock face, the weight of the day pressing down on them. The silence felt different now, not awkward, not companionable, but watchful, taut with shared danger. Faye found herself thinking about the button Nate had recovered. 2 identical buttons, uniquely carved, a significant clue. "That button," she said softly into the darkness, breaking the silence. "The lean man lost 2 of them, one at the opera house, one here." Nate, sitting nearby, invisible, except as a slightly darker shape against the rock, shifted slightly. "Aye," he confirmed, "careless, or maybe just unlucky." "Or maybe," Faye mused, "they aren't his buttons. Maybe he took the coat or waistcoat from someone else." The thought opened up new, disturbing possibilities. Had the coat belonged to someone connected to the opera house originally, stolen long ago? Nate considered this. Possible, he conceded after a moment. Plenty of cast-off fancy clothes end up out here, or maybe he won it in a poker game, or stole it off a dead man. The grim possibilities were endless on the frontier. Point is, he added, it connects the vandalism to the ambush, connects these men direct to whatever grudge they're carrying against you, or that place. Or against Dubois, Faye murmured, or Corrigan, or maybe R.L. She risked mentioning the initials again, testing the waters in the relative anonymity of the darkness. Nate didn't answer immediately. The silence stretched, filled only by the sigh of the wind high above the ravine walls. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, carefully controlled. Lots of initials out there, Faye. Don't mean much without a name. It was another deflection, but less sharp this time, tinged more with weariness than hostility. He wasn't going to reveal anything, not yet, maybe not ever, but he wasn't shutting her down completely either. They lapsed back into silence, each lost in their own thoughts, the shared danger a tangible presence between them. Faye wrapped her bedroll tighter around her shoulders, shivering slightly despite herself. The image of the lean man's cold eyes, the burly Jed-scarred face kept replaying in her mind. They knew what she and Nate looked like now. They knew they were heading towards Rawlins. Would they try to intercept them again, or would they ride back to Redemption Gulch? The uncertainty was unnerving. Eventually, exhaustion claimed her. Faye drifted into a restless sleep, huddled against the cold rock, the weight of the Colt a heavy pressure against her hip. She dreamed of dark cellars, faded music, and eyes watching her from the shadows. They were back on the trail before dawn, moving cautiously through the broken country as the first light began to bleed into the eastern sky. Nate pushed them harder today, wanting to reach the relative safety of Rawlins before nightfall, keenly aware that Jed and his wounded partner could be anywhere behind them, ahead of them, or circling back towards the vulnerable opera house. The tension of being hunted spurred them onward. They spoke little, conserving their energy, their eyes constantly scanning the surrounding ridges and plains. Every distant rider, every plume of dust sent a jolt of apprehension through Faye, but none resolved into the figures of Jed or the lean man. It was late afternoon when the character of the land finally changed. The rugged hills gave way to the wide, rolling expanse of the Laramie Plains, and in the distance, shimmering in the heat haze, Faye saw the unmistakable signs of civilization. A dark smudge of smoke from coal-fired engines, the low cluster of buildings hugging the gleaming parallel lines of the Union Pacific Railroad tracks, Rawlins. A wave of relief washed over Faye, so profound it almost buckled her knees. They had made it. They had outrun, or at least outmaneuvered, their pursuers. Nate seemed to relax slightly, too, though his vigilance didn't waver, as they approached the outskirts of the bustling railroad town. Rawlins was a jarring contrast to the desolation of Redemption Gulch. It teemed with lithe, rough-looking railroad workers, dusty cowboys, merchants in bowler hats, prospectors stocking up on supplies, painted women lounging in the doorways of saloons, the clang of hammers from the blacksmith shop, the rumble and hiss of locomotives at the depot. It was noisy, dirty, vibrant, and dangerous in its own way, but it represented society. Law, however, rough and information. First thing, Nate said as they rode slowly down the main muddy street, attracting curious glances from passers-by, is the stage office. See if that driver's still around. The stage office was a small, busy hub near the railroad depot. Inside, a harried-looking clerk was dealing with a pile of manifests. Nate approached the counter, Faye standing slightly behind him. "Looking for the driver who runs the western route," Nate said, his voice calm and direct. "The one who comes through Redemption Gulch Way." The clerk barely looked up. "Henderson?" "Yeah, he's around. Probably over at the saloon. Across the street, waiting for the eastbound freight." "Obliged," Nate said simply. They crossed the muddy street towards the saloon, its bat-wing doors swinging open, periodically to release bursts of raucous laughter, tinny piano music, and the smell of stale beer and cheap whiskey. Faye hesitated slightly. Saloons weren't places respectable women frequented, but finding Henderson was crucial. Nate glanced at her, seeming to understand her hesitation. "You wait here," he said quietly. "I'll fetch him out." Faye nodded gratefully, finding a spot near the saloon entrance where she could lean against the rough wooden wall, trying to look inconspicuous while keeping an eye on the street. Nate pushed through the swinging doors and disappeared into the dim, smoky interior. He emerged a few minutes later, followed by a stout, middle-aged man with a weathered face, sharp eyes, and tobacco juice staining the corners of his mouth. This must be Henderson. "This the lady asking 'bout them fellas?" Henderson asked, looking Faye up and down with open curiosity. "That's right," Nate confirmed. "Miss Carter owns the old opera house out Redemption Way. Had some trouble lately. We think it might be connected to those men you mentioned." Henderson spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dust. "Trouble, eh? Don't surprise me none. Them two look like trouble walking." He squinted, thinking back. "Yeah, I remember 'em. Asked a lot of questions about Redemption. Who was living there? If anyone was fool enough to try fixing up the old Dubois place." He chuckled humorlessly. "Guess that'd be you, ma'am." "Did they say why they were asking?" Faye pressed. "Did they mention any names? Dubois? Corrigan?" Henderson shook his head. "And I kept it vague, just general nosiness, but the way they asked felt like they was looking for something specific, or someone." He paused, scratching his jaw. "One thing, though, the lean one. He had fancy buttons on his waistcoat, dark, carved things, like stars. Noticed 'em 'cause you don't see buttons like that often out here." Faye exchanged a significant glance with Nate. The button. Henderson had noticed it too. "Anything else?" Nate asked. "How they were dressed? Their horses?" Henderson described their trail-worn clothes, their sturdy but unremarkable horses, nothing particularly distinctive apart from the buttons. "Hard cases," he summarized. "Looked like they'd slit your throat for a nickel. Gave me the creeps." He spat again. "Headed west when they left Rawlins, far as I know. Said something about checking claims up toward South Pass." "Towards South Pass? Not back towards Redemption Gulch, then? Or was that just misdirection?" Faye thanked Henderson for his help, slipping him a silver dollar for his trouble, which he pocketed with a grunt of satisfaction before heading back towards the saloon. Nate watched him go, his expression thoughtful. "So they were here," he said quietly to Faye, "asking about you, about the opera house, and Henderson confirms the button." He looked down the street, his gaze distant. "Said they were heading toward South Pass." "Do you think they were?" Faye asked. Nate considered it. Maybe. Could be looking for claims, like Henderson said, or maybe looking for someone else tied to this mess. Or maybe his eyes met hers, grim understanding passing between them. They just wanted us to think they were heading that way. Could be halfway back to Redemption Gulch by now. The uncertainty was unnerving. Jed and the lean man were confirmed as the source of the trouble. their interest directly tied to Faye and the Opera House, but their current location and ultimate motive remained dangerously unclear. "What do we do now?" Faye asked, feeling the vastness of the possibilities and the dangers pressing in. "First," Nate said decisively, "we get you somewhere safe for the night. A boarding house, maybe. Then I get supplies, see the blacksmith. Tomorrow we ride back." "Back?" Faye felt a jolt of apprehension. "With them potentially heading there too?" "Got no choice," Nate stated flatly. "Can't leave that place undefended now. Not knowing what we know, not after they show their hand." He looked at her, his expression resolute. "We started this, Faye. Stirred up the dust, now we gotta see it through." His words resonated with her own determination despite the fear. He was right. They couldn't turn back now. They had faces to put to the malice, a tangible clue in the buttons, and a growing understanding of the lies surrounding Helene's disappearance. The path led back to Redemption Gulch, back to the Opera House, back to the secret still hidden within its walls, perhaps behind the locked door of Helene's box, or deeper still, beneath the floorboards in the cold, dark cellar. The door below the floorboards, the one Faye had briefly opened, felt like the epicenter of the mystery, pulling them back towards its dangerous, tragic heart. Chapter 18, when the music played last. The ride back to Redemption Gulch was steeped in a silence far heavier than the one they had ridden out in. The vast, indifferent landscape seemed charged with unseen watchers, every distant butte a potential lookout point, every shadowed ravine a possible ambush site. Faye and Nate rode side by side now, foregoing the slight lead Nate had previously taken. Their proximity, a tacit acknowledgement of mutual defense. Their eyes constantly scanned the horizon, reading the dust devils, the flight of birds, the heat haze for any sign of their pursuers. The faces of Jed and the lean man, scarred, hard, capable of deadly violence, were burned into Faye's memory, overlaying the ghostly images of Helene and the questions surrounding R.L. Nate remained largely impassive, his trail craft honed to a razor's edge, his senses alert. Yet Faye noticed subtle signs of the strain, the tightness around his eyes, the way his hand rested almost constantly near the butt of his Winchester, the slight, almost imperceptible tensing of his shoulders whenever a hawk cried out overhead. He was worried, not just for himself, perhaps, but for her, and for whatever secrets Redemption Gulch held that he felt compelled to protect. The weight of his unspoken debt, his promise, seemed heavier now, manifested in his heightened vigilance. They spoke little, the shared ordeal of the gunfight having stripped away the need for casual conversation. Their communication was reduced to essential observations: water ahead, loose shale here, tracks, coyote maybe, or brief confirmations of readiness. Yet beneath the surface of this stark efficiency, a deeper current flowed. They had faced death together, relied on each other instinctively. Faye had seen Nate's calm precision under fire, his protective instincts. He had seen her fear, but also her resolve, her willingness to stand her ground and use the weapon she carried. It forged a bond, raw and untested but undeniable, complicating the layers of suspicion and guardedness that still existed between them. As they drew closer to the familiar desolation of Redemption Gulch, late on the second day, the tension mounted palpably. Would they find the Opera House violated again? Would Jed and his partner be lying in wait, having circled back? The last few miles were ridden with agonizing slowness, Faye's hand rarely leaving the grip of her Colt, Nate's rifle held loosely across his saddle horn. The ghost town emerged from the heat haze, silent, skeletal, unchanged to outward appearances. No smoke rose from chimneys that weren't there. No figures moved along the deserted street. The only sound was the familiar moan of the wind, whistling through the decaying structures. Faye let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. They approached the opera house cautiously, circling at once, scanning the windows, the doors, the surrounding ground for any sign of disturbance. The boards over the upper windows remained intact. The faded, tarred word "leave" still marred the stone facade, a grim welcome home. The heavy main doors appeared securely bolted from the inside. There were no fresh tracks beyond their own previous ones, now softened by wind and dust. It seemed their attackers hadn't returned, at least not yet. Nate dismounted near the stage entrance, listening intently for a moment before trying the door. It was still locked, just as they had left it. He produced a key, a simple, sturdy iron key Faye hadn't seen before, and unlocked it, pushing the heavy door inward. Faye felt a flicker of surprise. Where had he gotten the key? But didn't comment, attributing it perhaps to his resourcefulness or knowledge gleaned during his prospecting days. They stepped inside, leading the horses into the relative coolness of the backstage area to unload them. The air within the opera house felt thick, stagnant, heavy with the scent of dust, decay, and the faint, lingering smell of axle grease and kerosene from the vandalized stage floor. Everything seemed untouched, exactly as they had left it 2 days prior. The damaged floorboards, the scattered tools they hadn't yet stored properly, the makeshift drying rack holding Helene's precious chanson de l'exilé. A wave of relief washed over Faye, quickly followed by a renewed sense of urgency. They were safe for now, but the respite felt temporary, fragile. The answers they sought, the reasons behind the escalating attacks, lay hidden somewhere within these walls, and finding them felt more critical than ever. After tending to the weary horses, securing them backstage with water and feed, Faye turned to Nate. The unspoken purpose hung between them. "The box," she said quietly, her gaze drifting upwards towards the balcony level, towards the locked door of Helene's private sanctuary. "We need to see what's inside." Nate didn't argue. He didn't evade. He simply nodded, his expression grim but resolute. The time for circling the truth seemed to be over. He picked up the lantern, checked its oil level, and lit the wick, the familiar yellow glow pushing back the shadows. Together, they ascended the grand staircase, their footsteps echoing in the profound silence of the auditorium. The dust lay thick on the railings, undisturbed. On the balcony level, the air felt even staler, colder. The battered, upright piano stood like a forgotten sentinel near the locked door of the main box. They stopped before the door, its dark, carved wood looming in the lantern light. It looked solid, impassive, guarding its secrets well. The brass keyhole gleamed dully. "Dubois kept this locked," Nate stated, repeating his earlier observation, though his tone held more weight now. "Even the manager didn't usually have a key," folks said. "Only Helene. And Dubois himself, likely." Faye ran her hand over the cool wood. "Then how do we get in?" she asked, looking at Nate, wondering if he possessed another unexpected key. He shook his head slowly. No key. He paused, then added reluctantly, "But I reckon a lock this old, might not stand up to much persuasion." He set the lantern down on the dusty floor nearby and drew his heavy belt knife, its blade gleaming dully. It felt like another violation. forcing entry into Helene's private space, but Faye knew it was necessary. Whatever lay behind that door might hold the key to understanding her fate, identifying RL, and perhaps even comprehending the motives of their attackers. Nate examined the lock mechanism, then wedged the tip of his sturdy knife blade into the narrow gap between the door and the jamb near the keyhole. He applied steady pressure, leveraging the knife carefully. Wood groaned in protest. Metal scraped against metal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sharp crack, something inside the lock mechanism splintered and gave way. Nate pushed gently, and the door swung inward with a low, mournful creak of long, unused hinges, revealing the darkness within. A wave of cold, musty air washed over them, carrying the scent of old paper, dried flowers, faded perfume, and something else. The faint, almost imperceptible tang of sorrow itself. Faye held her breath, peering into the gloom. Nate picked up the lantern, holding it high as they stepped across the threshold. It was a small, intimate space, perhaps 12 feet square, clearly designed as a private retreat from the public spectacle below. Faded velvet curtains, thick with dust and shredded by time, hung over a tall, arched window that overlooked the main street now boarded from the outside. A small, elegant writing desk, its surface warped and stained, stood against one wall. A chaise lounge covered in rotting patterned silk slumped in a corner, spilling its horsehair stuffing. A delicate silver-backed hand mirror lay face down on a small, tarnished dressing table, and everywhere dust lay like a thick gray shroud, muffling sound, preserving the scene in a state of suspended decay. It felt like stepping into a photograph, a moment frozen decades ago. Faye moved further into the room, drawn towards the writing desk. Its surface was cluttered with remnants of a life abruptly interrupted. A dried inkwell containing only black dust. A tarnished silver pen tray holding a single corroded nib. Several sealed envelopes. The wax crests cracked and brittle, addressed in elegant script to names and addresses in France. Faye didn't recognize letters Helene had perhaps written, but never sent. Nate remained near the doorway, his presence large and quiet in the small space, his gaze sweeping over the room, taking in the details with a silent, intense observation. He seemed reluctant to disturb anything, standing like a sentinel, guarding the threshold of the past. Faye's attention was caught by a portfolio bound in faded blue leather, lying closed on the desk beside the unsent letters. It looked like a music portfolio. Her heart quickened. Carefully, reverently, she lifted it. The leather was dry and cracked, but the portfolio itself was intact. She laid it flat on the desk and gently untied the faded silk ribbons holding it closed. Inside, nestled on fragile tissue-thin paper, were more sheets of handwritten music, not rough drafts or sketches like the scores found backstage or in the cellar, but fair copies meticulously written on high-quality manuscript paper. The elegant notation, the characteristic flourishes, it was unmistakably the same hand that had penned Helene's waltz and the chanson de l'exilé. There were several pieces. Some bore titles Faye recognized from the backstage cash clearer, more complete versions of the Prairie Lament and Serenade for the Sundown. Others were new to her. A haunting nocturne titled Whispers in the Wind, a lively but bittersweet piece called Saloon Doors and Satire, and several shorter preludes and etudes. It was a significant body of work, revealing a hidden, prolific composer capturing the sounds and sorrows of her frontier existence. Then, tucked near the back of the portfolio, Faye found it, another copy of Helene's waltz. This version was pristine, the ink still dark, the paper showing little sign of age or damp, as if it had been specially protected. And beneath the title, in the same elegant script, was a dedication. Pour R. mon étoile constante, for R.L., my constant star. Faye's breath caught in her throat. The mysterious initials again, now linked directly to Helene through this intimate dedication on her most signature piece. R.L. wasn't just someone who knew her. They were her constant star, the dedicatee of her waltz. Who were they? Her eyes scanned the bottom of the page, searching for the composer's signature. It wasn't signed Hélène Dubois. It was signed simply H.D. But beneath her initials, almost like a counter-signature, were the initials R.L. again, intertwined with hers in a small, elegant flourish. "Nate," Faye whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "Look." Nate moved forward slowly, drawn by the intensity in her voice. He stood beside her, looking down at the sheet music illuminated by the lantern light. He saw the title, the dedication, the intertwined initials. This time there was no hiding his reaction. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped him, a sound of profound, heart-wrenching grief that seemed torn from the very depths of his soul. He reached out, his scarred hand trembling slightly, and traced the intertwined initials H.D. and R.L., his touch infinitely gentle, almost reverent. "Robert," he murmured, the name barely a whisper, choked with emotion. "Robert LaRoche." The name hung in the air, heavy with implication. R.L. Robert LaRoche. "Who was he, Nate?" Faye asked softly, her own heart aching at the raw pain etched on his face. Nate didn't look at her. His gaze remained fixed on the music, on the initials, lost in a past that was suddenly vividly, painfully present. "He was the music," Nate said, his voice thick. "Played violin. Dubois brought him out from France, part of the orchestra for the grand opening." He paused, swallowing hard. He stayed on, taught Hélène composition, arrangement, encouraged her talent. Dubois thought he was just another hired hand. The pieces clicked into place. Robert Laroche, the French violinist, Hélène's teacher, her collaborator, her constant star. The man who likely shared her exile, understood her artist's soul, trapped in Dubois's gilded cage. The man whose initials were intertwined with hers on her most personal music. Had their connection gone beyond music? Had Dubois discovered their bond? Was that the real reason for Laroche's disappearance, or Hélène's? "What happened to him?" Faye asked, dreading the answer. Nate finally lifted his gaze from the music, his eyes dark with remembered pain. "He vanished," he said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion now, the mask firmly back in place but cracked, revealing the raw grief beneath. "Couple of weeks before Hélène supposedly left for France. Just disappeared. Folks assumed he'd just moved on like musicians do. Dubois let it be known Laroche had run off, maybe owed him money." He shook his head slowly. No one asked too many questions. But Nate knew better. His reaction, his grief, his intimate knowledge, it all pointed to a deeper connection. Faye looked at the music again, at the dedication, at the date visible on another piece, late September 1888, just before Robert Laroche vanished, just before Hélène wrote her Chanson de l'Exilé in October. The timeline was tightening, the sequence of events becoming clearer, more ominous. Robert Laroche disappears. Hélène composes her Song of the Exile, and then Hélène herself vanishes, with Dubois creating a cover story of a trip back east. It painted a damning picture. Tucked behind the copy of the waltz in the portfolio was one final item. Not music this time, but a folded piece of heavy parchment. Faye unfolded it carefully. It was a program, printed elegantly, announcing a grand soirée musicale at the Redemption Gulch Opera House. The date at the bottom leaped out at her. October 21st, 1888. The program listed the pieces to be performed. Selections from popular operas, chamber music, and listed prominently a debut performance, Hélène's Waltz, composed by H. Dubois, arranged by R. Laroche, and beneath that, violin soloist, Robert Laroche. October 21st, 1888. The date Hélène had likely written her Chanson de l'Exilé, the date just before she vanished, a concert planned featuring her music, featuring Robert Laroche on violin, a concert that, presumably, never happened. This program wasn't just a memento, it felt like a marker, pinpointing the exact moment the music stopped, the moment before the final tragic act unfolded. This was when the music played last, and the silence that followed had lasted for decades, until now. Chapter 19. Under a Tarnished Chandelier. The name, spoken into the dust-filled silence of Hélène Dubois' private box, hung heavy in the air, thick with decades of suppressed grief. Robert Laroche, not just initials on a faded score, but a man, a musician, Hélène's teacher, her collaborator, her constant star. And Nate Shaw knew his name, spoke it like a prayer choked with pain, his hand trembling as he traced the intertwined initials on the pristine copy of Hélène's Waltz. Faye watched him, her own breath caught somewhere between discovery and a sudden, aching empathy. The depth of Nate's reaction was startling, visceral. This wasn't the detached knowledge of a local historian or a curious prospector stumbling onto old tales. This was personal. The grief etched on his face in that unguarded moment was raw, profound. Robert Laroche wasn't just a name from the past to Nate. He was part of Nate's past. He pulled his hand back from the music as if burned, turning away abruptly, scrubbing at his face with his sleeve, composing his features back into their habitual mask of guarded neutrality. But the mask was cracked, the sorrow leaking through the seams. He walked towards the boarded-up window, staring sightlessly at the rough planks, his shoulders rigid. Laroche, Faye repeated softly, testing the name, letting its significance settle. The violinist Dubois brought from France. She remembered Hemlock, mentioning musicians Dubois had imported. He taught her composition? Aye, Nate confirmed, his voice rough, tight. He didn't turn around. She had the gift, raw talent, needed shaping, structure. He gave her that. And encouragement. Faye added quietly, thinking of the portfolio filled with Hélène's work, hidden away perhaps, even from her own husband. He saw the artist Dubois only saw as a possession. Nate made a low sound in his throat, part agreement, part despair. Mon étoile constante, Faye murmured, quoting the dedication, my constant star. The implication was unavoidable, hanging thick and poignant in the small, airless room. This wasn't just a student-teacher relationship or even an artistic collaboration. It was deeper. Love, almost certainly. A secret, dangerous love blooming in the gilded cage of the opera house under the possessive eye of Jacques Dubois. What happened, Nate? Faye pressed gently, needing to understand the sequence, the catalyst. Laroche vanished a few weeks before Hélène supposedly left. Why? Did Dubois find out about them? Nate remained silent for a long moment, his back still to her. The dust motes danced in the single shaft of lantern light cutting through the gloom. illuminating the remnants of Helene's interrupted life, the unsent letters, the tarnished mirror, the decaying chaise lounge. When he finally spoke, his voice was flat, devoid of inflection, reciting facts drained of emotion. Dubois was suspicious, jealous type, always watching her. LaRoche wasn't careless, but music creates its own world. Easy to forget who might be listening outside the door. He drew a ragged breath. There was talk, servants whispering. Dubois heard something, confronted LaRoche likely. What happened exactly, no one knows for sure. LaRoche just stopped being seen, and Dubois claimed he'd run off, owed him money. Easier than admitting his wife might prefer a penniless violinist over the great Jacques Dubois, Nate said bitterly. Easier than admitting he couldn't hold on to her heart and soul. He finally turned, his face shadowed, his eyes bleak. And easier than admitting what he might have done to LaRoche to make him disappear so completely. The unspoken accusation hung heavy. Murder. Dubois, consumed by jealousy and possessiveness, eliminating his rival. It fit the profile Hemlock had painted, the ruthlessness hinted at in the story of the injured foreman, Corrigan. Faye looked down at the concert program lying open on the desk. The date stock, October 21st, 1888. The Grand Soirée Musicale that likely never happened. This concert, she said softly. It was scheduled after LaRoche disappeared. Nate frowned, stepping closer to look at the program again. He seemed to focus on the date, recognition dawning slowly, overlaid with confusion. No, he said, shaking his head. That ain't right. LaRoche vanished. Maybe late September, early October at the latest. He looked at the program again, then back at Faye, a new intensity in his eyes. This concert, October 21st, it must have been planned before he vanished. They were going to perform her waltz, together. The implication shifted. The concert wasn't an impossibility. It was a potential climax, a planned event that was tragically forestalled. Had Dubois discovered their connection because of the planned concert? Had the public performance of Helene's music, dedicated implicitly to LaRoche, featuring him as soloist, been too blatant a declaration for Dubois to tolerate? Maybe the concert itself was the trigger. Faye mused aloud. Dubois couldn't stand the thought of them sharing that spotlight, sharing her music. Or maybe, Nate countered, his voice dropping low, maybe the concert was something else. He looked around the small, confining space of the box. Maybe it was their chance to get out, together, escape. The thought resonated with Helene's chanson de l'exilé, her song of the exile. Had she and LaRoche planned to use the occasion of the concert, perhaps the confusion and bustle surrounding it, to finally break free from Dubois, from Redemption Gulch? It painted their story not just as a tragedy of jealousy, but as a thwarted bid for freedom. But they didn't make it, Faye whispered. LaRoche vanished first. And Helene wrote her song of exile. Nate finished grimly, trapped here alone after her constant star was extinguished. He looked down at the portfolio, at dedication, his expression filled with a profound, helpless sorrow. The weight of their story pressed down on Faye. A secret love, a shared passion for music, a desperate plan for escape, brutally cut short by a jealous, powerful husband. And Helene left alone, composing her lament in the weeks leading up to her own disappearance. Her fate sealed, her voice silenced until now. They stood in silence for a long moment, the gravity of the discovery settling over them. The musty air in the box felt thick with unshed tears, unheard music, unspoken goodbyes. Finally, Nate seemed to shake himself, pulling back from the precipice of memory. "Nothing more here," he said gruffly, gesturing around the room. "Just ghosts and dust." He picked up the lantern. "Let's go." Faye carefully closed the portfolio, tying the faded ribbons, feeling an almost sacred responsibility to protect Helene's legacy. She gathered the unsent letters too, tucking them carefully into her bag alongside the other discoveries. She took one last look around the small, sad room, Helene's cage within a cage, before following Nate out, pulling the splintered door closed behind them, leaving the ghosts to their dusty solitude. They descended the grand staircase back into the main auditorium. The vast space felt different now, imbued with the specific knowledge of the tragedy it had witnessed. The stage where Helene and Robert were meant to perform her waltz felt like hallowed, violated ground. The empty seats seemed to hold the echoes of applause that never came for them. Nate stopped near the center of the orchestra pit, below the stage, his gaze traveling upwards. Faye followed his line of sight. High above them, suspended from the ornate vaulted ceiling, hung the centerpiece of Dubois's extravagance. The grand chandelier. It was immense. A cascade of what must have once been sparkling crystal prisms hanging from multiple brass tiers, designed to hold dozens of gaslights. Now it was tarnished, coated in decades of grime, many prisms missing or broken, dangling precariously like frozen tears. It looked like a relic from a forgotten, opulent dream, casting long, distorted shadows in the ambient light filtering through the high windows. "Dubois had it shipped all the way from St. Louis," Nate murmured, his voice distant, reflective. "Cost a fortune, lit up the whole place like daylight when they turned on the gas." He pointed towards one of the lower tiers. "See there, where that arm is bent? Happened during the fire, folks said. Heat warped the brass." Faye looked closer. One of the ornate brass arms supporting a ring of crystals was indeed bent at an awkward angle, disrupting the chandelier's symmetry. The fire Nate had mentioned another scar on the building's history. They moved slowly down the center aisle, walking beneath the tarnished grandeur of the chandelier. Dust motes swirled lazily in the shafts of light piercing the gloom, catching the faint sparkle of a few remaining intact crystals. Standing directly beneath it, looking up, Faye felt the immense weight and faded glory of the fixture pressing down. It hung like a silent witness, having presided over the opera house's brief triumphs and its long, slow decline, having watched the dramas unfold on the stage below and in the private box above. "The night of the concert that never happened," Faye said softly, thinking aloud, looking up at the chandelier. "October 21st, what went on in here? Dubois must have known LaRoche was gone. Was the opera house empty, or did Dubois put on some other show, pretending everything was normal?" Nate didn't answer immediately. He was staring up at the chandelier too, but his expression was strange, haunted, his eyes focused on something beyond the tarnished brass and dusty crystal. It was the same look he'd had when he first saw the pressed prairie rose, a look of painful, specific memory. "Nate?" Faye prompted gently. "Were you here then? Do you remember that time?" He seemed to pull himself back from a great distance, his gaze slowly lowering to meet hers. The raw emotion was carefully banked, but she could see the embers glowing in the depths. "I was young," he said evasively, his voice low and strained, "just a kid hanging around the edges. Heard things, saw things folks didn't pay mind to." He looked back up at the chandelier, a muscle twitching in his jaw. "There was talk after Laroche vanished. Whispers about Dubois being seen near the river late at night, about sounds coming from the opera house when it should have been locked up tight. He fell silent, but Faye felt the unspoken words hanging between them. He had been here. He had seen or heard something related to Laroche's disappearance or Helene's. The debt, the promise he felt, was it tied to something he witnessed as a boy, something he couldn't prevent, something he felt compelled to rectify now? He took a step away from the direct center, moving out from under the chandelier's heavy presence, as if shaking off a physical weight. This place, he said, his voice rough, it holds on to things, sounds, feelings. He looked towards the stage, then back at Faye. Helene's music. You found it backstage in the cellar, in her private box. It's like she left pieces of herself scattered all through here. Faye nodded, understanding what he meant. The music wasn't just notes on paper, it was Helene's essence, permeating the building. Maybe, Nate continued slowly, thoughtfully, maybe the music holds more answers than just initials. He gestured towards the stage, where the drying rack held the chanson de l'exilé, that song she wrote right before she vanished. Maybe there's something hidden in the notes themselves, a code, a message. It seemed far-fetched, something out of a penny dreadful, a secret message hidden in musical notation. Yet Helene was an artist, trapped, desperate. Robert Laroche was a trained musician. Could they have devised some way to communicate, some musical cipher, especially after Laroche was perhaps imprisoned or hidden away before being killed? Could the chanson de l'exilé be more than just a lament? Could it be a final message, pointing towards the truth of her fate or Laroche's? The idea, improbable as it sounded, resonated in the charged atmosphere of the opera house. They had unearthed the narrative, the timeline, the likely motive, but the final pieces, the exact how and where of the tragedy, remained elusive. Perhaps the music itself held a key. Faye looked towards the stage, towards the fragile, drying pages holding Helene's last known composition. The ink on the faded score held lyrics of sorrow, but perhaps, hidden within the melody itself, beneath the shadow of the tarnished chandelier, lay the final desperate testament of Helene Dubois and her constant star. The need to decipher it felt urgent, compelling, a path forward in the deepening gloom. Chapter 20. A Reckoning Between Heartbeats. The possibility that Helene's final composition, her chanson de l'exilé, held more than just mournful lyrics, perhaps a hidden message, a musical cipher pointing towards the truth, settled over Faye and Nate with a profound weight. It felt both fantastical and strangely plausible within the Gothic confines of the opera house, a place already saturated with secrets, ghosts, and the lingering power of Helene's silenced artistry. If she couldn't speak the truth directly, perhaps she had found a way to sing it, encoding her final testimony in the very notes of her lament. They retreated from the main auditorium, leaving the tarnished chandelier hanging like a silent, brooding judge overhead, and returned to the relative intimacy of the backstage area. The sheet music, retrieved from Helene's private box, lay carefully arranged on a makeshift table Nate had cleared. The cellar score, Chanson de l'exilé, was still damp, but drying slowly on the rack Nate had built. Faye approached the drying rack, carefully examining the fragile pages. The elegant notation, interspersed with Helene's desperate French lyrics, seemed to pulse with a hidden life. How could music contain a message? Was it in the choice of keys, rhythmic patterns, a sequence of notes spelling out words. Faye's musical knowledge was rudimentary, gleaned from resented childhood lessons, certainly not sophisticated enough to recognize complex musical codes. She looked at Nate, who stood watching her, his expression thoughtful, intense. Do you know anything about musical ciphers, Nate? Ways people might hide messages in scores? He frowned, rubbing his grizzled jaw. Heard tales, spies using them during the war. Notes corresponding to letters, that sort of thing. But it's intricate work, takes knowledge. He paused, then added slowly, La Roche would have known. Musician trained in France. They learn all sorts of tricks. Robert Laroche. If Helene had intended a hidden message, he would have been the likely recipient, the one person capable of deciphering it. Had she written it for him, hoping he might somehow find it? Or had she written it after his disappearance? A desperate cry for help, or a final testament aimed at anyone who might understand. Faye carefully lifted one of the drier pages from the backstage cache, the cleaner copy of Helene's waltz. She compared it again to the Chanson de l'Exilé. The handwriting was the same, the style consistent, but the chanson felt different, more complex perhaps. Certain passages seemed unusually dense with notation, others jarringly simple. Were these inconsistencies deliberate? We need someone who truly understands music, Faye murmured, frustration mounting. Someone who can read beyond the notes. She thought of the battered piano on the balcony. Even if it were playable, her own skills were inadequate. Nate didn't reply immediately. He walked over to the drying rack, his gaze fixed on the Chanson de l'Exilé. He leaned closer, studying a particular passage, his brow furrowed in concentration. He hummed a few notes under his breath, a rough, tuneless sound, yet seemingly following the melody line. He stopped, shaking his head slightly. Just sounds sad, he muttered, almost to himself. But then his eyes narrowed again, focusing on a different section of the score, near the end of the piece. He pointed with a scarred finger. This bit here, he said, his voice low, hesitant, seems familiar. Faye leaned closer, peering at the notation he indicated. It was a short, recurring phrase, simpler than the surrounding passages, almost like a folk tune, embedded within the more complex lament. She tried humming it herself, the notes strangely plaintive, memorable. Familiar how? She asked. Nate struggled to articulate it, like a tune you hear whistled or played on a fiddle at a barn dance maybe, but different. He shook his head again, frustrated. Can't place it? He looked up at Faye, a sudden thought dawning in his eyes. That music box you found, the one inscribed Poor Helene. You said it was empty? Yes, Faye confirmed. The mechanism was gone. But did it look like it ever played Helene's waltz? He pressed. Or could it have played something simpler? Something like this? He pointed again to the short, recurring phrase in the chanson. Faye thought back to the small, intricately carved box. The space inside had seemed small. A complex waltz might have required a larger, more elaborate mechanism. But a short, simple melody? That seemed plausible. Could this recurring phrase be the tune the music box once played? A private melody, shared between Helene and Robert, woven into her final composition? Maybe. Faye breathed, the possibility sending a shiver down her spine. If it was their tune, maybe this phrase is the key. Maybe the message is hidden here. Repeated? How to decipher it? Letters corresponding to notes. C, D, E, F, G, A, B. It seemed too simple. too easily broken, unless Faye remembered tales her governess used to tell about acrostics, hidden messages where the first letter of each line spelled out a word. Could something similar work with music, the first note of each bar? Or perhaps specific, accented notes? Let's write down the notes, Faye decided impulsively. Just that repeating phrase, see if it spells anything. Finding a relatively clean scrap of paper amidst the office debris and a stub of a pencil, Faye carefully transcribed the sequence of notes from the recurring phrase in the chanson, relying on her rudimentary knowledge of the treble clef. G, A, F, E, D, C, G. It repeated several times within the piece. G, A, F, E, D, C, G. Did the letters themselves mean anything? Gaffed? No, what about solfege, the do-re-mi system? Sol, la, fa, mi, re, do, so meaningless. Faye chewed on the end of the pencil, frustration mounting. It felt like grasping at straws. Nate watched her, leaning against the wall, his arms crossed, his expression thoughtful. Maybe it ain't the letters themselves, he suggested quietly. Maybe it's something else, something visual. Visual? Faye looked at the notation again. The notes marched across the staff lines, dots and stems, flags and beams. What could be visual? The shape the melody made as it rose and fell? Suddenly, Nate pushed himself off the wall. The trapdoor, he said abruptly. The mechanism downstairs, you remember how it looked? Ropes, pulleys, counterweights. Faye frowned, confused by the apparent non sequitur. Yes, a tangle of old ropes mostly. But the counterweights, Nate persisted. Big blocks of lead or iron used to balance the weight of the door when it opened. They hang down below the stage. He looked at the scrap of paper where Faye had written the notes. Notes go up and down. High notes, low notes. He paused, an idea taking shape in his eyes. What if the notes ain't letters? What if they're depths? Depths? Faye stared at him, then back at the music, high notes, low notes, corresponding to positions. It sounded fantastical. Depths of what? Below the stage? Maybe, Nate said, his voice gaining intensity. Or maybe depths in the ground, like marking a spot. He looked towards the cellar opening, then back at the music. That phrase repeats. What if each note tells you how deep to dig or where to look? It was a wild leap of logic, born perhaps of desperation, yet it held a strange resonance. Helene trapped, wanting to leave a final clue to her fate or Robert's. Could she have encoded coordinates or depths into a simple, repeating musical phrase she knew Robert would recognize? It's possible, I suppose, Faye conceded, though skepticism warred with a desperate hope. But how would we even begin to test it? We go back down, Nate stated simply, determination hardening his features. We take the music. We look at the cellar again, thinking about notes as positions, as depths. He met Faye's gaze, the earlier guardedness replaced by a shared, focused intensity. It's a long shot, Faye. Maybe the longest, but right now, Leita, it's the only lead we got that feels like it came straight from her. He was right. The buttons, the strangers, Corrigan, those were external threats, ripples spreading outwards from the central tragedy. But the music, especially this potential cipher, felt like Helene's own voice, her final attempt to break the silence. Once more, they prepared to descend into the cellar. Nate ensured the lantern was full, its flame burning bright. Faye carefully carried the precious, still damp page containing the Chanson de l'Exilé, protecting it as best she could. The scrap paper with the transcribed melody phrase was tucked into her pocket. Lowering themselves into the cold, damp space felt different this time. Not just a search for random clues, but a focused attempt to decipher a potential message, guided by the ghost of Helene herself through her music. Nate held the lantern high, illuminating the cramped, earthen-floored room. The boot, the overturned crate, the impression where the locket lay familiar landmarks now in this subterranean landscape of sorrow. "All right," Nate said, his voice hushed, respectful. "Let's look at that phrase again." Faye carefully unfolded the scrap paper, holding it beside the original score page. GAFEDCG, 7 notes. She looked around the cellar. 7 notes. 7 steps. 7 feet. "Let's start with the position of the notes on the staff," Faye suggested, thinking visually as Nate had prompted. "G is on the second line from the bottom, AI is in the space above it. F is the top space." She traced the notes' vertical positions: high, low, middle. Did they correspond to locations within the cellar? Nate swept the lantern beam slowly around the small room. 7 notes, he mused. 7 paces from the door, or maybe from that. He pointed towards the far wall, where the pickaxe and shovel leaned. Tools for digging. They tried pacing it out. 7 paces from the door led them near the center, close to where the boot lay. 7 paces from the tools led them towards the corner with the rotting sacks. Nothing seemed immediately significant. What about the notes themselves? Faye wondered. Their values? Whole notes, half notes, quarter notes? She examined the chanson. The recurring phrase used mostly quarter notes and eighth notes, creating its simple, memorable rhythm. Did the rhythm matter? A pattern of steps? Long step? Short step? It felt overly complex, prone to misinterpretation. Nate knelt near the center of the room, running his hand over the packed earth floor, his prospector's instincts taking over. "If you wanted to bury something," he murmured, "and mark it so only one other person could find it, you wouldn't make it obvious. But you'd need landmarks." He looked at the musical staff again. Lines and spaces. He looked around the cellar. Walls and center. "What if," he said slowly, thinking aloud, "the notes tell you where on the floor? High notes towards the back wall, low notes towards the door, middle notes in the center?" He pointed to the sequence. G, lowish, A, middle, F, high, E, high-ish, D, middle, C, low, G, lowish. It created a kind of zigzag pattern across the theoretical space of the cellar floor. They tried tracing the pattern, starting near the door, low C, moving towards the middle, D, then higher towards the back wall, E, F, back to the middle, A, then lower again, G. It led them roughly to a spot slightly off-center, nearer the wall with the tools, a patch of earth that looked no different from the rest. Nate knelt again at that spot, pressing his hand firmly onto the earth. He probed it with his fingers, then drew his belt knife, carefully digging the tip into the packed ground. It went in easily for a few inches, then met resistance. Not solid rock, but something else, something softer, yielding slightly. Faye held her breath, watching intently, the lantern light casting Nate's face in sharp relief, his expression taut with concentration. He dug carefully around the area, scraping away the top layer of earth. Beneath it, the texture changed. The soil was looser, darker, as if it had been disturbed more recently than the surrounding packed earth. "Someone dug here," Nate stated grimly, his voice low, and filled it back in. Faye's blood ran cold. Was this Helene's grave, or Robert LaRoche's? Had Dubois buried his victim, ours, here, beneath the stage of the monument he built? Nate didn't hesitate. He grabbed the rusted shovel head leaning against the wall, ignoring the broken handle, and began carefully scraping away the looser soil, working with grim determination. Faye held the lantern steady, its beam fixed on the growing depression in the cellar floor. The work was slow, hampered by the cramped space and the inadequate tool. After several minutes of scraping and scooping, the shovel head struck something solid with a dull thud. Not rock, wood. Nate cleared the remaining soil away from the object. It was a wooden box, roughly 3 feet long, perhaps 1.5 feet wide, made of rough-hewn planks similar to those used in the opera house construction. It wasn't a coffin, at least not a formal one. It looked more like a simple packing crate, hastily repurposed. The lid was nailed shut. Silence descended, thick and suffocating. Faye stared at the crude wooden box unearthed from the cellar floor, her heart pounding against her ribs like a frantic drum. This was it, the heart of the secret. Whatever lay inside this box was what Dubois had hidden, what Helene's music might have desperately pointed towards. Nate looked up at Faye, his eyes dark, unreadable. The moment of truth had arrived, stark and unavoidable, buried beneath the floorboards, waiting for decades in the cold, silent earth. The reckoning was here, measured only in the frantic space between heartbeats. What horrors, or what sorrows, lay sealed within that rough wooden crate? Chapter 21. Dawn after the longest night. The rough wooden box lay exposed in the lantern light, a stark, unsettling presence in the damp earth of the cellar floor. It wasn't just wood and nails. It felt saturated with the weight of the decades, with the burden of the secrets it held. Faye stared at it, her breath caught in her throat, a cold dread mingling with the grim necessity of knowing. This was the terminus of the cryptic musical phrase, the destination Helene's sorrowful notes had guided them to. Whatever lay within was the final act of the tragedy. Nate remained kneeling beside the unearthed box, the makeshift shovel lying discarded, his hands resting on his knees. He didn't move to open it immediately. He seemed frozen, his gaze fixed on the rough planks. His face a mask of conflicting emotions, grim determination, warring with what looked like profound reluctance, perhaps even fear. The silence stretched, amplifying the frantic beat of Faye's heart, the hiss of the lantern flame, the almost imperceptible drip of water somewhere in the cold darkness. "What do you think is inside?" Faye whispered finally, the words barely audible, afraid to break the spell, yet needing to voice the question that hung heavy between them. Nate didn't look up immediately. He ran a hand over the rough, earth-stained wood of the lid. "Something Dubois didn't want found," he answered, his voice low and gravelly. "Something worth killing for, worth lying about, worth burying under his monument to her." The possibilities were horrifying. The remains of Robert Laroche, silenced and hidden away, or almost unthinkable, Helene herself. Her departure a fabrication to cover her murder, or perhaps something else entirely, documents, incriminating evidence, stolen gold. "We have to open it, Nate," Faye said, her voice firmer now, steeling herself against the dread. "We've come this far. Helene, she led us here. We owe it to her." Nate finally looked up, his eyes meeting hers. The conflict was still there, but overlaid now with a weary resignation. He knew she was right. Ignoring the box, leaving it buried, would be a betrayal of everything they had uncovered, a surrender to the fear and the silence Dubois had imposed. He gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. Retrieving his pry bar, the same tool he'd used to repair the stage, now repurposed for this grim task, Nate wedged its tip beneath the edge of the wooden lid. He paused, took a deep breath, then applied steady pressure. Old nails screeched in protest, the sound echoing horribly in the confined space. Wood splintered. He worked his way around the lid, prying patiently, deliberately, the sounds grating on Faye's already frayed nerves. Finally, with a last groan of tortured wood, the lid loosened. Nate set the pry bar aside and gripped the edge of the lid with both hands. He hesitated for just a fraction of a second, a final moment of reluctance, then lifted it clear, setting it carefully on the earth beside the box. Faye leaned forward, holding the lantern closer, peering into the dark interior. Her stomach clenched, bracing for the worst. It wasn't remains, not human ones at least. The box was tightly packed, lined with what looked like oilcloth to protect the contents from the damp, and nestled within, wrapped carefully in more oilcloth and layers of yellowed linen, were objects. The topmost layer held musical instruments, a beautiful dark wood violin, its varnish still gleaming faintly, miraculously preserved. Beside it, nestled in velvet lining that had mostly resisted decay, lay its bow. Robert Laroche's violin, hidden away, silenced along with its owner. Beneath the violin, more sheet music, stacks of it, bound neatly with ribbon. Not Helene's compositions this time, but printed scores, classical concertos, sonatas, orchestral parts, the working library of a professional musician. And beneath the music, something else. Leather-bound journals or ledgers, several of them. Their covers were stiff, slightly warped by the damp, but seemingly intact. Nate reached into the box, his movement slow, almost reverent. He lifted out the violin, handling it with an unexpected tenderness, his calloused fingers tracing the curve of its body. He held it for a long moment, his expression unreadable, a complex mix of sorrow and remembrance. He didn't try to play it, didn't even touch the strings. He simply held it, a tangible link to the man who had vanished. Finally, he laid it gently back in the box. His attention turned to the journals. He lifted the topmost one. It was heavy, bound in dark green leather, the cover embossed with initials Faye couldn't quite make out in the flickering light. He didn't attempt to open it. He simply held it, weighing it in his hand, his gaze distant. Faye, meanwhile, carefully lifted one of the stacks of sheet music. As she did, something slipped from between the pages and fluttered to the bottom of the box. A small, folded piece of paper, different from the manuscript scores. She picked it up. It was brittle, yellowed, folded multiple times into a small square. She carefully unfolded it. It was a letter, written in French, in the same elegant, spidery script as the lyrics in the Chanson de l'Exilé and the dedication in the portfolio. Helene's handwriting. But this wasn't poetry or lyrics. It was a letter dated October 23rd, 1888, 2 days after the date on the concert program. Mon amour, it began. My love. Faye's breath caught. She looked up at Nate, who was still holding the journal, lost in his own thoughts. Nate, she whispered, a letter. From Helene. That snapped him back to the present. He looked sharply at the paper in her hand, then set the journal carefully back in the box and moved closer, peering over her shoulder as she angled the fragile page towards the lantern light. The French was intimate, desperate, heartbreaking. Mon amour. 2 days. 2 days since that monster confirmed my deepest fears. Robert, my Robert, you are gone from me, silenced by his jealous rage. He claims you fled, a thief in the night, but I saw the look in his eyes, the triumphant cruelty. I know the truth. He has hidden you away, buried your music, tried to erase you from the world, from my heart, but he cannot. He watches me now, closer than ever. My nervous exhaustion is his excuse to keep me prisoner. The trip back east is a lie I know I will never take. He plans to dispose of me too, I am certain, once his affairs here are settled. He cannot abide the reminder of what he has done, the reflection of his guilt in my eyes. But I will not be silenced entirely. I leave this for you, my constant star, though I fear you will never read it. I leave my music, our music, hidden, where perhaps only your spirit, or someone guided by your melody, might find it. The chanson asterisk, it holds the key. The simple tune you hummed, the one from the music box, it marks the place. Our secret melody points to your stolen legacy, to the truth of your end. Know that my heart is with you, wherever your beautiful soul has flown. He can cage the bird, but not her song, not forever. Toujours Hélène, always Hélène. Tears streamed down Faye's face as she finished reading, blurring the faded ink. The letter was devastating, a confirmation of their worst fears, penned by Hélène in the shadow of her lover's murder and her own impending doom. Dubois hadn't just killed Laroche, he had imprisoned Hélène, planning her demise while crafting a public lie. The cellar wasn't Hélène's grave, but a repository, a time capsule containing Robert's silenced instruments, his music library, and Helene's final desperate message, hidden using a musical code only Robert, or someone intimately familiar with their shared tune, could decipher. Nate stood rigid beside her, his face pale, his fists clenched at his sides. He stared at the letter, the words seeming to inflict physical pain. He had known, Faye realized. He hadn't needed the letter to confirm the truth. He had carried the weight of this knowledge, or a deep, intuitive suspicion of it, for years. She knew, Nate rasped, his voice thick with unshed tears. She knew he killed Robert, knew she was next. His voice broke, and she tried to leave a sign for him or for anyone. He sank back on his heels, burying his face in his hands for a moment, his shoulders shaking almost imperceptibly. The sight of his carefully controlled facade finally crumbling, revealing the raw grief beneath, was profoundly moving. Faye reached out instinctively, placing a hand gently on his shoulder. He didn't shrug it off. He remained bowed for a long moment, the silence broken only by his ragged breathing. Finally, he lifted his head, his eyes red-rimmed but clear, his expression settling into one of grim resolve. "We know what Dubois did," he said quietly, "but we still don't know where he had buried Robert Laroche, where he had ultimately disposed of Hélène after writing this letter. The cellar held Robert's legacy, not his body." "The journals," Faye suggested, her voice hushed, gesturing towards the leather-bound volume still nestled in the box. "Maybe Laroche kept a diary? Maybe Hélène added to it?" Nate nodded, retrieving the topmost journal again. He carefully opened the stiff cover. The pages were filled with dense, looping script French again. Musical notations were interspersed with the text. It seemed to be Laroche's journal, filled with musical ideas, observations, perhaps personal reflections. Nate handed it to Faye. "My French ain't good enough for this." Faye took the heavy volume, her fingers tracing the aged paper. She scanned the first few pages, deciphering snippets, notes on composition, frustration with Dubois's demands, praise for Hélène's burgeoning talent. Her soul sings, even in this desolate place. Then towards the later entries, a growing sense of unease, mentions of Dubois's jealousy, veiled warnings. The last entry was dated late September 1888. It spoke of hope, of a plan, of music being the key to freedom. Then abruptly, silence. Faye picked up the next journal. This one felt different. The script inside wasn't LaRoche's looping hand. It was Helene's elegant, spidery script. Had she taken his journal after his disappearance? Or was this hers? She turned to the last few entries. They were dated in late October, mirroring the despair of the letter, but with more detail. Fear of Dubois, descriptions of being watched, locked in, her correspondence intercepted, references to hiding Robert's things, her music, leaving a sign in the earth, guided by the notes. The final entry was brief, hurried, dated October 25th. He comes for me tonight. The passage. The sentence ended there, unfinished. The passage? What passage? Faye looked around the cellar frantically. Was there another way out? A hidden tunnel? She scanned the walls, the floor. Nothing. The passage, Nate echoed, his eyes suddenly widening with dawning realization. He looked up not at the walls, but towards the ceiling, the underside of the stage floor. Not a tunnel out, he breathed. A passage in the opera house, hidden. He scrambled to his feet, grabbing the lantern. Come on! Leaving the box and its contents temporarily behind, they climbed quickly out of the cellar, back onto the main stage. Nate didn't pause. He strode across the stage, Faye hurrying after him, towards the backstage area near where the original pile of debris had hidden Helene's first cache of music. He stopped near the rear wall, running his hands along the grimy plaster, tapping, listening. Old theaters, he explained, his voice urgent, sometimes had 'em. Hidden passages for actors to move unseen, or for the owner to observe. He found a section of the wall that sounded slightly hollow. He examined the baseboard, pushing aside decades of accumulated grime. His fingers found a small, almost invisible catch. He pressed it. With a faint click and a whisper of displaced dust, a narrow section of the wall paneling swung inward, revealing a dark, narrow opening. A hidden doorway. Helene knew about it, Nate said grimly. Maybe she thought she could hide there, escape him. He shone the lantern into the opening. It revealed a narrow, dusty staircase leading downwards into blackness. Faye stared into the opening, her heart pounding. Helene's last written word. Passage. Had she fled here on that final night? Had Dubois followed her? What lay at the bottom of those stairs? Nate didn't hesitate. Holding the lantern high, drawing his coat with his other hand, he stepped through the opening and started down the stairs. Faye, after a moment's bracing breath, drew her own weapon and followed him into the unknown darkness, leaving the stage, the ghosts, and the first hints of dawn filtering through the high windows far behind. The longest night was ending, but the final confrontation with the truth, hidden deep within the opera house's secret heart, was just beginning. Chapter 22. Choices carved in stone. The air thickened with each step downward, growing colder, heavier, saturated with the scent of packed earth, stone, and something else, a profound stillness, the absolute silence of a place long sealed away from the world. The lantern beam, held high by Nate, cut a wavering path through the oppressive darkness, revealing narrow, roughly cut stone steps descending steeply into the blackness beneath the opera house. Cobwebs, thick and gray as funeral shrouds, clung to the damp walls and brushed against Faye's face as she followed Nate, her own colt held ready, the weight a cold counterpoint to the frantic drumming in her chest. This hidden passage, Helene's last desperate hope, or perhaps her final prison, felt like descending into the very heart of the building's sorrow. Each step echoed unnervingly in the confined space. How far down did it go? Where did it lead? Helene's unfinished sentence, "He comes for me tonight." The passage reverberated in Faye's mind. Had she reached safety, or had Dubois cornered her here in this secret artery of the building? The stairs ended abruptly, leveling out onto a floor of packed earth, smoother and drier than the cellar above. It opened into a small, low-ceilinged chamber, no larger than the hidden office upstairs. It wasn't a tunnel leading out, but a self-contained room, clearly designed for concealment, hidden deep within the foundations. The air here was strangely still, dry, lacking the pervasive dampness of the cellar. Nate swept the lantern beam slowly around the chamber. It was empty, starkly so. The stone walls were bare. The floor was undisturbed earth. There were no discarded belongings, no signs of a struggle, no furniture, just empty space sealed away for decades. Disappointment warred with a chilling unease. Was this it? An empty dead end? Had Helene's final words led them nowhere? Anything? Faye whispered, her voice sounding unnaturally loud in the confined space. Nate didn't answer immediately. He walked the perimeter slowly, examining the walls, the floor, his prospector's instincts honed, searching for anomalies. He knelt, running his hand over the packed earth near the center of the room, just as he had in the cellar. He paused, his brow furrowing. "The ground here," he murmured, pressing down. "It's different, softer, like the cellar." Faye's blood ran cold again. Not empty, not entirely. Something lay beneath their feet, hidden even within this secret place. Well, using his knife again, Nate carefully began to scrape away the top layer of earth. Faye held the lantern lower, its beam focused on his work. Just inches below the surface, they found it. Not wood this time, but layers of heavy, decaying canvas or oilcloth, carefully placed. Beneath the canvas, the earth was darker, looser, a grave. There was no question this time. The shape was unmistakable, roughly man-sized, oriented along the length of the small chamber. Nate looked up at Faye, his face grim, etched with a terrible certainty. "Get the shovel head," he said quietly, his voice strained. Faye scrambled back up the narrow stairs, her legs trembling, her mind numb. She retrieved the rusted shovel head from the cellar, her hands shaking as she carried it back down into the hidden chamber. Nate took it from her and began the grim task of excavation. He worked with a focused intensity, his movements efficient, but heavy with reluctance. The loose soil came away easily, revealing more layers of protective wrapping. Dubois had taken care to conceal his crime, burying his victim deep within the hidden recesses of the opera house, beneath layers of earth and canvas. The digging seemed to take an eternity, each scrape of the shovel echoing like an indictment in the tomb-like silence. Faye stood by holding the lantern, feeling like an unwilling witness at a desecration, yet knowing this exhumation was necessary, the only path to the truth, the only way to give Helene's story its proper ending. Finally, Nate stopped digging. He had uncovered the full length of the burial. Beneath the final layer of oilcloth lay a form, shrouded in what looked like dark linen or wool, remarkably preserved by the dry earth and protective wrappings. It was impossible to discern features, but the size, the shape, it was the remains of a man, Robert Laroche, Helene's constant star, silenced and buried here in this secret grave by the man who couldn't abide his rival's talent or his wife's affection. Nate knelt beside the shrouded form, his head bowed, his breathing ragged. He didn't touch the remains, didn't attempt to uncover the face. He simply knelt there, a silent vigil keeper, the decades of guarded grief finally finding their focus. The debt, the promise it was to this man, Faye realized, to the memory of the French violinist who had vanished without a trace. Faye felt tears pricking her eyes again, not just for the tragedy itself, but for the weight Nate had clearly carried for so long. She waited, giving him the space for his private grief. After a long moment, he drew a shuddering breath and looked up, not at Faye, but at the shrouded form. "I was just a boy," he began, his voice low, hoarse, dredging up words buried for nearly 30 years. "Stable boy, hung around the opera house doing odd jobs. Dubois. He didn't see me, no one did." He paused, gathering himself. LaRoche. He was kind. Saw me listening when he practiced his violin. Didn't chase me off like the others. Showed me the fiddle once, let me hold the bow. A faint ghost of a smile touched his lips, quickly fading. He talked about music, about France, about Mademoiselle Helene, not improper, just respectful, admiring, like she was something fine the world didn't deserve. Faye listened, her heart aching, understanding dawning. Nate hadn't just known of LaRoche. He had known him, admired him, received kindness from him. Then, Nate continued, his voice hardening, he disappeared. Dubois put the word out he'd run off, stole money, but I saw Dubois that night, near the river, his clothes muddy, his face like thunder. And later I heard sounds from the opera house late at night, digging sounds, coming from below. He gestured vaguely upwards, towards the stage, the cellar. "You knew?" Faye whispered. "You suspected this?" "Suspected?" Nate gave a harsh, broken laugh. "I knew Dubois was lying. Knew something terrible happened to LaRoche, but I was a kid, scared. Who would believe a stable boy against Jacques Dubois?" He looked down at his scarred hands. "I kept quiet, watched Dubois lock the place up, watched him leave town, watched the whole place die." His voice thickened with self-recrimination. "I carried it all these years. The not knowing for sure where Robert lay, the keeping silent." His confession poured out, haltingly at first, then with gathering momentum, the release of a burden carried for a lifetime. He had stayed close, drawn back time and again by the guilt, the unspoken debt to the kind musician, the need to protect the secret he suspected lay buried within the opera house. Prospecting was his cover, his way of remaining near, watching over the place, ensuring Dubois or anyone else didn't return to disturb the grave further. "Helping me," Faye realized aloud. "Fixing the stage. It wasn't just kindness, was it? It was about protecting this place, guarding him." She gestured towards the shrouded remains. Nate nodded, unable to meet her eyes. "Couldn't let anyone else find him accidental. Couldn't let Dubois, if he ever came back. Couldn't let it all be stirred up." He looked at her then, his eyes filled with a complex mix of guilt, relief, and weariness, "Until you came, stirring up the dust, asking questions, making me remember, making me hope, maybe, that the truth could finally come out." His vulnerability was complete, his secrets laid bare alongside the tragic discovery at their feet. Faye felt an overwhelming wave of empathy, understanding the weight he had carried, the lonely vigil he had kept. The final pieces of the puzzle that was Nate Shaw clicked into place. "Thank you for telling me, Nate," she said softly, meaning it with all her heart. He simply nodded again. The shared confession, the shared discovery, forging a bond stronger than any suspicion or doubt. They had unearthed the truth together, a truth Nate had carried alone for far too long. But the past rarely stays buried without a fight. As if summoned by the disturbance, by the confession, a sudden noise from above shattered the profound silence of the hidden chamber. A heavy thud, followed by muffled voices, echoing down the narrow stairwell from the backstage area. Nate reacted instantly, scrambling to his feet, shoving Faye behind him, his Colt appearing in his hand as if by magic. "They're back!" he hissed, his eyes blazing with a sudden fierce protectiveness. Jed and his partner. Faye's heart leaped into her throat. Had they circled back, seen the lantern light from outside, or simply returned to finish their vandalism, stumbling upon the open passage? "Stay here," Nate ordered, his voice low and urgent. "Guard this." He gestured towards the grave. "Don't let them near it." "Nate, no!" Faye protested, grabbing his arm. "Don't face them alone." "Someone has to," he said grimly, gently removing her hand. "Keep the lantern low. Bolt the passage door if you can find one. I'll deal with them." He gave her one last look, a mixture of fierce determination and something softer, deeper, then turned and moved swiftly, silently, up the narrow stone stairs, disappearing into the darkness above. Faye was left alone in the chamber with the lantern, the shrouded remains of Robert LaRoche, and the echo of Nate's footsteps fading above. Terror warred with adrenaline. Nate was facing two armed, dangerous men alone. She couldn't just hide here. She checked her Colt again, took a deep, steadying breath, and moved towards the stairs. She wouldn't let Nate face them alone. Not after everything. As she reached the top of the stairs, peering cautiously out through the hidden doorway, the scene backstage was chaotic. Jed, the burly man, was grappling with Nate near the stage entrance, their figures locked in a brutal, desperate struggle. The lean man, his arm roughly bandaged, stood slightly apart, his rifle aimed not at Nate, but towards the opera house interior, as if searching for Faye. He held his rifle awkwardly, hampered by his injured shoulder. "Where is she, Shaw?" The lean man snarled, his cold eyes scanning the shadows. "We know she's here. Came back for whatever Dubois stashed." So that was it. They weren't driven by old grudges or revenge for Corrigan. They were treasure hunters, believing the rumors of Dubois' hidden gold, thinking Faye had found it or was about to. The vandalism, the attacks, they were attempts to scare her off, then eliminate her and her protector, so they could search the place unhindered. Faye saw her chance. The lean man was focused on the auditorium, his injured arm making his rifle aim unsteady. Nate was momentarily occupied wrestling with the stronger Jed, taking careful aim from the concealment of the passage doorway. Faye fired her Colt. The shot echoed like a thunderclap backstage. The lean man cried out, stumbling backward, dropping his rifle as the bullet struck his uninjured leg. He collapsed against a stack of scenery flats, clutching his thigh, his face contorted in pain and surprise. His cry distracted Jed for a fatal second. Nate seized the opportunity, using his leverage to throw the burly man off balance. Jed staggered back, reaching for the sidearm holstered at his hip. But Nate was faster. He brought the barrel of his Colt down hard on Jed's temple. Jed's eyes rolled back and he crumpled to the floor unconscious. Nate spun around, his gun leveled, breathing hard, assessing the situation. The lean man was down, wounded, his rifle out of reach. Jed was unconscious. The immediate threat was neutralized. Faye stepped out of the passageway, her own gun still raised, her heart hammering. Nate looked at her, relief flooding his eyes. quickly followed by a grim understanding. "Treasure hunters," he said, breathing heavily. "Figured Dubois left gold. Came for it." The button, Faye realized. Maybe it wasn't his after all. Maybe it belonged to someone who did know about this place, someone they robbed or killed. It fit the pattern of ruthless greed. Nate nodded, retrieving the lean man's rifle, then checking Jed's pulse. Still breathing, he confirmed. He found rope backstage and quickly, efficiently, tied both men's hands and feet, ensuring they wouldn't cause further trouble. The lean man glared at them with hatred, clutching his bleeding leg but remained silent. Silence fell again, broken only by the wounded man's pain breathing and the distant sigh of the wind. Faye and Nate stood amidst the backstage clutter, the aftermath of the brief, brutal confrontation settling around them. They had faced the malice, uncovered the truth, defended the opera house and its tragic secrets. Nate looked at Faye, his expression searching hers. "What now?" he asked quietly, echoing her earlier question, but the context was entirely different. The immediate danger was past. The mystery was solved, but choices remained. Faye looked around the opera house at the stage, the silent auditorium, the passage leading down to Robert Laroche's hidden grave. She thought of Helene's music, her letters, her desperate hope that the truth would someday surface. She thought of Nate, freed from the burden of his long-held secret, his debt perhaps finally paid. "Now," Faye said, her voice clear and steady, filled with a resolve she hadn't possessed when she first arrived in Redemption Gulch. "We bring them light." She nodded towards the bound men, then towards the passage. "We bring the law. We tell Helene's story. We give Robert Laroche a proper burial." She met Nate's gaze, a deep, unwavering connection passing between them. "We restore this place, not just the wood and stone, but the truth." It was a choice carved in the stone foundations of the opera house, in the shared ordeal, in the resilience she had discovered within herself. It wouldn't be easy. There would be questions, complications, perhaps lingering danger, but hiding, running, remaining silent, those were no longer options. Florence Carlyle was truly gone. Faye Carter, restorer of ruins, guardian of stories, stood in her place. Nate held her gaze for a long moment, a slow understanding, perhaps even peace, dawning in his weary eyes. He gave a single, decisive nod. The dawn filtering through the high, grimy windows seemed brighter now, less a harbinger of danger, more a promise. The longest night was over, and though scars remained, the path forward, illuminated by truth, lay clear before them. Epilogue. Dust settles, echoes remain. The Wyoming wind, sharp and clean, whipped Faye's hair across her face as she stood on the newly repaired steps of the Redemption Gulch Opera House. Spring had come again to the high desert, painting the sparse prairie grasses with tentative strokes of green, and coaxing brave wildflowers tiny bursts of yellow, purple, and the pale, resilient lavender of the prairie rose from the thawing earth. It was a year, almost to the day, since the confrontation with Jed and the lean man, a year since the unearthing of Robert Laroche's hidden grave, and the final, painful confirmation of Helene Dubois's tragic story. The opera house looked different now, not fully restored, not yet gleaming with its original, perhaps excessive grandeur, but alive. The gaping upper windows were reglazed, catching the bright spring sunlight. The tarred scar of the word leave had been painstakingly cleaned from the stone facade, though a faint shadow remained, a permanent reminder of the malice they had faced. The heavy front doors stood open, not gaping vacantly but invitingly, revealing a foyer swept clean, its mosaic tiles polished, the brass railings gleaming. Inside, the main auditorium still bore the marks of time, but the seats were repaired, the ripped velvet patched or replaced with sturdy canvas, the stage floor solid and smooth beneath a newly varnished surface. It was a work in progress, a testament to resilience, much like Faye herself. The process had been arduous, fraught with challenges that went far beyond timber and plaster. Bringing the law to Redemption Gulch had been the first hurdle. The ride back to Rawlins, this time escorting their bound prisoners, had been tense, Nate's vigilance unwavering. The sheriff in Rawlins, initially skeptical of their tale of ghost towns, hidden graves, and decades-old murders, had been swayed by the tangible evidence, the journals, Helene's heartbreaking letter, Robert LaRoche's violin, and, most importantly, the button found both at the scene of the vandalism and on the wounded attacker. The lean man, whose name turned out to be Finn Mallory, proved tight-lipped, nursing his grudge along with his wounded leg and shoulder. But Jed, facing the prospect of a long prison sentence, and perhaps less hardened than his partner, eventually confessed. They were small-time prospectors and sometime bandits who had heard persistent rumors of Jacques Dubois leaving behind a fortune, gold, jewels, or cash hidden somewhere in the abandoned opera house before he fled. They believed Faye, the outsider fixing up the place, must have found it or was close to finding it. Their escalating attacks were designed to scare her off, giving them free rein to tear the place apart in their search. The button, Mallory eventually admitted, came from a fancy waistcoat he'd stolen from a gambler he'd robbed and left for dead months earlier, a dead end, connecting them only to their own callous violence, not directly to Dubois or Corrigan. The legalities surrounding Robert LaRoche's remains and the implied murder of Hélène Dubois were complex, tangled by the passage of time and the lack of living witnesses beyond Nate's reluctant, decades-old testimony. Jacques Dubois had vanished completely after leaving Redemption Gulch. Tracing him or any potential descendants proved impossible. Patrick Corrigan, the disgruntled foreman, had indeed drifted north and met a violent end himself years ago in a Montana bar brawl, unrelated to the Dubois affair. There would be no trial for Jacques Dubois's crimes, no final legal accounting for his possessive rage. But the truth, once unearthed, had its own power. The sheriff, aided by Nate's precise directions, oversaw the respectful exhumation of Robert LaRoche's remains from the hidden chamber. Faye, using Helene's journals and letters, pieced together their story, the secret love, the shared music, the thwarted escape, the brutal end. She provided translations, context, ensuring Helene's voice, silenced for so long, was finally heard. Robert LaRoche was given a proper burial in the small, windswept cemetery on the outskirts of Rawlins. His grave marked by a simple stone bearing his name, his dates, and the inscription violinist. Nate had stood silently throughout the service, his face unreadable, but Faye sensed a quiet release in him, the lifting of a burden carried since boyhood. He had kept his silent promise. He had guarded the secret until the truth could finally, safely emerge. Helene's fate remained technically unresolved, her body never found. But her final letter, her chanson de l'exilé, and the circumstances of LaRoche's murder left little doubt. Dubois, having killed his rival, had likely disposed of his wife soon after, ensuring her silence before fabricating the story of her return to France and making his own escape. Whether her final resting place was somewhere else within the vast opera house, or lost to the indifferent wilderness surrounding Redemption Gulch, remained an agonizing mystery, a final injustice the passage of time would likely never yield. Yet Helene wasn't entirely lost. Her music survived. Faye, feeling a profound sense of stewardship, had carefully preserved the scores found in the portfolio and the cellar. She couldn't play them herself, not with the skill they deserved, but she kept them safe, tangible proof of Helene's artistry, her resilience, her soul. The portfolio, the unsent letters, the locket, the pressed prairie rose, they were Helene's legacy, whispers from the past echoing in the present. Nate Shaw had stayed. After the legalities in Rawlins were concluded, after Mallory and Jed were sentenced for assault and attempted robbery, he hadn't simply drifted away on the prospecting trail. He had returned with Faye to Redemption Gulch. His debt might have been symbolically paid with the discovery and burial of LaRoche, but his connection to the place, and perhaps to Faye herself, had deepened. He never explicitly stated his intentions, never spoke of feelings. Words of that nature did not come easily to him, but his presence was a constant, quiet support. He continued helping Faye with the restoration, his skill with timber invaluable, his knowledge of the building profound. He set up a more permanent camp near the creek, occasionally taking short prospecting trips into the surrounding hill, but always returning, drawn back to the opera house, to the shared task, to her. Their relationship remained largely unspoken, built on shared experience, mutual respect, and a quiet understanding that ran deeper than words. They worked side by side, ate simple meals together sometimes, fell into long, comfortable silences broken by occasional, hesitant conversations about books, the land, the small triumphs of the restoration. There was an undeniable bond between them, forged in danger and discovery, tempered by caution and the lingering shadows of their respective pasts. Faye still didn't know the full story of Nate's life before Redemption Gulch, the source of his limp or the jagged scar on his hand, and she didn't ask, just as he didn't pry into the carefully guarded history of Faye Carter, sensing the boundaries she still maintained around the ghost of Florence Carlyle. They accepted each other as they were, two solitary souls who had found an unexpected harbor in a forgotten town. Whether this quiet companionship would deepen into something more remained uncertain, a question left unanswered, hanging gently in the clear Wyoming air. Faye's own transformation was profound. The timid librarian persona, the shield of anonymity she had clung to, had gradually fallen away, replaced by a quiet strength, a hard-won confidence. Facing down armed attackers, unearthing buried secrets, navigating the complexities of the law, reclaiming the opera house piece by painstaking piece, someone who no longer needed to hide. She was still Faye Carter, but the name felt solid now, earned, belonging to this place, this life she was building from the ruins. It had forged her into someone new, someone resilient. The opera house itself seemed to breathe again. Word of the restoration, coupled with the dramatic story of the unearthed secrets, had spread, filtering out from Rawlins. Occasionally, curious visitors would make the long ride out, a journalist seeking a sensational story, a historian intrigued by the Dubois legend, even descendants of families who had once lived in Redemption Gulch, wanting to see the place their ancestors had abandoned. Faye handled them with quiet dignity, sharing what she knew of Helene's story, emphasizing the restoration as an act of remembrance, not just renovation. She hadn't yet attempted to stage a performance. The acoustics were good, the stage solid, but the thought of filling the space with music felt premature, perhaps even inappropriate, until Helene's own music could be properly heard. She had sent copies of the scores, along with Helene's story, to a respected music conservatory back east, hoping that scholars might recognize the quality of the work, that perhaps someday Helene Dubois' compositions might find the audience they deserved. As Faye stood on the steps, the spring wind tugging at her braid, Nate walked up from the creek, carrying a bucket of fresh water. He stopped beside her, following her gaze out across the greening prairie. "Quiet today," he observed, his usual brevity somehow comforting. "Yes," Faye agreed. "Peaceful." She looked at the opera house, then back at him. "It feels good, Nate. What we done here?" He nodded, a rare, small smile touching the corners of his lips. "Place deserved better," he said simply. So did they. He meant Helene and Robert, his quiet tribute acknowledging their shared effort in bringing their story to life. He set the bucket down and leaned against the porch railing beside her. They stood in comfortable silence for a while, watching a hawk circle lazily in the vast blue sky. The future remained uncertain. Redemption Gulch would likely never truly live again. It was too isolated, too far removed from the relentless westward march of progress. The opera house might never host glittering crowds or famous sopranos. Faye's life here would continue to be solitary, challenging, lived on the edge of civilization, and her relationship with Nate remained undefined, a quiet melody played out against the backdrop of the immense landscape and the echoes of the past. But as the wind whispered through the eaves of the opera house, carrying the scent of sagebrush and damp earth, Faye no longer felt the crushing weight of loneliness or the paralyzing fear of her past. She felt rooted, grounded. She had faced down threats, unearthed truths, reclaimed a piece of forgotten beauty, and in doing so, had reclaimed herself. The dust had settled, revealing the harsh outlines of tragedy and the quiet strength of survival. The echoes remained. Helene's music waiting to be fully heard, Robert's memory honored, Nate's lifelong burden eased but never entirely erased, Faye's own past acknowledged, even if not fully reconciled. Redemption Gulch was still a place of goats, but now perhaps they could rest a little easier. And Faye Carter, standing beside the quiet prospector who had become her unlikely anchor, felt a sense of peace settle over her, fragile yet real, like the first wildflowers blooming after the longest winter night. The story wasn't over. Perhaps no story ever truly is. But a new chapter had begun, written not in fear, but in courage, under the vast watchful sky of Wyoming.